This is Ikoma, the legendary Godspeed Sword. For a hero who always fights on the front lines to end up like this, well, trust me, you're about to see how a legend gets betrayed. It all started 15 years ago, when the first dimensional gates appeared, unleashing hordes of monsters. The world suddenly started working like a video game, where everyone had skills and levels, but only the smartest and bravest figured out how to fight the monsters pouring from those gates. They became known as adventurers. Mages, for example, aren't very flexible and their spells are tricky to use. Besides the high death rate, they're dead weight if their attacks miss the target. After weighing his options, Ichinose Ikoma chose the Thief class, a character type focused on speed, gaining experience just by surviving the most important thing for getting stronger. And his bet paid off. Through pure grit and hard work, he climbed to the absolute peak of all adventurers, even earning the title of Godspeed Sword. Over the years, the monster threat grew worse, but Ikoma protected his country and the world, always charging to the front lines. He and the three other pillars of his guild fought side by side, no matter how terrifying the monster. Then, one beautiful morning, just like any other, the guild leader announced that Ikoma was fired. Stunned, he could only shout, "Why?" The leader sighed, and it was clear the other two members agreed with him. The monsters were getting stronger, while Ikoma was only getting weaker. He couldn't even handle one of them anymore, and with no support or healing skills, he was just a liability. The captain said it right to his face. The golden age of the thief class was long over. Right now, it was the weakest class with no chance to prove its worth. Ikoma couldn't even injure a boss, something even a mage could do. The guild wanted to strip him of his S-rank adventurer title, but couldn't because of his massive experience points. Ikoma refuses to accept this. He might not have fighting power or magic, but he'll do whatever it takes to weaken the enemy. No one is better at deception and poison than him. He can coordinate attacks and take out any monster type. But none of that matters to the captain, who just tells him to give it his all. Ikoma's face lights up. Does that mean he's not getting kicked out? The captain's cruel smile says otherwise. He tells Ikoma to find a world where those skills are useful, because here, he's just a burden on the team. That day, betrayed by everyone, his world came crashing down. While Ikoma was drowning his sorrows at a bar, back in China, his old guild conquered a palace without him. He read the comments under the article, his shock turning to disbelief. Every single comment was tearing him down, calling him the dead weight that was holding the team back. That's what they really thought of him. Ikoma couldn't read another word. He'd definitely chosen the wrong class. If only he'd never picked Thief from the very beginning. The worst part? Even selling all his gear wouldn't be enough to live on. He was once at the top, risking his life for them. After letting it all out, Ikoma was left with one question. What does he do now? Being an adventurer was his only goal in life. Suddenly, an emergency alert hits his phone. An S-rank monster has appeared in Tokyo. All citizens must evacuate immediately. Ikoma is stunned. Why would an S-rank monster appear now, when the guild wasn't even in the country? Besides them, no adventurer in the area is strong enough to defeat it. Ikoma knows he can't do anything, but if he can just injure it a little to buy some time, that might be enough. He looks over at his gear. This will be the last battle of Ichinose Ikoma. Outside, the Chronos Dragon, a controller of time and space, appears in its glorious golden form. The one person standing against it is none other than Ikoma. The sky is clear, a perfect day for him to retire. With his outdated equipment, Ikoma bravely charges forward. As an adventurer, he has a duty to protect people. Right now, all he needs to do is buy enough time for them to evacuate. The Chronos Dragon breathes fire as hot as molten lava. Ikoma safely dodges, but it's faster than him. A single claw swipe shatters Ikoma's sword into pieces. The Chronos Dragon's power is overwhelming. Ikoma tries using poison darts from a distance, but they do nothing. It seems he was way too optimistic. The dragon counters, swiping its claws again, but Ikoma just barely dodges. If he wasn't a thief with incredible speed, he'd be dead already. At this range, he knows this might be his final day, but he still has to try. Ikoma uses Thief's Claw, a skill for pickpockets that steals an item from the enemy. Ikoma hopes a unique item will drop, but in the next second, the Chronos' claws tear right through his body. He didn't have the strength to dodge anymore. Lying in the rubble and waiting for death, Ikoma wished he could turn back time. He'd always tried to be a hero, but in the end, he only bought them a few minutes. He wouldn't let himself be this weak again. Suddenly, he feels a strange object in his hand. Thief's Claw actually worked. Now pay attention, because this is the item that changes everything. The broken clock of the time god, a mythic-grade item that can turn back time by up to 10 years. Ikoma is in shock. It's the first time he's ever held a mythic-grade item, but his consciousness is already fading. Everything goes black before his eyes. But a second later, Ikoma opens his eyes. The scene rewinds to the moment just before the Chronos dragon finished him off. The clock. Can it really turn back time? There's no time to think. He doesn't know how to activate it, so he just screams, "Please, clock, turn back time." A bright light flashes just as the dragon's claws pierce through him. His body flies through the air and lands on the floor. He looks at his clock. It's only 8 a.m. Ikoma is drenched in sweat. Was that all just a dream? He opens the window, and the view outside surprises him. That's when Ikoma notices the calendar. It's from 10 years ago. So the clock really worked. He quickly opens his status window. Everything is blank. He doesn't even have a class. A confident smirk spreads across Ikoma's face. This time, he's redoing his life. And you and I are about to watch him become the strongest adventurer alive, just to crush everyone who ever doubted him. While brushing his teeth, Ikoma watches the news, still the same old stories about more gates appearing and monsters getting more dangerous. He looks at his 10 years younger self in the mirror, finally believing that time has truly turned back. Knowing the future is a massive advantage. He has the experience to farm points and collect rare equipment. But first, he needs to find a class, which requires level 10, so Ikoma heads out. There are dungeons where even classless people can enter to level up, guarded by the strongest guilds. Ikoma starts grinding, but now at level 5, these monsters are way too easy to beat. But before he can swing his sword, the guide standing nearby dashes forward and slices the monster in two, as if he just saved Ikoma's life. He even emphasizes the word rookie while talking to him. Ikoma wonders why the man stole his monster kill, but it seems he's just worried about a rookie like him getting bullied by monsters, especially when fighting one-on-one with goblins. The man introduces himself as Ohara Kenji, a level 16 swordsman whose job is protecting the newbies in this dungeon. He's not a bad guy, but he did just steal his kill, so Ikoma can only sigh. Kenji starts rambling about his past, how he lost his job because of the gates and monsters. He decided being a dungeon guide was a respectable job for a man. Kenji decides to throw his heart and soul into this job, while Ikoma, getting an earful from the old man, wonders just how long he has to follow him. That's why he's power leveling to 10, just to get a proper class and finally escape this chatty guy. The moment Ikoma hits level 10, Kenji slaps him on the back, cheering that reaching level 10 so fast proves he'll be a legendary adventurer. Ikoma just smirks. He might be depowered now, but he used to be an S-rank adventurer. Old man Kenji eagerly waits for him to pick a class, offering his expert advice if the kid gets overwhelmed. Picking a class. Ikoma gets serious. This was his big mistake in his past life. Class choices are based on existing skills and stats, and you unlock them by spending skill points. Right now, he has 30 points ready to go. How about a swordsman? Kenji continues his unsolicited lecture. But seeing Ikoma's unusual fighting style, he thinks a thief class might be a better fit. Ikoma's silence is making the old man anxious. In his eyes, Ikoma is just a clueless rookie who doesn't know what to choose. Hasn't he learned about speed and power yet? Those two stats can boost your personal stats, making them essential skills at this early stage. In the past, Ikoma did the exact same thing, but his goal is to become the most overpowered adventurer ever, and dumping points into common skills is a total waste. All last night, Ikoma thought about one single skill, and now it's time to choose. Now watch this. Kenji freaks out when he sees Ikoma choose the anti-fall skill. It just reduces damage from high falls or gravity magic. With all the wisdom of his level 16 experience, Kenji declares it the most useless skill in the game. Is Ikoma afraid of heights or something? He tells him to think carefully next time. Ikoma couldn't care less. He keeps dumping points into anti-fall, leveling it up again and again, driving old man Kenji absolutely insane. As a guide, letting Ikoma go so wrong is a total disgrace. He thinks the kid must have a screw loose. Now Ikoma can only be a swordsman or a villager. No, this is great, old man. Ikoma's words stun Kenji. He points to a third class that just appeared. Gravity Controller, a hidden class that only unlocks after maxing out anti-fall to level 10. Because of that bizarre and strict requirement, very few people even know this class exists. And even if they do, they don't pick it because it's notoriously difficult to use. Even 10 years in the future, nobody had bothered to research it. But because he's our main character, a former S-rank adventurer, Ikoma knows the Gravity Controller is the strongest class of all. Seeing Ikoma about to select it, Kenji panics and tries to stop him, but Ikoma's mind is made up. After confirming, he gets two new skills, gravity magic and gravity manipulation. This is the moment Ikoma's been waiting for. He's going to restart his life and become the most ridiculously strong adventurer. This time, he won't have to face those horrible events again. But Kenji is still worried. In this era, mages are looked down upon, and Ikoma is fragile. With low stamina, the death rate on the battlefield is incredibly high. He advises Ikoma to just give up being an adventurer. Ikoma doesn't blame him. After all, everyone right now thinks close combat classes are the strongest. And obviously, he can't just explain that he's a time traveler from the future. Just then, a piercing scream echoes nearby. A girl is scrambling to escape a red-capped goblin, a monster that's level 17. Kenji is stunned. How could a high-level monster like that be here? The chances of it appearing are supposed to be extremely low. The red-capped goblin starts its attack. The only thought in Kenji's mind is to run. He's only level 16, but as a protector of rookies, he can't bring himself to flee. He has to do something. Ikoma, run! I'll distract it! Kenji yells, charging forward with his sword. Ikoma is surprised to see a red-capped goblin, but figures Kenji, at level 16, should be able to handle it easily. That's the theory anyway. In reality, the old man is struggling to block its blows. Kenji isn't used to fighting monsters at a similar level. Anyone here confident enough to fight a level 15 monster or higher? Kenji desperately needs help, but not a single rookie moves to help him, terrified by the goblin's speed. They value their lives more. Now I know what you're thinking. Ikoma is clearly outmatched. He can't even keep up with the goblin's movements. One hit and it's game over. Plus, he hasn't even had time to master his newly acquired skills yet. But then, the image of the kind old man protecting him flashes in his mind. Ikoma chuckles. He's not the type to stand back and watch someone who was good to him get beaten down. Besides, he's never been one to back down from a stronger enemy. Ikoma draws his sword and dashes in. Kenji starts his worried rant again. A mage like him can't block such powerful physical attacks, and there's a huge level gap. But Ikoma isn't listening. This red-capped goblin will have the honor of being the first test subject for his gravity controller powers. He risked his second life to become stronger. Running from a single goblin now would make it all meaningless. The red-capped goblin excitedly charges at its new foe. But of course, he's not an idiot. Just as the name implies, a gravity controller can temporarily boost physical strength by sacrificing MP. Ikoma uses gravity manipulation on himself. He zips past the red-capped goblin like a blur. This isn't a stat boost, it's a technique. Ikoma made himself lighter by reducing his body's gravity. Now as light as a feather, he's much faster than before. Still, if Ikoma could read the goblin's every move, things would be much simpler. Like right now, as it lunges to attack him again. But don't forget, he was once an S-rank adventurer. With his past life-and-death experience, Ikoma easily dodges the attack and counters, slashing the red-capped goblin across the stomach. Kenji's jaw drops, completely stunned by his performance. Ikoma is pretty proud himself. Looks like he didn't choose the wrong class. As long as he has enough MP, these monsters are nothing. Just then, Ikoma calls out, "Kenji, let's go, old man." Kenji freezes for a second, then instantly gets it. He musters all his strength and charges the goblin head-on. Meanwhile, Ikoma provides support from behind, using gravity manipulation. An immense pressure slams down on the goblin, pinning it in place. Thanks to that, Kenji easily finishes it off. A perfect, textbook combination. Ikoma gains 4 skill points and hits level 12. The feeling is incredible, like being on a real battlefield. Everyone present is just speechless at Ikoma's power, especially Kenji, who was completely overwhelmed by that same monster moments ago. In the old man's eyes, Ikoma isn't just a genius anymore. Who is this kid? Ikoma stylishly sheathes his sword, then winces at a sharp pain in his back. He might look cool, but he's completely out of MP. Gravity magic consumes a massive amount of mana, so from now on, he'll have to find a way to use it more efficiently. Seeing Ikoma exhausted, Kenji walks over to thank him and offers to carry him out. Ikoma can't really refuse. He can barely even stand. Kenji is truly grateful. Even with so many adventurers around, only Ikoma stepped up to help him. But more than that, Ikoma gave Kenji strength. You see, the old man had always been afraid, only daring to fight low-level monsters. Model. But today, old man Kenji stepped forward, feeling blessed to witness the debut of a future hero. He knew he had to remember that name. It'd be worth a fortune one day. After recovering, Ikoma starts hunting for a party to grind levels. But it's not that simple. A gravity controller might be a magic class, but with stats this low, he'd never survive in a group fight. He pivots, looking for a temporary party, but even the receptionist seems hesitant. And honestly, can you blame her for not wanting to recommend someone with stats as pathetic as his? Ikoma feels hopeless. He knew rare classes were unpopular, but he never expected this level of rejection. Still, he pleads with her just give him a party name, and he'll handle the rest himself. Oh my god, just leave the poor receptionist alone, a flashy blonde kid shouts. Ikoma turns to him and asks flatly, and who are you? The guy proudly introduces himself as Utsunomia, so captain of the up-and-coming Tech Up Knights Guild. He's here with his crew, recruiting members to become the #1 guild. A quick glance tells Ikoma they're all melee fighters. Utsunomiya boasts about their raw power, not missing a chance to mock magic users as weaklings who are too scared to get close to monsters. He sneers that cowards like that can't be adventurers. And trust me, you and I are about to see some top-tier arrogance as he taunts Ikoma, saying he must regret not researching his class. A rare class with garbage stats. Compared to him, Ikoma is just a worthless pebble on the road. Faking surprise, Ikoma asks, "Oh, so you have a rare class too?" That's all the prompting Utsunomiya needs. He brags loudly, swinging his sword to summon lightning slash as golden sparks explode across the ceiling. He confidently declares it's a class with the highest combat stats and insane skills, basically the strongest of them all. The crowd is dazzled, and their whispers only fuel his massive ego. Only the receptionist looks worried, staring at the damage. Utsunomiya cuts her off. I have to explain things to people who don't get it. Why would anyone choose to be dead weight on a team? With that same toxic smirk, Utsunomiya keeps firing vicious insults at Ikoma. But while he's running his mouth, Ikoma is calmly analyzing his so-called powerful class. High attack power, sure, but his movements are painfully average. That skill can easily be countered, and he'd struggle against any monster resistant to normal attacks. In other words, Utsunomiya is a classic empty can, making the most noise all talk, putting others down to feel big. It's why everyone gets so jealous of his flashy, powerful-looking class, and that's when it hits Ikoma. In these early days, right after the gates appeared, it's actually better to fight solo until you've got some real achievements to your name. This world runs on flashy stats and impressive skills, so there's no reason to get mad. He simply turns to the receptionist and says he'll be fighting alone from now on. Utsunomiya just scoffs. I suggest you give up on your little adventurer dream, or at least learn to run fast enough to save your own skin. Haha. Thanks for the advice, Ikoma says calmly and walks away. Why argue with a kid 10 years younger than him? He heads straight for the guild's data room. If a temp party is impossible, he needs a permanent one, a class that could work well with his abilities. He sighs. First, he has to level up and get some achievements to be taken seriously. Yeah, starting over is never easy. He can already handle red hat goblins and other low-level monsters with simple attack patterns. He's mastered a few skills, so now it's time for a slightly higher-level dungeon. He scans the documents, and a level 25 gate called the Jade Statue Temple catches his eye. It's known as a place for adventurers to grind levels and collect magic cores. The monsters are so predictable that it's often left unconquered by stronger parties. The stone soldiers there are so slow and easy to beat that even a mid-rank adventurer can use it to farm for money and experience points. Basically, it's the perfect dungeon for a rookie. If Ikoma goes solo, he can make a decent haul, and the level isn't too high. He needs to pass a few challenges, level up, and build his resume to find work. So, the decision is made. Ikoma heads to the Jade Statue Temple to grind. But stick with me here, because at that exact moment, another player is sprinting out of that same temple, screaming in pure terror. I didn't know anything. Nobody told me, he cries, desperately trying to escape whatever's behind him before collapsing from sheer exhaustion. A second later, his body is crushed by a single strike from a stone soldier, a blood-soaked statue that's slaughtering adventurers. What? A level 12? Going to the Jade Statue Temple alone? Are you insane? The receptionist is in disbelief at Ikoma's request. He calmly points out he isn't breaking any rules. She knows it's true, but she can't just stand by and watch some fool march off to his own funeral. Besides, the Jade Statue Temple still has plenty of unexplored mysteries. What if some super-powered monster just pops out of nowhere? He'd be dead in an instant. Ikoma just waves off her concerns. I'm just going to take a quick look around and come back, he says calmly. Don't worry, I'm not planning on dying today. To get stronger, you have to take risks. He's an adventurer, after all. The only path forward is fighting monsters at or above his own level. Stepping through the gate, Ikoma arrives. Killing just one monster here should give him a huge level boost. He walks down a stone corridor lined with statues. As Ikoma passes, one of them silently draws its sword, preparing for a sneak attack. Ikoma dodges it with ease, shouting while you're trying to ambush someone, not the brightest move. He checks its stats. The stone soldier is level 20. A bit dumb looking, but perfect for grinding. The statue swings its sword again, and again, Ikoma easily sidesteps, making it grind its stone teeth in frustration. My turn. Ikoma uses gravity separation to decrease his own weight, then glides forward, landing a clean slash. It freezes, totally baffled. Ikoma uses the opening to land several more strikes. Just as he thought, even with a higher level, it's no match for him. It's just too slow. He can read its every single move. After just 1 minute, the stone soldier is covered in cracks. Ikoma smirks, mocking the creature for only knowing how to defend itself. Even with a head of solid rock, it understands the insult. The statue roars and charges forward for revenge. Ikoma could end this easily, but he wants to test a new theory. First, he uses gravity separation to swiftly dodge the slash. Then, he instantly doubles the gravity on the hand holding his sword, and one thrust punches straight through its stone body. The stone soldier cracks and splits in two. It's a combat method he just came up with. First, cut his body's weight in half to boost speed. Then, amplify the weight of his strike to add devastating power. The combination is both logical and brutally effective. After taking down the level 20 monster, Ikoma levels up, jumping from level 12 straight to 16. He also gains 8 new skill points. He decides to divide the points between gravity magic and gravity manipulation, his only 2 skills and the ones he uses the most. But he needs 10 points to upgrade a skill. With 10 points total, he chooses to upgrade gravity manipulation. Now at level 2, it can control not just the force of gravity, but also its direction. His mind races with the possibilities. Looks like this trip was definitely not a waste of time. His main objective is complete, and he has the monster's core. But he's still got plenty of mana left, and you and I both know an opportunity this good? He is not about to let it go to waste. Ikoma decides to explore a bit and test out his new skill. Elsewhere in the Great Stone Temple, another story is unfolding, and trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out. One of Utsunomiya's teammates heaps praise on him for finishing a stone golem in a single hit. Even though the golem had lightning resistance, it was useless against his power. Utsunomiya, soaking it all in, gets arrogant. These gates are for rookies. Leveling up here is a joke. We should be hitting higher level spots. A girl on the team brings up his conversation with Ikoma, suggesting that maybe he was a little too harsh. Utsunomiya scoffs, claiming he was just doing Ikoma a favor. You have to be realistic. Weak-minded gamers who rush in are why the population is dropping. Suddenly, footsteps echo, and he draws his sword, annoyed. His teammate notes the footsteps are much heavier than usual, but Utsunomiya doesn't care, probably just a fatter version of the last one. And right on cue, a massive stone golem stomps into view. The entire party is stunned by its sheer size. So much for being a little heavier. Okay, pay attention, because this is where reality hits them like a truck. The golem is level 33 with 3 freaky heads, but Utsunomiya is still confident he can win. His teammate is terrified they've never even fought a level 30 monster before, but not Utsunomiya. He figures the previous monsters were just weak trash mobs, designed for clueless newbies to farm. A team of rising stars like the Thunder Knights deserves a real challenge like this, he boasts. The 3-headed golem slams its fist down, shattering the stone floor with its sheer weight. His other teammate wants to retreat immediately. Utsunomiya is scared too, but he's too stubborn to admit it. Besides, it's 3 against 1, so why worry? In his eyes, it's just a walking rock, probably as slow as the others. Utsunomiya charges in, but the golem easily dodges his slash. Heh, so you're a bit faster, he mutters, trying to save face. Not stopping there, he accelerates and slashes across its abdomen. The golem takes the hit without moving an inch, making Utsunomiya think he's already won. But the golem is completely unharmed. If anything, it's even more aggressive now. Utsunomiya feels a pit in his stomach. He realizes he needs to coordinate with his team. Before he can even think of a plan, the golem unleashes a monstrous power that slams Utsunomiya to the ground in agony. Fear finally sinks in, a mere 4-level difference, and the power gap is this massive? Karen frantically shouts for Utsunomiya to snap out of it. Letting his guard down now is a death sentence. The golem doesn't wait. It attacks again. Karen barely manages to block but is still sent flying. The other teammate rushes in, only to take a devastating blow to the gut that sends him spitting blood. Utsunomiya is panicking. He'd never really paid monsters any mind before. Were they always this terrifying? He can only stare at its grotesque, smiling face. But Utsunomiya has always believed he is the chosen one, so he gathers all his strength and unleashes his ultimate move. Lightning slash. Dust explodes everywhere. Utsunomiya holds his breath, waiting. Lightning slash is the Thunder Knight's strongest skill, surely it must be dead. But it seems Utsunomiya forgot a basic fact. Rock doesn't conduct electricity. The three-headed golem is very much alive. He remembers Karen's praise, but now his legendary sword is snapped in two like a dry twig. Utsunomiya completely breaks down, crying and shaking. He doesn't want to die in a place like this. The stone golem advances, raising its weapon. He falls to his knees. "Please, spare me," he begs, slamming his head on the floor. And just when you think it's all over, Ikoma appears. In a flash, Ikoma zips past and slashes the golem's side, moving so fast it can't even be tracked. But just as he predicted, the attack does nothing. Utsunomiya recognizes him, the guy with the rare class but pathetic stats. "What are you doing playing hero?" he screams. "You can't beat that thing." Ikoma calmly admits it's true. He's only level 16, while the golem is nearly double that. He was planning on leveling up by absorbing weaker monsters. He wanted one more fight, but that was before this three-headed boss showed up out of nowhere. "Just run!" Utsunomiya yells, frustrated that Ikoma is just muttering to himself. His entire three-man party was wiped out. Ikoma has no chance. Gravity separation. Ikoma completely ignores him, moving like a blur past the golem. Even with 3 heads and 6 eyes, it can't keep up with his movements. He launches himself into the air and drives his sword straight down into the golem's head, making it roar. Utsunomiya is speechless. A magic class rookie is actually going toe-to-toe with that beast. This is what you call a massive skill gap. Ikoma assesses that the golem isn't moving fast enough, which allows him to manipulate gravity around it. But he can't land a decisive blow. Its defense is way too high, and with the massive level difference, his attacks barely scratch the surface. On top of that, his gravity magic burns through MP. The golem starts to counter, and Ikoma dodges, trying to figure out a strategy. There's only one option left. It's time to use his main character plot armor. Ikoma zips around, slashing at the golem again and again. Utsunomiya watches, disappointed, as the monster remains completely unscratched. He really thought some hidden master had appeared. Ikoma is burning through his MP with gravity separation, but without it, he can't win. If this fight drags on any longer, he's the one who's going to lose. He has to end this, and fast. Ikoma fluidly dodges the golem's attacks, frustrating the beast, then gracefully leaps from the ground right onto its head. Utsunomiya is stunned by how light on his feet Ikoma is, but that's not even the full extent of his skills. It's time to test a new skill, Gravity Manipulation, Level 2. Ikoma inverts his own personal gravity, making the ceiling his new floor. So this is how you use it from up high. He can amplify his attack power. He dives, simultaneously doubling the gravity on his own body. In an instant, Ikoma becomes as heavy as iron, plummeting at breathtaking speed. By the time the stone golem realizes what's happening, it's too late. It can only stand there as Ikoma's blade slices clean through it from head to tail, splitting its body in two as it crumbles into rock. Ikoma nets a clean 14 skill points and jumps to level 23, a well-deserved reward for killing a monster almost double his level. He sheathes his sword and cancels the gravity inversion. His body plummets, but thankfully his fall resistance skill kicks in, reducing the damage. It's a key skill for mitigating the side effects of his own magic. Utsunomiya just stares, completely dumbfounded by what he just witnessed. His ultimate move, his lightning slash, couldn't even leave a mark. He had mocked Ikoma in front of everyone, yet the guy still saved his life. He suddenly imagines Ikoma using this to humiliate him publicly, so when Ikoma calls his name, he flinches, on guard. But contrary to his fears, Ikoma just asks with genuine concern if he's okay to stand. Utsunomiya is stunned, then laughs bitterly at himself. And this is the part you and I both know that shows true character. Not everyone is as selfish as he is. Utsunomiya helps Ikoma to his feet, saying that was a close call. The whole group then heads back to the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist's jaw drops yet again when Ikoma announces he took down a level 30 stone soldier. A fairy tale sounds more believable than that. Knowing this would happen, Ikoma brought the Fiolette stone back as proof. The receptionist inspects its size, confirms the information, and agrees to log his achievement. If Ikoma were to sell the Fiolette now, he'd get about 24,000 yen. But he doesn't need the cash right now, just the stone to prove his accomplishment. As he's about to leave, Utsunomiya finds him, acting like a long-lost friend, and formally invites Ikoma to join his Thunder Knights Guild. The adventurers around them are stunned. The Thunder Knights are a new but very famous guild. Ikoma must be incredibly strong to get invited. Utsunomia smirks, saying the best perk of joining is working under his personal guidance every single day. Ikoma awkwardly scratches his head, making Utsunomiya think he's just being shy. But really, Ikoma's struggling with how to reject the blonde kid's offer. The crowd starts murmuring again when Ikoma turns him down flat. Now Utsunomiya is even more stunned. He looks worse than if he'd just been rejected after a love confession. He knew Ikoma was looking for a party. So Ikoma just walks away coldly, leaving Utsunomiya completely speechless. He plans to keep up this pace and seize the one thing he wants, the unique item from the echoing theater gate. In the past, its appearance threw the entire world into absolute chaos. This time, Ikoma is going to plan meticulously to claim that item for himself. For the next few days, Ikoma just grinds dungeons relentlessly. Every time he comes back, he cashes in a huge pile of crystals, stunning the receptionist and everyone else with his solo fighting power. And here's where things get interesting. He asks her to prepare the documents to upgrade him to D rank. Adventurer ranks start at F, then E after picking a class, but only those at D rank or higher can enter high-level gates. The receptionist looks troubled. To reach D rank, you need to be at least level 25. She still thinks Ikoma is level 23 like before. Ikoma holds up his brand new status plate. He's already jumped from level 23 to 26. She's horrified. Who levels up that fast? She has never seen anyone level up as quickly as Ikoma. Could the gravity controller class really be that overwhelmingly powerful? Ikoma doesn't say anything more about his class. He just needs to get to D rank. In his past life, he was an S rank adventurer with knowledge of the next 10 years. He could easily become a celebrity in the adventurer world, but he's prioritizing leveling up. More D rank gates will open soon, and with enough achievements, people will be begging to recruit him. Besides, his main target is the echoing theater gate that's about to open and the one-of-a-kind item inside. Before, the adventurer who obtained this item became insanely powerful, but he chose the path of a criminal, attacking and murdering other adventurers. That was a true nightmare for all adventurers, and Ikoma refuses to let that item fall into the wrong hands again. But to conquer the gate, he needs a partner. Too many people will just lead to arguments and slow him down. Ikoma wants quality over quantity, starting with a duo. He needs someone who can synergize well with a gravity controller, is qualified to enter the echoing theater gate, and who understands his solo achievements. Thinking it over, Ikoma feels like he might have too many conditions. He's not sure if he can even find someone who fits the bill. Okay, so Ikoma's search begins at the local guilds. He walks around the city for half a day, and the fourth guild he finds is in the middle of some intense drama. A girl named Aoi is screaming at a younger girl, Sasuke, calling her completely useless and weak. Ikoma just nods, thinking it's just a typical girl fight. Aoi points right in Sasuke's face and fires her. Sasuke's skills are too weak, just silly things like casting a curse that gives the enemy an upset stomach. On top of that, Sasuke is incredibly clumsy. Aoi demands a training fee for all the time Sasuke followed her around. Sasuke just stands there crying. The scene reminds Ikoma of his past, and while it bothers him, he can't help. He can't choose a partner out of pity. His own life would be on the line. Aoi keeps mocking Sasuke. Who chooses a trash class like witch? It's gloomy and has no future. But those three words, witch class, grab Ikoma's attention. That's the perfect partner for a gravity controller. It's also a necessary class for fighting the boss of the echoing theater gate. As Ikoma stands there thinking, Aoi snaps at him. What are you staring at? This isn't a soap opera, you know? Ikoma realizes he was being rude, so he quickly apologizes and shows her his adventurer certificate, saying he's here to recruit a member. The second Aoi sees Ikoma's D rank certificate, her entire expression changes. If she got recruited by someone that strong, she'd become famous in no time. But while Aoi is lost in her fantasy, Ikoma speaks directly to Sasuke. Join my party. Not just Aoi, but Sasuke herself is completely stunned. Only Ikoma knows just how badly he needs a witch right now. Aoi immediately starts scoffing, saying Sasuke's class is pure trash, and that Ikoma should party up with her instead. Sasuke also shyly declines. She's only level 17, while Ikoma is already level 26. But Ikoma is determined to recruit her. He needs her help more than anyone. Sasuke is still feeling down after Aoi's brutal criticism, wondering if she should even continue being an adventurer anymore. That's not a problem at all. Give me a little time, and I promise I'll make you stronger, Ikoma says with a sincere urgency that leaves Sasuke speechless. Deeply moved, Sasuke bows her head, thanks Ikoma, and agrees to join him. Aoi just watches from the side, seething with jealousy and scorn. Before they leave, Ikoma coldly says, "Thanks for the advice, but I think I know a bit more about classes than you do because he's from the future. A witch will cover all of the gravity controller's weaknesses. Plus, the witch class is perfectly suited for conquering the echoing theater." With Sasuke by the two head to a cafe where Sasuke formally introduces herself. She's still doubtful about why Ikoma chose her as a partner, simply because she believes her witch class is completely useless. Ikoma's gravity controller class is looked down on just as much, but he promises her that in a few years, everyone's opinion is going to change. Then, he starts talking about the gate. Sasuke assumes they'll start with some beginner-level gates, but Ikoma tells her to dream bigger. His target is the Echoing Theater Gate, which is level 30 and above. Sasuke immediately starts to worry. The gate's level is way too high, and on top of that, it's a brand new, unexplored gate filled with countless unknown dangers. And you and I both know what she's thinking. She feels like dead weight. Her level is low, her class is useless, she'll just hold Ikoma back. "No," Ikoma says, promising to always take the lead so she won't ever be in danger. From his time in the future, he'd read countless records about dungeons, including the Echoing Theater, so Ikoma is certain the two of them are more than enough to conquer it. "Just trust me," she says with a convincing confidence that moves Sasuke, since no one has ever treated her this way before. Ikoma also reveals he's after a secret weapon that drops from this very gate. Sasuke notices he mentioned the gate would appear soon. Does he somehow know when and where they'll show up? Of course, Ikoma can't just say he's from the future. He lies, claiming he has a special item that tells him. But Sasuke is still curious. Even if a gate appears, how do they know when it will open? Just then, an emergency alert hits everyone's phones at once. A new gate has appeared in Tokyo's Murakyu district. Murakyu is right nearby. Talk about perfect timing. Ikoma decides they'll head out tomorrow. The gate won't be cleared for a week, but the boss needs to be taken down as soon as possible. The next day, the pair travel to Murakyu, where anti-monster forces have been working around the clock. A nurse runs out, asking if they have insurance before telling them to report back on the monster's appearances and skills. Finally, she warns them not to push their luck, as new gates always have the highest casualty rates. "We know," Ikoma replies, and the two of them step into the gate. Sasuke wonders if he's really going to conquer this place. Of course he is, but he can't let anyone else know, or they never would have been allowed inside. Sasuke is still anxious, so Ikoma apologizes for forcing her to come along for his own personal goals. He promises they'll retreat the second things turn south. Hearing this, Sasuke firms her resolve, declaring that she'll do her best and that Ikoma can even use her as bait. Her thinking leaves him speechless. All he really needs is her sorceress skill, specifically Mana Drain. Now here's the key to his whole plan. Mana Drain is a technique that steals an opponent's MP, making it one of the most useful skills for a long battle against a powerful enemy. Better yet, it can transfer that stolen MP to an ally, which is why a sorceress is the perfect partner for a gravity controller. With her support, he'll never have to worry about MP again. He can just stay in here and grind levels until the gate breaks. But Sasuke isn't so confident, saying her Mana Drain only siphons a tiny bit of mana. Ikoma knows that's a common misconception for inexperienced fighters, so he'll hold the monster's attention for as long as possible, creating openings for her to strike. Just then, a level 26 grizzly jumps out to greet them. Just as planned, Ikoma uses gravity manipulation to draw the bear's attention. At the right moment, he signals Sasuke. She draws a magic circle and fires off a sphere of darkness. The bear, shrouded in shadows, is completely blinded. This is Ikoma's chance. He leaps up, doubles the gravity on his hands, and slices its head clean off. Monsters at this level are still easy prey. He was just demonstrating how they'll coordinate. Meanwhile, Sasuke is thrilled to gain 3 levels at once, but she still feels like a burden for only casting 1 spell. Ikoma lifts her spirits, telling her that sorceresses will definitely be useful later on. Besides, they're teammates, so helping her level up is only natural. Teammates? The word touches Sasuke. Back in Aoi's group, they never treated her like one. Plus, her level is rising way faster with Ikoma. She vows to try even harder in the next fight. Seeing her fired up, Ikoma feels relieved. It seems his intuition about her wasn't wrong. He's certain they can defeat the boss and claim the unique equipment inside. In the past, the infamous criminal Karu obtained it and became a menace to all adventurers. This time, they're going to change history and stop that psycho. The day Karu originally conquered this gate is still a long way off. It's only day 2, and they're doing great. At least that's what Ikoma thinks. but trust me, you are not ready for this reveal. Karu is already inside the gate, toying with another adventurer. Once he's bored, he uses an assassin's agility to finish the guy off with a dagger. He levels up again from the kill. Karu scoffs, mocking how even a weakling like that gives so much experience. His mind is completely warped, a born criminal. Why hunt monsters when hunting people is so much easier? Plus, stealing EXP from others levels him up way faster. He's already at level 37. Back with our crew, Ikoma continues to farm monsters. Sasuke, just by providing support from the back, hits level 22. Even so, she feels frustrated, like she's just a rock in his path when Ikoma could easily defeat them all by himself. Ikoma doesn't say much. These monsters are weak, so he's just showing her the ropes. He honestly has no idea how she managed to survive this long. Sasuke points out that their MP is getting low. Ikoma checks and confirms he's down to just 16 out of 45 MP after using his gravity manipulation so much. Sasuke thinks they should retreat once they hit half MP, but Ikoma just flashes a wicked grin. It's time to do it. A hobgoblin jumps out exactly what he needed. He grabs it and tells Sasuke to use Mana Drain. She hesitates. Using Mana Drain on a completely subdued monster means an infinite supply of mana, which can then be transferred to someone else. Theoretically, it works, but she can't help but feel sorry for the monster. Ikoma urges her on, saying the hobgoblin is just helping them out. So, Sasuke is forced to cast Mana Drain, but as the hobgoblin lies unconscious, she's overwhelmed with guilt, vowing not to do this again. Okay, I'm starting the transfer now, she says, her face bright red, since this is her first time. Ikoma is annoyed, but her bashful expression is making him feel awkward too. Sasuke silently transfers the MP to him, and the atmosphere gets even more tense. After it's done, Ikoma receives 9 MP. Sasuke feels her skill is pretty inefficient, so Ikoma has a great idea. They just need to catch 6 more goblins, and they'll be all set. What? We have to do that 6 more times? Sasuke is horrified. Ikoma, on the other hand, is perfectly calm. It's the easiest way to recover our MP, you know. So after draining their MP, Ikoma sends the hobgoblins on a one-way trip to the afterlife. They've basically recovered all their initial MP and even gained a few more levels. A moment ago, she felt bad for the goblins, but now Sasuke thinks this method is absolutely brilliant. By just stealing MP, they can clear this entire gate without a single worry. You might think they'd grind some more, but Ikoma heads straight for the boss, the enraged clown. It looks like a giant walking roly-poly toy. The plan is the same. Ikoma charges in first while Sasuke maintains her distance. You and I both know this won't be easy. This boss has incredibly high HP and a ridiculously fast recovery rate. It regenerates 12 HP every minute, making it tough to beat even at the same level. So, if you can't play fair, you play dirty to win. Ikoma is about to use a few tricks to take it down. The enraged clown forms a fireball, then winds up and hurls it straight at him. Ikoma manipulates gravity to lightly dodge the high-speed projectile. At this range, he can still evade the boss's relentless barrage of attacks. At the same time, Sasuke uses Mana Drain from behind, stealing a small amount of MP from the enraged clown. And we're back in the thick of it. The boss glares at Sasuke, clearly marking her after that MP steal. Run! Ikoma signals, knowing a volley of fireballs is about to head straight for her. Ikoma shouts, telling Sasuke to run to the center unless she wants to be cornered. And just as predicted, the rage clown shoots several fireballs right at Sasuke, forcing her to run for her life. Did you forget about me? Ikoma yells, rushing in to block the attack just before the flames reach Sasuke. Intercepted, the rage clown lets out a furious roar. Watching from the side, Sasuke sees the fireballs are incredibly fast and deadly. They have to work together to win. Ikoma uses his gravity powers, leaping from left to right so fast the clown can't track him. Enraged, it just charges at Ikoma, blasting away. Seeing the danger, all Sasuke can do is scream Ikoma's name. A huge explosion erupts with a wave of intense heat. The boss laughs, ecstatic, thinking it has finally killed him. But Ikoma is somehow on the ceiling, leaving the creature stunned. That confusion quickly turns into pure, rampaging fury. Luckily, Ikoma had reversed gravity in time, otherwise he would have been toast. Before the fight, they had a strategy. Sasuke wasn't supposed to attack directly. The boss's magic skills are just too fast and powerful. If Sasuke couldn't dodge, she'd be roasted. But by chipping away from afar, she could force the boss to reveal a fatal flaw. She hits it with Mana Drain again. The boss misses its attack and loses MP, sending it into a rage as it charges right at her. Sasuke is terrified. She's frozen to the spot, squeezing her eyes shut and just waiting for the pain. But a few seconds pass and no fire comes from the boss's hands. Even it looks confused. Ikoma just smirks. The reason is simple. It's out of MP. After all those fireballs and teleports, plus Sasuke siphoning mana, it had nothing left in the tank. On top of that, this Rage Clown relies entirely on skills to attack, so with an empty mana bar, its only option is to turn tail and run. But there's nowhere to run now. Ikoma dives from above, slamming a meteorite slash down on its head. Without teleportation, this boss is just another weak mob with no escape. Sasuke jumps in, firing a darkness orb to stop the Rage Clown from healing. And now for the finale, brought to you by Ikoma. He doubles the gravity in his hands and slices its head clean off. And just like that, the boss of the Whispering Dungeon is defeated, and Ikoma successfully hits level 30. Sasuke is overjoyed. It's her first time defeating a real boss with a teammate, and the feeling is incredible. What now? She asks. Ikoma says they need to leave before the gate closes, which sends Sasuke into a panic. But he tells her it takes at least half a day for the gate to close completely, and monsters won't spawn anymore. Sasuke scratches her head, embarrassed. It's her first time, so she thought they'd be trapped forever, which would be awesome. Or, a disaster. As the clown's body melts away, a bright light appears. Sasuke is worried, but Ikoma looks incredibly hopeful. Finally, the item he was hoping for appears. The Sword King drops from the boss, the perfect weapon for a gravity controller. With this, Ikoma is on the path to becoming unbeatable. The Sword King is a top-tier weapon that speeds up skill casting and reduces MP cost. Sasuke doesn't think it looks all that powerful, so Ikoma begins to explain. He tells her, the Sword King boosts the power of every single skill the user has. It's an item so strong it could break the entire game's balance. It's especially perfect for classes like the Gravity Controller, which often have openings when switching skills. It also fixes his biggest weakness, massive MP drain. With this sword, Ikoma can cover his own fatal flaws. Sasuke finally gets it. She even remembers that in the past, the adventurer who wielded this very sword reached the legendary Kappa rank. But that guy was a cold-blooded murderer. By getting the sword first, Ikoma has prevented that dark future from happening. Sasuke looks at the sword thoughtfully. If it covers all his weaknesses, does that mean she's become useless? She stammers, asking Ikoma, so, you don't need me anymore? Ikoma admits he hadn't thought about it, but even with the Sword King, his MP consumption is still incredibly high. Sasuke breathes a huge sigh of relief. She then gives the sword a deadly glare. Who would have thought her biggest job competitor would be a sword? Now it's time to use those skill points. To become the #1 adventurer, he can't just upgrade everything. He needs to focus on his special gravity abilities. So Ikoma decides to level up gravity magic and gravity manipulation. He also unlocks a brand new skill, Super Gravity Orb. Before, he used to overuse gravity manipulation so much that he'd always be left exhausted. Ikoma is hyped to have a new toy to play with. Testing new skills is always the best part. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Looks like I'm a little late, making them both turn their heads. And just when you think they're safe, a man named Karu walks in, clapping sarcastically. Not bad killing that clown, he smirks. Ikoma is just trying to figure out who this guy is. He couldn't sense his presence at all. It must be a concealment skill. He probably thought they would lose and was hiding in the back, collecting info on the boss. It's a cowardly move, but not exactly rare. Still, something about the red hair and skinny frame seems familiar to Ikoma. He feels like he's seen this guy somewhere before. Suddenly, Ikoma's expression darkens. That's JB Karu, the original owner of the Sword King from the past. But why is he here now? In the original timeline, it took him way longer to beat this boss. Then, it clicks. Karu must have been here in the past, too, just waiting for someone else to defeat the boss for him. Then he would attack the exhausted adventurers right after their victory. That totally fits his personality, a guy who enjoys hunting people more than monsters. Karu casually asks about the Sword King, asking to take a closer look. Ikoma pretends to agree. Karu scoffs internally, thinking what a naive idiot. He'll deal with Ikoma quickly, and then have his fun with Sasuke. Hey, Karu says with a smirk, watch your step. The second the words are out, he dives straight at Ikoma to attack. Though startled by his creepy face, Ikoma manages to dodge in time. He immediately launches a counterattack, but Karu dodges it. Ikoma grinds his teeth as his plan fails. He was planning to feign getting hit and strike back instantly, but Karu is just too fast. His level is in a completely different league compared to them. Weird. How did you know? Karu laughs, excited. The people he's killed before were nobodies, but Ikoma seems different. Sasuke sees them fighting and asks what's going on. Ikoma quickly explains. Karu is a player killer, a violent murderer whose entire class is built around speed and surprise attacks. Karu is surprised Ikoma knows so much, but since his cover is blown, there's no need to act anymore. He demands Ikoma hand over the Sword King, and he'll let them live. After all, dungeons have no surveillance to record his crimes, but Ikoma isn't stupid. He knows from the very beginning, Karu had no intention of letting either of them leave here alive. His plan completely exposed, Karu's face twists before he bursts out laughing. Heh, you're pretty sharp. A brave kid like you just makes me want to watch you die, full of regret and coughing up blood. Ikoma regrets not being more prepared for Karu's arrival. After that brief exchange, he knows exactly how massive the level gap between them is. And you and I both know this is bad, Ikoma warns Sasuke to stay put, because a guy like Karu can one-shot a mage like her. One wrong move, and she's dead. Bottom line, Ikoma will protect Sasuke, no matter what. But you and I both know Karu is a bad matchup. They're in different classes, and besides, he has way more combat experience. If Karu gets to her, Sasuke will be traumatized for life. Ikoma charges in, but with a single dagger, Karu effortlessly blocks his sword strike. Kaoru smirks. Ikoma's attacks might look powerful, but he can tell the kid has never killed anyone. Kaoru's own hands, however, are stained with blood. To him, Ikoma is just a greenhorn. Kaoru presses his advantage, creating an opening, but Ikoma is faster than he expected. Even after being pinned by the dagger, his sword doesn't even crack. There's only one possibility. Ikoma can read his movements. But Karu refuses to accept such a humiliating idea. Watching from the side, Sasuke is in awe of Ikoma's strength and intelligence. Little does she know, Ikoma is struggling to keep up. Luckily, he got the king's sword beforehand, which lets him fluidly switch between dispersing and doubling gravity. Still, Ikoma's MP is dropping like a stone. Annoyed, Karu flicks a poison needle at him. The attack is sudden, but Ikoma manages to bat it away just in time. Kaoru's jaw drops in disbelief. Ikoma blocked his poison needle on the very first try. Not only that, he counters so fast that he manages to slash Kaoru's cheek. You won't survive just by running around like that. Kaoru furiously strikes back, and just like that, Ikoma reveals an opening. Kaoru immediately uses a flash strike, aiming for his neck. Ikoma doubles the gravity in his hand, knocking the dagger away. Kaoru accelerates his arm, unleashing a storm of blows to find a weakness. But that very skill makes his movements easy to predict. Kaoru grinds his teeth. Just who is this guy, lecturing him like he's his old man? At this critical moment, Sasuke launches a sphere of darkness, completely blinding Kaoru. Seizing the opportunity, Ikoma leaps forward and slashes him across the face, but still can't land a fatal blow. Ah, the pain. You dare to ruin my eye? Kaoru screams, clutching the bleeding wound. Ikoma has a handle on his skills, but he hesitates, having never taken a life before. On top of that, his MP is nearly gone from the boss fight. How is he supposed to recover it now? Kaoru wonders why he's faltering against a mere kid. The longer this fight drags on, the more Ikoma reads his movements. Just how is this guy so strong? Kaoru's vision is blurry. He can't clearly see Ikoma's attacks anymore. He's forced to rely purely on instinct to dodge. Ikoma grows frustrated as his slashes keep missing. Kaoru questions why Ikoma is rushing things even though he has the upper hand. Then suddenly, he understands. A smug grin spreads across his face. He's realized Ikoma is running out of steam after the boss fight. That's why he's in such a hurry to finish this. You're pretty good, Kaoru laughs. If you make it out of here alive, one day people will probably call you a hero. But that day will never come, because today, Ikoma ran into him. And trust me, this is the moment that will make him regret ever stepping through this gate. Kaoru attacks with newfound confidence, knowing Ikoma is running on empty. Sasuke throws another sphere of darkness to help, but Karu isn't falling for that again, easily dodging it while ignoring her completely. Right now, Kaoru has one goal: kill Ikoma. Just a moment ago, Ikoma had the advantage, but somewhere along the line, the tables have completely turned. Nice. Kill or be killed, Kaoru thinks to himself. This is the perfect battle. Ikoma doesn't respond, relentlessly slashing at Kaoru, who dodges every single strike. Missed me, Kaoru taunts him, only to receive a swift kick to the chin for his trash talk. He leaps back. Is that all you've got? Ikoma analyzes the situation as he fights. If he reduces gravity, his movements will become more agile. Karu is only using powerful strikes, but they're easy to avoid. The problem is, Karu knows he's running out of MP and is getting more ferocious. He's already unleashed his most dangerous trump card, a body transformation skill that will kill him once it wears off. You've hit your limit, haven't you? Karu sneers while barraging Ikoma with attacks. He's exactly right. That means Ikoma has to make his next attack the final one. Ikoma reverses gravity, leaping onto the ceiling. Kaoru is stunned by the move. He has no idea what Ikoma is planning, but he can't reach him up there. From above, Ikoma takes a deep breath. This next slash will decide everything. Pouring all his remaining MP into it, he dives down with a meteor strike. Kaoru tries his best to defend, but the incredible weight is just too much to handle. The slash cuts straight through his body, and Ikoma's MP finally hits 0. Sasuke cheers, congratulating Ikoma on his victory. But Ikoma knows better. He apologizes to Sasuke, then collapses. Behind him, Kaoru slowly gets back to his feet, grinning. Finally ran out of gas, did you? Ikoma struggles to tell Sasuke to run. Kaoru doesn't have the strength to chase her anymore. Kaoru has to respect his spirit, fighting a boss to exhaustion, then dealing with him, all while protecting her. Sasuke stands frozen, her hands trembling as she clutches her staff. Ikoma grits his teeth. Nothing went as he'd hoped. Now this psycho Kaoru is rambling, asking for his name. Meanwhile, Sasuke is drowning in negative thoughts, feeling like she's nothing but dead weight. If only she had listened to Ayui and given up being an adventurer. But then she remembers Ikoma's words. She stops her tears. What good is being weak right now? And yeah, I know what you're thinking. It's about damn time. I would never give my name to a scumbag like you, Ikoma snaps. Kaoru is shocked. He's never met someone ruder than himself. For the first time, he feels he should respect an opponent, so he'll grant Ikoma the honor of being remembered by him forever. Just as Kaoru prepares to land the final blow, a sphere of darkness hurtles toward him. Kaoru steps back, annoyed that some useless trash is getting in his way. But then, the staff slams into his wound, making him cry out in pain. He glares at Sasuke, cursing. Who would have thought she'd aim for his blind spot? Sasuke runs to Ikoma's side. He has no idea what she's doing. Why isn't she running? Does she want them both to die here? I'm not running away, Sasuke says firmly. How could she turn her back on the person who saved her? She begins transferring her MP to Ikoma. Why didn't she think of doing this earlier? Kaoru gets up, all fun and games are over. This time he'll take care of Sasuke first. He lunges with a flash strike, but Ikoma is back on his feet and blocks the attack. Kaoru sees the light radiating from Ikoma, a clear sign his MP has been restored. Damn it, you filthy cheater, he roars. Ikoma stares Kaoru down. One has fully restored MP, the other just clawed his way back from death's door. Let's see who wins this round. Ikoma attacks first, forcing Kaoru onto the defensive. He summons a swarm of daggers from his magic portal. Sasuke watches with worry, but she has no reason to be. This is our main character, after all. Gravity magic. Seal! Ikoma raises the king's sword, concentrating a massive amount of MP. This will be the final blow. Kaoru's eyes widen as he curses. There's no way he can dodge this in time. A sphere of darkness crashes down on Kaoru. He's been completely defeated by someone at a lower level. Inside these gates, there are no rules. Even the official monster fighting forces operate under that unspoken law. As a result, reports of deaths inside the gates are always slow and vague. Ikoma could end Kaoru right now, but with Sasuke here, he chooses not to. And that decision tells you and I everything about his character. Ikoma tells her to go report to the monster combat forces while he keeps an eye on Kaoru. Since the boss is gone, the other monsters have vanished, making the path completely safe for her. Seeing how professionally Ikoma handles everything, Kaoru finally understands there's a massive gap between them. It feels like the man standing before him has survived countless brutal battles. Once they're out of the gate, Ikoma and Sasuke head to a cafe. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how fast the news of Kaoru's capture blows up online. Sasuke lets out a sigh of relief that they were allowed to go. She was sure they'd be held for questioning. Ikoma puts his phone away, explaining that gate-related criminals rarely get released back into society. If Kaoru hadn't been so obvious with his crimes, the combat forces might never have known. Ever since the gates appeared, the world has been turned upside down. Crime outside the gates has skyrocketed. The situation got so extreme, the government basically became a dictatorship. Society has changed, and with so many people in poverty, survival is their only priority. Sasuke has no desire to run into another mass murderer inside a gate. Once was definitely more than enough. Are you scared? Ikoma asks her. If she wants to be an adventurer, she has to get used to things like this. It's the reality they live in now. Becoming an adventurer isn't the only way to make a living, but of course, Ikoma is a special case. Sasuke rubs her hands together. She can't pretend she wasn't scared, but in the moment she saved Ikoma, she felt like they were true partners. After being looked down on for so long, that feeling was pure happiness. She knows there will be more terrifying things and difficult situations ahead, but Sasuke promises that as long as she's with Ikoma, she'll give it her all. Ikoma is taken aback by her sincere words and feels he should respond in kind. Let's stick together then. He holds out his hand to Sasuke, and their handshake marks the true start of their partnership. Listening to Sasuke talk, Ikoma realizes what a genuinely kind-hearted person she is. Sasuke opens up, admitting she rarely fights for others, which is why I always hated that part of her. She even trained harder skills, but believes being with Ikoma will help her truly grow. Listening to her ramble on all day, painting all these future scenarios for them, makes Ikoma's head spin. She's a good kid if a little talkative, but at least her gloomy mood has lifted. Suddenly, people in the cafe start staring at them, glancing back and forth between the pair and their phones. The crowd realizes that Ikoma and Sasuke are the two who conquered the gate in one day and captured that serial killer. Ikoma wonders why everyone is suddenly gathered around them. You two are the hot topic in every guild, Utsunomia says, appearing out of nowhere. And here's where it gets wild. The article didn't use their names, but it didn't bother to blur their faces. Now they're going viral. Everyone's scrambling for information trying to hunt you down, Utsunomia says, pointing excitedly at Ikoma. I knew you had star potential. You have to join the Thunder Knights Guild. Before he can finish, Aoi shoves him aside, putting on a fake innocent face as she approaches Sasuke. Aoi grabs Sasuke's hand, acting deeply apologetic. We're friends. We can't be apart. For a second, Sasuke actually looks moved by the apology. But it turns out the only thing Aoi is interested in is Sasuke's power. She saw the news and came running to see if her level had gone up. Sasuke ignores everything Aoi is saying, stands up, and pulls Ikoma away. As they coldly walk off, Utsunomiya and Aoi can do nothing to stop them. Ikoma is curious. Isn't Aoi your friend? Is it okay to just leave like that? Sasuke's voice turns to ice. Friend? She's a stranger to me. Besides, Sasuke is more worried about the video of them spreading all over the internet. Ikoma, however, sees it as just another way to make a living from the gates. After all, there are even streamers inside dungeons. For instance, doing ASMR inside a gate, or live streaming a dungeon conquest. Ikoma isn't a fan of such bizarre content, but he can't deny that they make a ton of money. Sasuke flinches. She's actually subscribed to a few of those channels. But now that people are hunting for them, she wonders if she should unsubscribe. Ikoma is speechless. Who would have guessed she was a fan? In another gate, a streamer named Furigora Hoshinan is celebrating her latest video hitting 1 million views. But the real hot topic is the mysterious new adventurer who caught the serial killer. Their short clip has more views than her newest video. A guard notes that trending topics attract more viewers, so Hoshinan needs to come up with something more interesting. Conquering a new gate in a single day? Hoshinan is getting annoyed. This is a direct obstacle on her path to becoming the #1 streamer in the world. The next day, the two meet at the cafe again, this time to discuss Sasuke's weapon. From now on, the monsters will get stronger in quality, not quantity, so they need powerful gear. Something to cover the offensive weaknesses of the mage class. Sasuke needs a much better item. Ikoma plans to use their next raid to earn enough money to buy her a weapon. Sasuke feels guilty that they have to risk their lives just for her. Ikoma sighs at her overthinking. If my partner has a strong weapon, I benefit too. The word partner makes Sasuke's heart soar. That's right, we're partners. Ikoma just nods, speechless, wondering if she's going to fall for the first pretty boy she meets. After some searching, he finds a gate perfect for earning cash, the Tomb of the Ancient King. It's a new gate, discovered just days ago, with an unusually high drop rate. But here's the secret, the part only we and Ikoma know. It's a special type of dungeon known as a rare gate. Of course, right now, no one else knows it's a rare gate. Only Ikoma, with his knowledge from the past, has notes about these dungeons. The items that drop here sell for an insane amount of money. Not only that, they can find rare weapons inside as well. Ikoma plans to take advantage of the situation and loot everything valuable before anyone else figures it out. The thought alone makes him grin a smile so intense it actually startles Sasuke. That night, they begin the raid. The moment they step inside, a level 29 gold-loving skeleton blocks their path. Ikoma immediately analyzes its weak points and leaps into the fight. Sasuke is so mesmerized by his serious combat style that she forgets to provide support. His attacks do nothing to the skeleton, and he yells for her to cast a spell before they both get killed. Snapped out of her daze, Sasuke immediately summons an attack spell while Ikoma keeps the skeleton warrior busy. With a single shadow orb, Sasuke successfully destroys the skeleton. After it vanishes, a D-rank sword appears, emitting a legendary blue flame. Ikoma feels like it's their lucky day. This sword has to be worth at least 400,000 yen. The price shocks Sasuke. A tiny dagger like that is worth 400,000 yen? Ikoma isn't entirely sure. Each weapon has different strengths, making them hard to price. But plenty of adventurers want weapons like this, even without special effects. Sasuke is stunned. Just how much money are they trying to earn if Ikoma doesn't even blink at a 400,000 yen sword? 3 million yen, Ikoma answers flatly, sending Sasuke into another spiral of shock. She's never imagined earning that much in her entire life. But for Ikoma, this is just business. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how far they'll go to hit that goal. Ikoma figures he can clear this place out in 3 days, then sell all the metal for scrap. Sasuke does the math in her head, 3 million yen in 3 days? That's 1 million a day. She feels less like an adventurer and more like a high-end tomb raider. But suddenly, Ikoma hears fighting from another room. He finds a strange mummy monster facing off with a bodyguard who lands 2 quick strikes before retreating to Hoshinan's side. The other guard is getting a camera ready for a performance. The tall bodyguard enchants a sword with fire and hands it to Hoshinan. She leaps towards the monster, incinerating its entire body with a single, flawless slash. After sticking the landing, she strikes a cute pose and says to the camera, "Hey everyone, it's your girl Hoshinan. Join me today as we explore a brand new gate." She proudly shows off the monster she defeated. Up above, Ikoma and Sasuke are watching the whole ridiculous act unfold. Sasuke recognizes her from the Top app. "Wow, she's so cool." Sasuke gushes, totally starstruck, but the mood suddenly turns ice cold as Ikoma glares down at Hoshinan. Sasuke freezes, remembering that Ikoma absolutely despises streamers who fake their way through gates, and she just praised one right in front of him. Hoshinan reviews the video, then sees 2 pairs of feet in the frame and screams, "Hey, you two, your feet are in my shot. Get out of here. It took me forever to find the perfect place to film." Ikoma slowly walks down, calling out her little charade. "That monster was already half dead before you even jumped in to finish it off." Hoshinan just sighs. "It's called staging, old man. If you want to get famous, you have to make videos that grab people's attention. It's just part of the job." Speaking of videos, she asks her manager if the edit is finished. He tried his best to make Hoshinan look like a total badass, but he couldn't edit out Ikoma and Sasuke's legs. Hoshinan sighs she'll have to film it all over again. "Hey," Ikoma begins, but she cuts him off with a glare, forbidding him from calling her that. "My name is Hoshinan. At the very least, call me the beautiful Lady Shima." Ikoma apologizes, introducing himself and Sasuke. He also says sorry for ruining her video. Hoshinan just shrugs it off. She doesn't have time to argue, so she'll let it slide. But Ikoma's not finished. "Why did you choose this place to film your video?" She gets annoyed. "For the money, obviously. Gate videos attract millions of views. Plus, this place is full of content ideas. The ad revenue is easily in the 10-figure range. It's one of the fastest ways for adventurers to get famous, and Hoshinan already sees herself as a national idol." Ikoma gives her a disapproving look. Being an adventurer is a complex and challenging job. She'd be better off dropping the whole staged performance act. What the hell? Hoshinan is completely stunned by his words, but he keeps lecturing her, saying that a high-level gate is no place for some top idol wannabe. "If you come in here with zero knowledge about the gate, you're just asking for a tragic ending." Hoshinan grinds her teeth. He already ruined her video, and now he's lecturing her like he's her father. Even Sasuke feels he's being a little too harsh, but he insists he's just trying to help her. The bodyguard tries calming Hoshinan down, but it's too late. Suddenly, an idea hits Hoshinan. She tells her manager to hand her the camera. She's not about to let Ikoma lecture her without fighting back. So, Hoshinan proposes a challenge. And let me tell you, this is where it gets good. A contest to see who can collect the most magic crystals. If she wins, Ikoma has to apologize on camera while she posts the video online, but if Ikoma wins, she'll do anything he asks. Deal. Ikoma agrees instantly, much to Sasuke's surprise. Hoshinan sets the time limit for 3 hours, taunting him not to run away if things get tough. On their way, her bodyguard asks why she made such a risky bet. It's all for the content. A video titled "Defeating a Trash-Talking Adventurer" would definitely rack up views and bring in massive income. Besides, she's furious about Ikoma's lecture. She's going to make him apologize for daring to say she didn't know anything. Meanwhile, Ikoma has already started hunting. With these mummy-type monsters, he just needs to knock them off balance before slicing down from above. Simple and efficient. An item drops, instantly cheering Ikoma up. It's a D-grade gauntlet. Even after returning to the past, his old treasure-hunting instincts are still sharp as ever. Sasuke asks Ikoma why he accepted Hoshinan's challenge. If he loses and that video goes online, it's going to be a huge embarrassment. Winners become kings. And how could I possibly lose? He's determined to win and make her reconsider her path. But for now, they have too much loot and his bag is full. Sasuke pulls out her own magic bag, and the two continue on. After a while, they reach a dead end in front of a giant sphinx statue. Suddenly, its eyes glow, the ground starts shaking violently, and an iron gate slams shut behind them. Now, this is one of those classic dungeon gimmicks, a special event, and you and I both know most of them are traps, but some can offer incredible rewards. Luckily for them, they're in a rare type of gate. This could be a life-changing opportunity, or it could be their tomb. Use your wisdom, the statue booms, and answer my questions. The statue explains it will ask questions until they get one wrong. If they can't answer more than 3 correctly, they'll be trapped here with it forever. Sasuke is terrified, having never seen a talking statue before. Ikoma, however, isn't fazed. He knows gates often test you in ways besides combat. Fail just one condition, and you're done for. Sasuke panics, admitting she's terrible with trivia. Ikoma just smirks, reassuring her. Don't worry, you've got a genius right here. Nothing to worry about. The statue asks its first question. What is the total experience needed to level up from 1 to 10? Sasuke fumbles, trying to calculate, while Ikoma calmly gives the answer, 45. Correct. The statue nods. Ikoma had already studied all these questions in his past life, so he's not even breaking a sweat. Next question. What is the name of the monster with 3 faces and 4 names? The cursed doll, Ikoma replies instantly, making the stone statue start to sweat. It says the quiz only ends when he gets one wrong, but at this rate, it feels like it could go on forever. The statue is miserable. Why did it have to get these 2? Just answer one question wrong, please. For question 20, the statue tries its hardest question yet. Which monster secretes the most green-colored slime? Ikoma had researched this one too. No such monster exists. It only appears in gates created through alchemy. It's a trick question, but he's as calm as ever. He answered all 20 questions. Unbelievable, a genius. The statue trembles and then shatters into pieces. At the same time, the exit reopens. He managed to answer every single trick question, all thanks to coming back from the future. Ikoma silently apologizes to the statue. Then Sasuke spots something glowing in the rubble. Ikoma whips his head around. It's a C-grade artifact. Let me show you how one rare item changes the entire game. It's called a storage ring, and it holds items in a different dimension, with its capacity depending on the user's magic. Ikoma is thrilled to get it. It's both rare and incredibly useful, but Sasuke doesn't get what the big deal is. So Ikoma throws out a number, 10 trillion yen. Sasuke nearly jumps out of her skin. A cheap-looking ring is worth 10 trillion yen? Ikoma figures it must be a huge reward for answering so many questions correctly. Sasuke is still thinking about their bet with Hoshinan, but with this ring, they no longer have to struggle carrying a mountain of items. Now, they don't have to overthink their battles. For those skeletons who love jewelry, Ikoma just has to open a path for Sasuke's magic to wipe them out. And the weaker monsters? Even easier. If Sasuke runs low on MP, she'll just steal it from the monsters. Their plan is flawless, and they're raking in a ton of rare items. They'll be billionaires in no time. Every time they get something cool, Ikoma tosses it into the storage ring. They already have 6 magic crystals, more than enough to beat Hoshinan's team. So now, Ikoma's looking for other games to play. They've got plenty of time and energy, so the other teams will just have to wait for him to send them packing. Meanwhile, Hoshinan is struggling after taking down just one monster, wondering why they're so much stronger in this area. Her bodyguard states the obvious. This gate is too high level for them, though beating 2 monsters is still pretty impressive. Hoshinan takes a seat, smugly thinking that the other 2 must be having a really tough time. One guard asks what they'll do if they lose, but the word lose isn't in Hoshinan's dictionary. If they lose, she'll just bribe Ikoma and Sasuke with money and pretend she won. Well, look who's casually taking a break here. Ikoma walks past with the most punchable grin ever. Hoshinan plays it cool, saying, "Of course, we're in no rush." She mocks them. "You probably haven't found a single crystal yet, have you? It's not too late to apologize." and you just know Ikoma's been waiting for this. He opens the storage ring, and Hoshinon's eyes nearly pop out. How? How did you two collect so many? And what is that ring? Ikoma smirks. It's a matter of skill. Still not too late to apologize, is it? He throws her own words right back at her, leaving Hoshinon completely speechless. Furious, she turns away, shouting that the match isn't over yet. Sasuke doesn't understand why Ikoma had to provoke her. Ikoma admits he only meant to stir up a little trouble but might have gone too far, hoping she doesn't get herself killed. Sasuke finally gets the chance to ask why Ikoma has such a big problem with the newbie teams inside the gates. He explains it's not because they hoard items. Being an adventurer is a life or death job, not a hobby you can just quit when a monster is chasing you down. If you constantly overestimate your own strength and rush in blindly, the outcome is always going to be tragic. Meanwhile, Hoshinon is desperate, realizing she has to defeat a massive monster to have any hope of winning. At this rate, she's headed for a total defeat. Her bodyguard reminds her that their MP is almost completely drained. I know we need to save MP to get out, but I can't give up like this. Hoshinon is stubborn. Besides, she's not treating this job like a game. 8 years ago, when the gates first appeared, the world fell into chaos. The number of catastrophe-level gates was far higher than now. Save your dad, Hoshinon. Don't leave me. Those were her father's last words before a monster killed him. Terrified, Hoshinon grabbed her younger brother and ran. They made it to a refugee camp, and in her darkest moment, Hoshinon was saved by her grandfather, a powerful and kind A-rank adventurer. Hoshinon knows she's not as strong as her grandfather, but she wants to be a source of motivation for as many people as possible. She refuses to be called reckless and vows to make Ikoma take back everything he said. So, Hoshinon tells her 2 managers to find a strong monster to film. A loud noise suddenly makes her light up with excitement. A strong monster, right on time. Her guards follow her as Hoshinon rushes towards the sound. She sees it as a sign of hope, a chance to turn things around. But Hoshinon immediately freezes when she sees the monster before her. It's the Pharaoh Soulmaster, the final boss of this gate. A level 40 boss. While Hoshinon is only level 33, she has absolutely no chance of winning. Her bodyguards urge her to retreat, saying this is no time for filming. Pulling out a camera now would just get them killed. Now, this is the moment you and I have to watch closely. An adventurer being hunted by the boss screams, "Please, save me." Hoshinon hesitates, haunted by the memory of abandoning her father, hating that feeling of being weak and useless. And that's exactly why Ikoma's words cut so deep. She's done with running away and begging for help. Without a second thought, Hoshinon dashes forward and blocks a sword strike from the boss. She's going to hold it off so the other adventurer can escape. The Pharaoh Soulmaster is enormous, wielding weapons in all 4 of its hands. Just then, the adventurer declares he's Hoshinon's biggest fan. Hearing that, the bodyguard can't just abandon his idol. He might not be strong, but he can definitely serve as useful bait. After a fierce battle, one of them is already down. The heavier bodyguard summons a shield, but it shatters like glass against the boss's overwhelming power. Hoshinon grits her teeth. It's power, it's speed, she can't match any of it. So this is the terrifying strength of a gate boss? She trembles at the decisive moment, closing her eyes and preparing to die. You're pretty brave, you know that? Ikoma's voice cuts through the chaos. He unleashes a powerful blow on the boss, successfully grabbing Hoshinon and pulling them both up to the ceiling. Hoshinon can't understand why Ikoma is here. He bluntly tells her he came to see if she was doing something stupid. On the way, he ran into the adventurer Hoshinon saved. Thinking back to their bet, Ikoma laughs. Looks like I lost this time. Ikoma officially takes back what he said about Hoshinon lacking determination. Turns out, she isn't the villain in this story after all. But there's no time to talk. The boss spots them up above and hurls a spear dozens of meters long at the ceiling. Ikoma uses gravity manipulation to float down gently before slashing at the pharaoh's arm. At that moment, Sasuke launches an orb of darkness, but the boss just splits it in 2 with a single sword swing. They can't retreat yet. The 2 bodyguards are seriously injured, and this boss is a high-level opponent. Even if he uses the Sword King to amplify his power, the pharaoh is on another level from the wrathful clown. Simple brute force isn't going to defeat it. Hoshinon can't abandon her team, and Ikoma knows it. And while he prefers fights with a high chance of winning, sometimes you have to switch things up and take on a real challenge. Sasuke begins restoring Hoshinon's MP while Ikoma buys time by holding off the boss until they're ready. He noticed earlier that Ikoma used fire magic. She's a swordswoman who can use magic in battle, which means she can likely heal. Hoshinon will handle healing while Ikoma stalls, and they can slowly recover thanks to Sasuke's MP stealing skill. While gravity manipulation makes his body more agile, it weakens his attacks. But if his only job is to draw the enemy's attention, attack power isn't the biggest problem. However, the massive level difference means he won't be able to stall for long. Just then, the wounded bodyguard transfers his remaining fire magic to Ikoma, weakly pleading with him to take care of Hoshinon. "Leave it to me," Ikoma declares before charging toward the boss again. Its main strengths are its massive size and incredible speed. And you and I are about to see this get wild. The boss attacks with all four arms. Ikoma masterfully dodges every single blow, but is finally cornered against a wall. Right beside him is a Sphinx statue. He changes its gravity and launches it directly at the pharaoh's face. One hit shatters the statue, but it also creates distance. Ikoma yells, telling Sasuke to aim for its face. Sasuke fires an orb straight at the boss's face, but it does nothing. Still, that's all the proof Ikoma needed. The boss's face is heavily armored, meaning it's protecting something vital. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss how this team takes it down. Hoshinon, her MP recovered, attacks from its blind spot, but the boss strikes first. Hoshinon can't even get close with its four arms blocking the way. Watching Ikoma fly around, she wonders if close-quarters combat is his specialty. Just then, Ikoma calls out to Hoshinon. He'll create an opening for her to shatter the boss's mask with her magic. Magic swordsmen have a skill for this, but it requires time to charge, though its power can pierce even the toughest armor. Hoshinon nods and immediately starts gathering mana, wondering how on earth Ikoma plans to hold down this pharaoh for her. Four-armed soul weavers are the toughest monsters to handle, but if you can neutralize just one of their limbs, their movements become as predictable as any other monster of their level. Ikoma relentlessly attacks, trying to bait it into revealing a weak point. He forms a water chain, binding two of its arms together. This magic is meant to restrain a monster's entire body, but Ikoma uses it just for the arms. Normally, any monster could break these chains, but the way he connected the two arms means no matter how much it struggles, it can't generate enough force to break free. Of course, this plan only works because of its massive body. He calculated everything. Hoshinon realizes this is her chance. She squints, focuses, and unleashes her armor-breaking spell. A lightning orb smashes right into the crack Sasuke made earlier. Ikoma sees the weak point. He has to end this now, while the binding magic is still active. Ikoma uses reverse gravity to stand on the ceiling. Just like at the start of the fight, the boss used an advantageous stance to unleash 4 attacks at once. But the fatal flaw of this move is that it has to lower its head. And now, it's time to finish this. With its head bowed, Ikoma dives from above, using his meteorite slash to cut straight through the boss's nape. Decapitated, the boss is defeated. Ikoma successfully levels up to 36. Hoshinon uses healing magic on her 2 bodyguards. And now for the part Ikoma's been waiting for. After the boss's corpse vanishes, an item drops. It's the Scepter of the Cursed King, a C-rank item. Perfect timing, Sasuke needed a new scepter. Ikoma picks it up and hands it right to her. He thought the boss fight would slow down his money-making, but getting this scepter saves him from having to spend. Sasuke hesitates to accept, thinking they should share it since Hoshinon and her team helped out. "Don't worry, you guys saved us," Hoshinon chimes in. She even offers to give Ikoma all the weapons and magic crystals they've found, calling their bet a draw. Ikoma sighs, reminding her he already admitted defeat. Seeing her determination, he has to admit Hoshinon is a very driven adventurer. Getting a compliment from Ikoma somehow motivates Hoshinon even more. He still advises her to stop doing stupid things like filming in dungeons if she's serious about being an adventurer. Suddenly, the heavy-set bodyguard cuts in. Someone with Ikoma's high level can make a living easily, but Hoshinon has to care for her mother, disabled by a gate disaster, and her 5 younger brothers. Her father has already passed away. Hoshinon is flustered that her family's story is being told to a stranger, saying nobody would choose this life. Ikoma scratches his head, looking apologetic for acting like he's always right. Hoshinon opens up more, saying she's not a streamer because she has no other choice. She wants to make people happy after all the suffering caused by the gates. "That's a great goal. I support you," Ikoma says, changing his tune faster than a flip-flop. "Yeah, you and I both know that's quite a sudden 180. Finally, after reporting to the monster counterforce, they all go their separate ways. On the way back, the manager shows her the footage, a perfect shot of an adventurer fighting at incredible speed, with no camera errors. Hoshinon breathes a sigh of relief, but now they don't have enough magic crystals to upload the video. Looks like it's back to the grind for them. After confirming Ikoma's new level of 36 and his impressive list of achievements, he is officially recognized as an adventurer. Sasuke looks at him with pure admiration. She's at level 32 and hopes to reach 36 like him soon. The receptionist is also in total shock, witnessing the fastest rank up in history. Ikoma leveled up so fast because he defeated many higher-level opponents. This is nearly impossible without enough experience or knowledge, something only he, a man from the future, could pull off. Ikoma sets a goal, reach rank B by the end of the month. Sasuke is stunned. Only 1 in a million people can reach rank B in a single month. The reason is simple. Ikoma is aiming for an item hidden in a gate that only rank C adventurers can complete. It's called the Dream Library. If he defeats its boss, he'll get the Ring of Wisdom, which is closely tied to the origin of the gates in this world. Sasuke is stunned again. She'd never even considered where the gates came from. The ring likely has some hidden power, but in the past, that power remained a mystery because no one ever figured it out. Rumor has it the ring contains information on what caused the gate disaster. The time Ikoma has to obtain this ring is extremely limited, but he wants it at any cost. He doesn't want to drag Sasuke into his personal troubles, but without her, it will be incredibly difficult. Now Ikoma wonders if she'll agree to help him again. Of course, Sasuke says without hesitation. In fact, she's happy to be useful to someone, but what she's worried about is how they'll reach rank B in a month. At this rank, achievements matter more than just your level. Ikoma holds up his phone and says, "I've already got a plan." Ikoma has a whole list of gates for them to clear for achievements. First up, the Manzo Tribe's Festival Gate. The level 32 boss is dealt with easily. Next, the Shiran boss of the Celestial Carp Lake Gate is finished off by Sasuke. And finally, the level 36 Spider Fairy boss of the multi-layered Web Gate. In just 2 weeks, they've cleared 3 gates. Their levels have shot up too. Sasuke hit level 35 and Ikoma reached 38. She feels like they've done nothing but live in dungeons for the past 2 weeks. The monsters may be lower level, but they seem harder to beat. That's because they have high strength and combat power, Ikoma explains. But at this level, their movements are still simple, with no special skills. Ikoma researched the most suitable gates for their level. In total, they've cleared 5 gates below level 30, which should be enough to rank up to B. And let's be real, you and I just watched them. The receptionist thought she could finally have some peace, but after 2 weeks, Ikoma returns with a mountain of new achievements. She can't believe she has to deal with these 2 dungeon-crawling freaks again. However, the process for ranking up to B requires a more thorough review. It might take a few days for the official announcement. Are you kidding me? This little brat is a B ranker? A young man named OGA suddenly appears. Seeing the familiar insignia, Ikoma recognizes him as a contract adventurer for the guild. They have outstanding achievements, which is why they get to work directly for the guild. The main job of these adventurers is to manage everything inside the gates or give warnings when a new disaster appears. Sometimes, they even advise guilds on unexplored gates. Oga can't believe it. This kid, young enough to be his son, is a rank B adventurer? The receptionist awkwardly confirms it. Ikoma is almost level 40 and has achievements in mid-tier dungeons. What the hell? Oga raises his voice. To him, Ikoma is just some skinny, weak city boy. It took him over 7 years to hit rank B, becoming the first one at the Marima branch. And this kid just waltzes in and gets the same rank? Ikoma sighs. It seems trouble just loves to find them, and they're about to get dragged into a whole new mess. But he can't just ignore Oga. Each guild has a limited number of promotion slots, and Ikoma and Sasuke have come way too far for this. He can't let this guy ruin their path forward. Ikoma calmly asks Oga why he wants to cancel his promotion request. Oga gets right in his face, growling that dungeons are no place for show-offs. Besides, Ikoma hasn't been an adventurer for long. This isn't some fun little office job you can just dabble in. Everyone around seems used to Oga bullying other adventurers. Looks like it's just Ikoma and Sasuke's unlucky day to be his new targets. But Ikoma isn't scared of a debate. The minimum age to be an adventurer is 17. Does Oga have any idea how many 17-year-olds have already reached rank B? What the hell are you babbling about? Oga snarls, gritting his teeth. Ikoma keeps going. It's been 15 years since the dungeons appeared, and in that time, 6 people from Japan have reached rank B in under a year. Does Oga think their titles are meaningless too? Defeating monsters higher than your own level to power level is a perfectly valid strategy. Ikoma's level and achievements meet the criteria for rank B. If Oga's only measure is experience, he's going to need a much better explanation. Oga is speechless, but Ikoma isn't done yet. He points out that the rules and principles around dungeons are still evolving. They need to learn from veteran adventurers, yes, but that doesn't mean blindly following them. Rules should be based on collected data from the past, not on someone's gut feelings or instincts. Ikoma turns to the receptionist, asking her to confirm if what he's saying aligns with the guild's official policy. After a quick check, she confirms that every single thing Ikoma said is correct. People start whispering. Oga lost the argument, and man, is it embarrassing. He's furious now, convinced Ikoma did this just to humiliate him, and he is not going to let it slide. So Oga demands to know Ikoma's class. Hearing Gravity Controller, all he registers is that it's a magic class. He bets Ikoma just had strong teammates who carried him, letting him level up fast. Alright, maybe I was being old-fashioned, he says, and it was wrong to reject your application. For a second, Ikoma thinks he's actually won him over. But nope, not a chance. Oga smirks and lays down his final condition. He has to pass Oga's personal test to prove he's truly worthy of the rank. And just like that, you and I are heading to the training grounds for a showdown. Everyone watching hopes Ikoma makes it out okay, since Oga has put 2 other guys in the hospital before. This test is just an excuse for payback. Oga is cocky. He's level 47 while Ikoma is only 38. Plus, as a magic user, Ikoma is obviously just a support type. Oga, on the other hand, is a beast warrior class. His level, power, and experience are all superior in his mind. He's not just going to win, he's going to make sure Ikoma can never be an adventurer again. Ikoma reviews Oga's file, a class based on raw physical stats. This won't be easy, so he decides to spend all the skill points he's been saving to level up a few skills. Ikoma pumps most of his points into ranking up his weight manipulation. He wanted to upgrade gravity magic too, but he doesn't have enough points. This will have to do. Seeing Ikoma spend points right before a match, Oga scoffs at his cluelessness. Injuries are unavoidable in a fight like this. You better be careful, he sneers. Ikoma knows he means trouble, but he doesn't back down. Thanks for giving me this chance. That calm attitude just makes Oga even angrier. Today, he's going to show everyone what happens when you disrespect him. He arrogantly declares he'll hold back and won't use any skills. Ikoma can go all out. Ikoma decides to make the first move, starting with gravity dispersion. Oga scoffs at magic classes. A mage could never hurt a warrior like him, so he just stands there, hands on his hips, casually waiting for Ikoma's attack. That's what he thinks anyway. In reality, Ikoma appears right in front of him in an instant, making Oga jump back in shock. He wonders how a level 38 is moving that fast. After Ikoma zips past his head, Oga gets even more pissed. How dare this brat be so arrogant? He resets his stance to attack, but Ikoma is already above him. Suddenly, Oga's body feels like it weighs 1,000 tons, and he can't move an inch. Ikoma uses the opening to drive a knee straight into Oga's chin, drawing blood. He realizes that knee strike and Ikoma's movements are not something a rookie should be capable of. The crowd filming is stunned to see Ikoma fighting on even ground with Oga, who still hasn't used a single skill. Oga is furious, swinging wildly and missing every time. He wanted to humiliate Ikoma in front of everyone, but now he's the one losing face. How is this happening? Oga doesn't get it. Ikoma is younger and a lower level. Why is he being so completely overwhelmed? Simple. Oga isn't the main character here. And Gravity Controller? It's one of the strongest classes. Ikoma can freely manipulate his physical power. As long as he has mana, he won't lose to any other class. Even with a high level, fighting without skills is just disrespectful. This guy has some impressive skills, and Ikoma can't sense any dark intentions or killing intent from him. Time to end this quickly. Ikoma doubles the gravity on his blade and swings straight down. Oga blocks with his massive sword but can't understand why Ikoma's blade feels heavier. He realizes Ikoma doesn't just have speed, he has that main character plot armor. Suddenly, Ikoma vanishes, sending Oga into a panic. The next moment, he appears right behind him, sword pointed at his neck. During their clash, Ikoma had reduced his own gravity, then jumped back, moving too fast for Oga to track. The crowd erupts, cheering for Ikoma's victory over a rank B adventurer. Oga's entire body shakes with rage. He cannot accept this humiliation. Ikoma thinks the match is over and asks Oga to approve his application. Suddenly, Oga spins around and unleashes his Feral Claws skill. The devastating force sends Ikoma flying, but luckily, he isn't hurt. It's all because Ikoma let his guard down, thinking Oga would fight fair. Seeing Ikoma still standing, Oga is shocked that his attack had no effect. How did he react in time? The crowd starts yelling, calling him a dirty player for using a skill after he promised not to. Oga glares at Ikoma. You still want to fight? Ikoma asks, trying to catch his breath. This just makes Oga even more furious. He's convinced Ikoma is looking down on him, and he swears he won't let him get promoted to rank B. The scene shifts to Oga fighting a horde of monsters, cursing the heavens and the beasts. He knows things are getting worse. Everything that guild manager said before is coming true. And let's be real, you and I both know this incident is going to make his reputation tank even harder after the disaster with Ikoma. Everyone is going to laugh at him with pure contempt. The rank C adventurers behind him cheer after Oga takes down a werewolf in a single blow, but he just whirls on them and screams, "Shut up! I'm not talking to adventurers who haven't even made it to rank C. Where are the higher-level adventurers?" They tell him there are only a few rank Bs and a handful of others with higher ranks. They've called for help, but there's no telling if anyone will actually come to their rescue. This whole mess is threatening Oga's position, but stick with me, he thinks he's got it all figured out. He's beaten this gate's boss before, so why worry? He plans to crush it fast, blame Kurosawa for everything, and become Marima's one true hero. Just the thought of it sends a thrill through him, and he orders everyone to follow him to find the boss. Just then, the boss emerges from the rubble. Its savage, alien appearance shocks everyone, far exceeding the intel they were given. Introducing the boss of the Beastmen's Den Gate, the Demon Fox of Ouija, level 55. A two-headed fox with a single, massive eye on its back. It has evolved in both level and form, armed with new skills. It's like a completely different monster from the one before. Most of these are created by magic accumulating inside a gate and often appear with a monster disaster. This time, things are even worse. It's not just a sweep, it's an evolution. The two adventurers behind Oga are terrified. They stand no chance against a level 55 monster. Right now, the best plan is to fall back, team up with other groups, and buy time for reinforcements. But, as you're about to see, Oga's ego has other plans, believing their caution threatens to erase his status. You fools! I am a high-ranking adventurer. I've faced things like this countless times, Oga shouts, while his two men just stare at each other in confusion. Now watch closely. I'll take that monster down in a single blow, Oga declares, raising his hand. Power has completely clouded his reason. The two adventurers try to stop his reckless plan, which only makes Oga even angrier. Idiots who won't listen to me. He scoffs. If they won't obey, he'll just have to use force. Rage. He targets his own subordinates, and they immediately clutch their heads in agony. Rage is a beast warrior skill. It boosts a target's attack power for a short time but disorients them, making them attack friend and foe alike. It's meant for escaping, but he has a different idea. Oga shoves the two of them toward the fox, using them as bait to clear a path for his own killing blow. The two adventurers charge forward mindlessly. The fox doesn't move. Instead, it lifts the surrounding debris with its mind, turning the rubble into weapons. Oga freezes for a second before realizing it's a wide-area attack. While he dodges, his men can only stand there and take the hits. Oga grits his teeth. The fox can also teleport, and its attack range is insane. He's never faced anything like this. He turns to run, and the fox attacks instantly. He's decided to retreat immediately, but the fox isn't letting him escape. Another wide-area attack is launched. While he's busy dealing with rocks flying past his face, the fox slashes his arm, his scream of pain echoing out. Oga collapses to the ground. This monster is too strong, almost invincible. What can he possibly do now? In times like these, you need a dirty trick. As a beast warrior, he has the skill Play Dead. The fox, seeing its prey is dead, turns to leave. That's all the opening Oga needs to get up and run for his life. Forget responsibility, forget his pride, survival comes first. But villains rarely live long. The fox realizes he's still alive and attacks with its tail. Oga is sent flying once again. Damn it, its eye can see right through his skill. He's out of options. Before he dies, Oga moans, "How can someone as amazing as me die in a place like this?" The fox raises a paw, and a cloud of black smoke engulfs Oga, pulling him closer. He feels like nothing more than a toy. The eye on its back flares open, shooting out beams of crimson light. Oga's face is pale with terror, but he's completely paralyzed. A tentacle stabs into his mouth, choking him. The battlefield has changed. It's now one monster and one possessed ally. Everyone recognizes him and hesitates to attack, but Oga has lost his mind to the boss's skill. They never imagined he'd be this much trouble as an enemy. The three of them charge together, but they can't overwhelm Oga. Instead, they're the ones who get seriously injured. Kurosawa can't stand watching his comrades get slaughtered and rushes in. But fighting an adventurer this strong is pure chaos. Oga's body suddenly contorts unnaturally. Is this a side effect of the monster disaster? The only word Kurosawa can use for this entire sweep is abnormal. The adventurers and combat forces can't handle this on their own. But now, will he die by his comrade's hand instead of a monster's? What a messed up situation, right? Well, this is the perfect time for our main character to finally make his entrance. And right on cue, Ikoma saves Kurosawa with epic style. In an instant, he recognizes that Oga is being mind-controlled by the boss. Kurosawa is saved, but still can't believe Ikoma can take on Oga. But he's about to watch him do just that. Never underestimate the quiet ones. Ikoma notices Oga's movements are much simpler than during their test, probably a side effect of the manipulation skill. Oga loses his patience and switches to a direct frontal assault with overwhelming power. But that's exactly when he exposes an opening. Ikoma exploits that recklessness and strikes back, punching Oga hard in the face to snap him out of it. Oga's eyes clear. He recognizes him, but his memories of Ikoma are anything but pleasant, especially now that he's getting beaten to a pulp by him all over again. Oga gets even more furious. A deep-seated grudge awakens, and he charges at Ikoma like a madman. The manipulation skill is stronger than Ikoma thought. Oga is a tough opponent, but he can't waste time here while the boss is still on the loose. The only way is to attack for real. With a mid-air leap, Ikoma uses double gravity to slice off Oga's right arm, and Oga's legs too. That should stop him from rampaging. Kurosawa stares at Ikoma in utter shock. He's probably more afraid of what a mind-controlled Ikoma would be like than Oga. Just then, Hoshina and Sasuke finally arrive. Their different classes meant different movement speeds, so by the time they got there, Ikoma had already dealt with Oga. Sasuke wants to prioritize treating the injured, but Ikoma knows better. They don't have time for that right now. The boss has arrived. The moment it lands, the ground shakes and dust flies everywhere, an entrance even flashier than the main characters. Sasuke is terrified by its horrifying form. Ikoma pulls up the boss's info, and its level is far higher than what was reported. It seems the intel on what's happening inside this gate updates slower than a patch for a forgotten game. It's evolved, and Ikoma has no idea what its full skill set is, apart from mind control. But if they can defeat the fox, this all ends. However, this isn't the kind of monster that can be beaten with normal strategies. The fox unleashes another new skill. It summons the souls of defeated beast demons. An entire army of spirits begins to materialize, darkening the sky. Hoshina starts to panic. If they fight and it just keeps summoning more, it'll be a hopeless, endless loop. To be precise, the two-headed fox is just toying with them. Ikoma keeps a cool head. Hoshina and Sasuke will handle the smaller monsters and heal everyone, while he does the job only a main character can. Hoshina is worried, but then she realizes if it's Ikoma, everything will be okay. And trust me, you'll want to see how this plays out. I understand. Leave the remaining wolves and the injured to us, and be careful, Hoshina says. Kurosawa stands behind them, shaking. He'd lost all hope for the future the moment he saw that level 55 boss, and that's why he's a side character. Ikoma charges straight ahead, leaving the spirit wolves to the other two. The fox sees its enemy charging and once again uses its telekinesis. A massive pile of rubble is about to crush Ikoma. He just smirks. This skill is like gravity magic, but it's just a cheap imitation. Kurosawa is stunned by the sheer range of that skill. Right now, everyone's hopes are riding on Ikoma. Can they handle this alone, or will they become mere playthings for that monstrous two-headed fox? Let's find out. Ikoma isn't wasting energy smashing rocks. He cuts his gravity and glides past them at blinding speed. Luckily, his experience with speed from his past life as a thief is paying off big time. Turns out those days weren't a waste after all. Ikoma taunts the beast. What's wrong, Fox? Panicking now that your all-powerful slaughter skill is useless? As expected, the boss is enraged. It lunges forward like a bloodthirsty monster. Ikoma channels gravity into a nearby boulder, launching it straight into the beast's gaping maw. The fox shatters the rock but loses a few teeth. Without pausing, Ikoma unleashes his next attack before it can recover. Kurosawa watches, completely stunned. A total rookie is actually holding his own against a level 55 monster. You can already see the makings of a top-tier adventurer in Ikoma. It's just a matter of time. Ikoma has to end this fight quickly. The moment this boss dies, the entire swarm of monsters out there will vanish along with it. The fox unleashes its area of effect attack again, raining down boulders, but they can't even touch Ikoma. That skill is insanely powerful, but unfortunately for the beast, he's dealt with attacks like this before in his past life. Ikoma leaps high above it, doubles the gravity on another boulder, and smashes it down onto one of its heads. While the fox is still reeling, Ikoma presses his attack again. Finally, the fox decides to get serious. It stops messing with wide-area skills and charges in for a direct head-on clash. But Ikoma is forced back. His skills are simply less effective on beast-type monsters compared to humanoids. In the end, the massive level difference is just too much. And here's where things get really bad. Ikoma is running low on MP while the fox still has half its reserves. He hasn't taken a single hit yet, but once his mana is gone and he can't dodge anymore, he'll be critically injured. Ikoma fights and schemes at the same time, but there's no way to conserve MP against an opponent this powerful. On top of that, its self-healing ability makes it feel almost invincible. Ikoma considers pulling the two girls into the fight, but immediately dismisses the idea. Not only would they be useless, but their leaving would crush everyone else's morale. Thanks to his past combat experience, Ikoma is familiar with all of its attack patterns and defense mechanics. He even knows its health recovery cycle. If this keeps up, it's all over once his MP hits 0. Being cornered like this is infuriating. Retreating is the smartest move. The longer this drags on, the worse his chances get. Run away? Ikoma just scoffs. Since when did he ever have such a cowardly thought? He resolves to keep pushing forward, telling himself he just needs to focus even harder. He has to use his skills with absolute precision. This life was meant for a fresh start, but he's become even more reckless than before. He pierces one of the fox's eyes, making it roar in pain, and it furiously summons a new swarm of evil spirits. With its massive MP pool, it just keeps spamming that move. It follows up with more wide-area attacks, clearly panicking and throwing out every ultimate skill it has without any regard for its remaining mana. Everyone's eyes are fixed on Ikoma. How is he going to deal with a whole horde of monsters targeting him, and him alone? Hoshinon is anxious to jump in and help, but Sasuke holds her back. She realizes something's off. Ikoma should be completely cornered, so why does the fox look like it's the one panicking, using every ultimate skill just to defend itself? Ikoma takes a deep breath. He needs to concentrate. The next strike cannot be off by even a single millimeter. He reduces his own gravity while simultaneously increasing his swords. With every step, another spirit is destroyed. Kurosawa's jaw drops at his lightning-fast movements. No normal person could ever move like that. The fox starts to panic, unable to locate Ikoma, but he's already above it. In its frenzied defense, the beast has failed to protect its one and only weak spot. In fact, its core is now completely exposed. You and I are about to witness the final move. He aims for the eye on its back. It's now or never. He has to end this in a single blow. Meteorite slash. Ikoma roars, slicing the eye on the boss's back clean in two. The fox shrieks in agony and collapses. The evil spirits are all sucked back into the black portal from whence they came. It's all over. Ikoma is stunned by the amount of experience he just gained, enough to level up 6 times in a row, all the way to level 44. The boss is dead. The monster wave has vanished. But for Ikoma, this is only the beginning. Sasuke excitedly congratulates Ikoma on another victory. The monster purge is finally, truly over. Hoshinon is lost in her own thoughts, wondering if she's taken another step toward being able to protect others. She hopes her father in heaven would be proud of her. Kurosawa is still reeling. That terrifying boss was taken down by a single person and a handsome rookie who's always surrounded by girls, no less. Just who is this guy? A few hours later, Ikoma heads to the Adventurers Guild. The fact that a C-rank adventurer helped stop this monster tide is simply astonishing. Thanks to the 3 of them, the number of casualties was significantly reduced. The receptionist offers her sincerest gratitude to the saviors of Marima. The other adventurers are also full of admiration for the trio. Sasuke blushes at the praise, even though it was Ikoma who did all the heavy lifting. But Ikoma immediately denies it, insisting they were a huge help. If he'd been swarmed by those spirits, he would have run out of MP long ago. Only Hoshinon truly basks in the glory, happy that her fame is spreading. Too bad there weren't any cameras rolling, huh? Ikoma teases. Hoshinon glares at him. Sure, she loves getting high view counts, but who pulls out their phone to film during an apocalyptic monster tide? People were hurt. Ikoma is genuinely surprised to see her being so serious. He half expected her to have her manager there filming the whole thing. Meanwhile, Serizawa is busy handling the aftermath. The disaster struck right after he failed to reason with that guy, Oga. The anti-monster forces reinforcements weren't enough. In the end, a regular adventurer had to defeat the boss. What would have happened if he hadn't shown up? Look, that's the guy. The gathering crowd piques Serizawa's curiosity about this new hero. When he sees Ikoma, something clicks. Serizawa suddenly remembers this is the guy Oga was hassling during the B-rank promotion. He scoffs at himself. It seems his ability to judge character is pretty terrible. At the same time, in the hospital, Oga slams his fist on the table, cursing. After the boss was killed, he returned to normal, but his memories of being controlled are crystal clear, especially the moment Ikoma severed his arm. And now, that same guy is being hailed as a hero. All of it drives Oga mad with jealousy. He swears he'll use his position to get revenge. Just as he's screaming curses, Kurosawa opens the door, followed by the very teammates Oga used and abandoned. There aren't many people in this world who could stop a mind-controlled B-rank adventurer without killing them. If it weren't for Ikoma, you would already be dead. Bull! If I died, it would have been because your low-rank anti-monster grunts were useless, Oga screams. And what are all of you doing here anyway? But his face instantly drains of color when he recognizes one of his victims. A member of the task force he mind-controlled is standing right there, still alive. Kurosawa speaks up. You used your skill to make him go berserk, didn't you? Using a mind control ability on someone without their consent is a serious crime. Worse, you did it just to flee the battlefield. And there's no way a contracted adventurer like you doesn't know the laws on public endangerment. Oga is speechless, only able to grit his teeth and curse. And you're going to want to see how this all plays out. You and I are jumping right in at the Adventurers Guild, where Ikoma is finally losing it. After all his achievements, he's still denied a B-rank promotion, all because of a past rejection. Never mind that he's level 44 and has smashed every requirement. The receptionist, Latan, just tells him to wait another 3 months. Ikoma is crushed. With that kind of delay, conquering the Dream Library is impossible. Tien Ogato must be behind this. Sasuke speaks up, reminding them that Ikoma became a true hero. He defeated Tien Ogato, twice the same guy who got fired for illegally using skills on others. But their hands are tied. It's guild policy, and they can't do anything about it. Ikoma sighs in defeat. The rank was his only shot at a unique item he needs to get before anyone else. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. I've heard your story. Latan is stunned. The man who just appeared is the vice president, Serizawa. Ikoma is immediately suspicious. Why would someone so high up be listening to their conversation? Serizawa addresses him directly. You must be Yoshino Ikoma. By my authority, I am promoting you to B rank as a special consideration. Ikoma is ecstatic, but wonders if this is even allowed. Latan immediately protests. If other adventurers find out and complain, the guild's reputation will be on the line, and the president definitely won't be happy. But Serizawa isn't acting on a whim. He's already reviewed Ikoma's performance during the last monster sweep and all his previous accomplishments. He knows damn well that Oga only rejected the promotion because of his massive ego. Bending the rules for a case like this is a no-brainer. Delaying a talent like Ikoma is just a massive loss for the guild. Serizawa is fully aware their president won't approve of this special treatment. The cold, calculating man's presence alone makes the other two freeze up. But Serizawa assures them he'll cook up a suitable excuse, so Ikoma has nothing to worry about. Still, Ikoma can't understand why a man this important would care about a low-level adventurer like him. As vice president, Serizawa explains, his job is to support adventurers and protect the country. The recent gate disaster was a failure they should have prevented, but things went horribly wrong. Serizawa wants to personally thank Ikoma for stepping up and fixing their mistake. Ikoma smiles, shaking his hand with respect. And just like that, Ikoma is officially a B-rank adventurer. Sasuke is overjoyed for him. A B rank! In the guild, Ikoma is now outranked by only a handful of people. Compared to his past life, his speed of ranking up and leveling is just insane. He knows defeating high-level monsters makes you level up faster, but even Ikoma is shocked to see he's already hit level 44. Seeing his serious expression, Sasuke asks if he's still worried. Ikoma's mind is on something else entirely. They solved the immediate problem, but a B-rank gate appearing in his own neighborhood is a massive issue. In his previous life, this never happened. Could his regression have been the cause of this drastic change? There's still so much about gates that can't be explained, so it wouldn't be strange for his regression to create a new timeline. Ikoma doesn't understand the mechanics of it, but he knows one thing for sure. The butterfly effect is real. Ikoma takes a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts. Overthinking is a bad habit. Right now, he needs to focus on his new B-rank status and shut down the negativity. Just then, a notice for the Dream Library gate appears on the bulletin board. Thanks to Serizawa, his promotion came at the perfect time. Ikoma tells Sasuke about the Sage's Ring he's targeting, an item that could unlock the secrets of the gate disaster. But first, They have to register for approval to enter B-rank gates. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, other people are discussing the Dream Library and its boss drop. They agree it cannot fall into anyone else's hands. Okay, now pay attention here, because a much darker plot is brewing in the shadows. The guy on the phone suggests using his authority to monopolize the gate. Get rid of that stupid idea. The man on the other end snaps. He can't afford to lose this country's trust. So, he needs a third party to handle the official procedures. His own loyal subordinates are off the table for now. If their identities are exposed, they're all finished. They need an outsider, a pawn who's easy to manipulate. The order is given. When the gate appears, contact Chimera's beauty. Kill the boss and destroy the item that drops. Also, deal with all the meddling adventurers inside. The man commands, just as an employee comes to ask about preparing the anti-monster forces. That's right, the man is none other than Hojo Kurabi, the president of the monster counterforce. The next day, Ikoma and Sasuke head out, and he explains more about the gate. The Dream Library is a massive library crawling with magic-wielding enemies. And the boss? It's a level 60 monster, definitely not an easy fight. Hearing level 60, Sasuke starts trembling, but Ikoma has already thought it through. He has a solid plan to secure their victory, but when they get to the Urakora guild branch, their request is denied. And just when you think things are going smoothly, bam, roadblock. It's a guild decision, and adventurer deaths in this area have spiked recently. If the numbers keep getting worse, the guildmaster will get on their case, so they're tightening restrictions on who's allowed to enter. Ikoma is furious at the ridiculous excuse. Leaving a gate like that unattended is just asking for trouble sooner or later. The receptionist just sighs, saying the monster counterforce is already managing it. If the situation drags on, the city will just hire adventurers from elsewhere. Besides, Ikoma is a brand new B rank with a C rank partner. They just don't look reliable. You two want to challenge the Dream Library too? A voice asks from behind. It's the tank-class adventurer, Jugo de Seiji. He's another B ranker who wants to conquer the dungeon, but he doesn't have enough high-ranking party members at the moment. This is a golden opportunity for Ikoma. With Seiji on their team, the guild might loosen the restrictions. It messes with his plan to level up with Sasuke, but it might be their only way in. But looking at this tank, Ikoma gets a bad feeling. You and I can both see it, something about this guy is seriously off. Sasuke happily welcomes Seiji to the team, but he completely ignores her. He only shakes Ikoma's hand, inviting him to join his party instead. Sasuke freezes. Seiji has already read her file. To him, she's just a mage who can barely use magic, with a messy record. He has no intention of carrying what he calls excess baggage. Sasuke falls silent, reminded of how others look down on her. But Ikoma stands his ground. He's not joining any team without Sasuke. Seiji claims he's not trying to exploit them. His party already has 2 strong members, and his only goal is to clear the gate. Ikoma points out that Sasuke can restore mana, an incredibly useful skill for heavy magic users like them. Seiji just shrugs and finally agrees, exchanging info before leaving to meet them at the gate. As they wait, Sasuke can't help but worry that she'll just get in Seiji's way. Ikoma isn't sure what to think. Seiji seems like a schemer, but at least with Hanta, what you see is what you get. And trust me, in a party like this, it's better to know who you're dealing with from the start. Ikoma figures Seiji is too obsessed with his own reputation to do anything stupid. Hearing this, Sasuke's face darkens. Besides, it's not like they can be picky. The more members they have, the harder it is to protect the Ring of Wisdom. But if they can't even get inside the gate, there's zero hope to begin with. Having 3 high-level members should be a good thing, but the problem is the members themselves. The second Seiji brings Ikoma and Sasuke over, Enel and Seion don't even try to hide their disgust. But Seiji has no choice. These are the guild's regulations. Seion explodes, furious. She needed a support and a damage-dealing mage people who can fight on the front lines. She feels like Seiji just grabbed anyone he could find without a second thought for their class. Seiji tries to calm her down, saying the 2 of them fill the roster. Ikoma is high level, and Sasuke is acceptable. Sasuke shifts awkwardly in the tense atmosphere. As for Ikoma, he thought Seiji was the only problem, but the other members are even worse. Jian shoves her sharp scythe in their faces, threatening them. If you're useless and dare to take even a sliver of the profits, don't ask why my blade is at your throat. Ikoma's voice is ice. If this is just a team motivated by profit, that's even better. Jian glares at him, then turns to the last member, Kasai, a level 45 hero. He doesn't care. As long as they get in the gate and don't cause trouble, it's fine by him. Ikoma doesn't like it, but their levels are undeniably high. He'll just have to ignore their attitudes. This is a new gate, meaning they can sell the info to the guild and find rare items. But with the team looking like this, he can't be picky. Seiji, the apparent leader, tries to smooth things over. It's time for this temporary party to enter the gate, the Library of Illusions. Now, I know what you're thinking. An ambitious schemer, a conceited loudmouth, and an arrogant lone wolf. What could possibly go wrong with a team like this? Inside the Library of Illusions is a massive collection of ancient texts. The two mages' eyes light up at such an intricate and fascinating gate. This is a rare one, conquering it would make them famous overnight. Even inside, Shion won't let up on Ikoma and Sasuke, reminding them not to get in the way. Ikoma calmly replies while Sasuke fumes. His level is clearly higher than Shion's, yet she's talking down to them. When Ikoma talks back, her eyes flash with anger. Are you daring to sass me? Ikoma remains cool. They should at least understand his and Sasuke's position. The party was formed just to meet the numbers, so he has no intention of getting involved in unnecessary drama. As long as you understand, we weren't planning on needing your help anyway. Sion turns and walks off. Sasuke worries. At this rate, we'll never get the Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma is worried too, but at least they're inside. First, they need to conquer the gate. This isn't a dungeon that can be cleared just by throwing powerful adventurers at it. His true strength lies in the knowledge from his past life, not from. Just then, Seiji curiously picks up a book. He can't understand a single word. Maybe it's a language from another world? But Ikoma recognizes the characters. Everything in this gate will be erased the moment they leave, except for gear and certain relics. In the future, research into portal cultures would advance, shedding light on the mix of levels and civilizations. But for now, the language found in this gate is believed to be random characters. The Ring of Wisdom is said to be the key to this mystery, and Ikoma is determined not to lose it again in this life. Suddenly, a fireball rockets towards Seiji, and he instantly throws up a shield to block it. It's a level 40 goblin morset, but it's immediately decapitated by Kasai. Seiji claps, praising his performance, but Kasai isn't interested in flattery. He turns and orders Ikoma and Sasuke to collect the magic stones. Just realized it, Ikoma? You came all the way from Tokyo for nothing, Sion sneers. Sasuke snaps back that Shion hasn't done anything either but stand there and criticize them. Provoked, Shion starts yelling again. Ikoma quietly observes them. Their decisions are swift, their skills are polished, their power is real. And seeing Kasai's technique confirms something for Ikoma. Ikoma tries to start a conversation with Kasai, who immediately gets annoyed that he used his name. Sasuke is shocked that Ikoma is even trying to talk to the gloomy guy. Ikoma recognizes those skills. Shadow Step, Decapitation, there's no mistaking it. Kasai is a thief. And just like that, you and I are seeing the first real glimpse of Ikoma's secret expertise. Ikoma's excitement takes over, and he starts giving Kasai advice on narrowing his skill points. Even though a thief can be a support class, Kasai should focus on one specialty. Kasai is furious that some random guy is lecturing him like an old man. But Ikoma is just thrilled to meet someone with the same thief class he once had. Thieves have to be aware of their weak attack power, or a high level becomes useless. Ikoma just wants to keep Kasai from making his old mistakes. What's wrong with you? What do you know about the thief class? Zion starts mocking them again. Meet Kasai, the top-ranked adventurer from Bizoi, and when it comes to this stuff, almost nobody in the country knows more than him. He scoffs. The Ikoma class might have been the nation's greatest rogue once, but those days are long gone. Kasai scans the rundown library. There's no way this dump is a high-level gate. Suddenly, he realizes he's being watched by a creepy stare. It's a clock rebbit, level 45. Kasai doesn't understand why a mindless-looking monster has a higher level than those goblins. Only Ikoma recognizes it. The clock rebbit is a nightmare monster known for slaughtering an entire guild. This is an enemy that can't be solved with brute force. Using his past experience, Ikoma tells the party to just walk around the rabbit. It won't engage unless they step within its specific range. Of course, nobody listens. Kasai walks straight toward it. Ikoma panics. If that Colossus Rebis uses its skill, they're all dead. Fighting it while protecting everyone, even he might not be able to handle that. Ikoma yells for Kasai to get back, but he's already busy playing a game of cat and mouse with the rabbit. With its speed and small body, it easily evades Kasai. He's annoyed by its evasion skills, but its movements are strange. Could it be a rare monster? If so, its drops would be incredibly valuable. Ikoma draws his weapon. They've entered its range, so the rabbit will attack soon. There's no choice but to defeat it now. Ikoma signals for everyone to get on defense before the rabbit uses its skill. If they let their guard down for a second, they'll all be wiped out. Seiji doesn't get what he's talking about, it's just a level 45 beast. The 5 of them can take it. Suddenly, his face turns pale. Could that be its skill? And we all know what happens when you ignore the main character, right? And just like that, the rabbit uses its watch. A flash of light pulls books from the shelves, but trust me, these aren't your average library books. They're monsters, all over level 40, that have been hiding in this library. Seiji freezes, staring down a swarm of high-level monsters, while the rabbit looks absolutely thrilled, like this is the most fun it's had all day. Ikoma signals for Kasai to fall back, but of course he doesn't listen. Right on cue, a book monster spits fire at him. He dodges, only for another monster to pop up right behind him. Kasai swings back, yelling, "Don't underestimate me, you stupid monsters!" But at that moment, Seiji and Shion gasp the rabbit has appeared in his blind spot, right over his head. It opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs, ready to swallow Kasai whole. Trapped in midair with nowhere to go, he can only watch in horror. In the nick of time, Ikoma leaps in and slams the damn rabbit. It squeals QQ before Ikoma hits it again. Thanks to his gravity skill, he'll never lose a fight in the air. The rabbit takes the hit but is completely unfazed, even puckering its lips in a taunt. Ikoma just deadpans. "No matter how you pose, you're not cute at all, you monster." Just then, Kasai finally lands, his mind reeling. Ikoma actually predicted the rabbit's surprise attack and saved him. The rabbit just hops away, switching to hit-and-run tactics, looking for another opening. Gritting his teeth, Ikoma makes a call. He'll take on 3 of the book monsters himself. The other 4 can handle the last one. Seiji argues that he can't risk it, he was too slow, and Kasai got ambushed. But Ikoma tells them they have to trust each other, even just a little. "You don't get a second life." "Fall back," Ikoma says, his voice cold. He's had enough of their arrogant attitudes. The rabbit is unbelievably fast and cunning. In a fight against multiple enemies, you have to expect the unexpected. Even the most trustworthy among them was nearly taken out by that trick. For all her big talk, Shion is starting to panic, and support classes like priests and mages need protection to even stay in the fight. "You're going to fight 3 at once?" "That's impossible," Shion yells. But Sasuke, who's seen Ikoma carry the team time and again, has absolute faith in him. This is probably their best shot at winning. Sasuke gives the signal for the rest of them to back Ikoma up by taking on the remaining monster. And just like that, Ikoma is in motion. The book monsters fly freely through the air, their long-range magic still powerful and incredibly fast. On top of that, he has to watch out for the bloodthirsty rabbit's surprise attacks. This thing is just as annoying as he remembers from his past life. But he loves a good challenge, a real test of his skills. So, time to get his hands dirty. Seiji raises his shield as Jean leaps in with her scythe, but she's too slow. The book monster dodges easily. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. These things have strong attacks, magic, and speed. Plus they have to watch that crazy rabbit? Yet Ikoma wants to solo 3 of them. Meanwhile, Ikoma is in a 1 versus 3 dance, using gravity control to jump from monster to monster, dodging every attack. Then he dives straight down from above, piercing right through one of the book monsters. The experience points are even better than he expected. 1 down. Sasuke fights hard, using a shadow orb to damage another book monster. The situation is looking good, giving them a glimmer of hope until the rabbit summons more monsters. 2 new books appear to replace the 2 they just defeated. Ikoma realizes it can only control 4 at a time, but at this rate the fight will never end. Are they supposed to clear out the entire library's collection? Jian screams in frustration, "Don't you dare look down on me. I'll kill every last one of you." But Ikoma has a different idea. He signals her to get behind Seiji's shield and regroup. "Not a chance," Jian retorts, hating being ordered around even if Ikoma is stronger. She's determined to wipe out 2 of the monsters in a single blow. Suddenly, a sound makes Jian's heart stop. It has to be the rabbit, charging straight for her. She spins around, but the rabbit is standing perfectly still, even faking a tired yawn. Zion is furious. The rabbit made that sound on purpose to distract her, and in that split second of hesitation, a book monster sinks its fangs into her side. Zion is thrown back, but the monster is latched on tight, refusing to let go. At this rate, she's going to bleed to death. Once again, it's Ikoma to the rescue. He tells her to bite down and endure it because the next hit is going to hurt a lot. He uses brute force to pry the monster off. Sure enough, the book lets go, and Jion collapses in pain. She was saved, but that was way too close. Another monster rushes toward her, but Ikoma intercepts it, yelling for Seiji to heal Scion immediately. Sasuke starts to panic, realizing the monsters are slowly cornering them, but Ikoma remains strangely optimistic. Summoning these books costs a huge amount of MP. As long as they can keep defeating them, they have a chance. The rabbit knows that too, which is why it's getting so impatient. The grimoire's spines offer high defense, protecting the mouths hidden between their pages. So, if Ikoma can just break through those spines and attack like this, an explosion from within rips the book to shreds. Sasuke's hope returns. If they keep this up, they'll win, right? But Seiji isn't so sure. A whole new wave is flying toward them, and the rabbit is starting to act strange. I knew you'd come over here, Ikoma says, suddenly reversing gravity and causing the rabbit to stumble. It doesn't care if he kills 1 or 2 books, but if he wants to kill them all, he has to kill the summoner. Being cornered is actually their advantage now. It's harder for the rabbit to launch a surprise attack, especially from behind. Ikoma knew that by forcing them back, the monsters would have to attack head-on. The rabbit completely destroyed its own strategy. Ikoma tries to seize the opportunity, but the rabbit is gone in a flash, reacting even faster than he can move. If that's the case, he'll just have to rely on his main character plot armor. After a frantic chase, he still can't catch it. He tries to use his momentum to slash it in 2, but the rabbit is faster than he thought, and his blade only grazes its side. It's small, it's fast, what a pain-in-the-neck monster. Meanwhile, the other 4 are still fighting but are clearly running out of stamina. There's only one way out of this. Defeat that rabbit. Ikoma wants to end it in one blow, but chasing it is useless. He's going to have to outsmart it. The rabbit thinks Ikoma will charge head-on again, so all it has to do is jump to dodge. The moment Ikoma rushes forward, it leaps into the air, confident in its victory. A perfect 10, except it's not the main character. An explosion from above blasts the rabbit out of the sky. Ikoma's not an idiot. Its dash skill is fast, but its movements are predictable. All he had to do was get the timing right. The rabbit, refusing to give up, lunges from below with its horrifying mouth wide open. Without a moment's hesitation, Ikoma slices it clean in 2. As the rabbit disintegrates, the monster books all revert back to normal. Tears well up in Jion's eyes. Is it finally over? Sasuke calls out her name, and Jion immediately snaps back. I'm not crying, it's just dust in my eyes. Seiji walks over and extends a hand to Ikoma, apologizing for underestimating both him and Sasuke. They just wanted to fill their party slots, but if only their original 3 had come here, they would have been completely wiped out. Just then, an item drops from the rabbit's body. It's a magic sphere and a skill book for its dash ability. You and I both know skills like that aren't useless. It all depends on the user's class. Besides, if they sell it to the guild, they could get 10 million for it. Seiji's eyes light up at the mention of money. 10 million divided by 5 means 2 million each. But as much as he loves money, he values his life more. He suggests they head back since their MP is low, and this dungeon is clearly way tougher than they anticipated. Normally, Ikoma would agree to leave, but he can't have anyone questioning his judgment, so let's see how he convinces them to stay. The most annoying thing in this gate is that rabbit. If you run the moment you see it, you can avoid a fight, and besides, they have support and MP recovery. Sasuke scowls, knowing for sure that Ikoma is about to make her do that again. Ikoma just plays it cool, saying they need MP, and goblins are the perfect food source when you're running on empty. Seiji is on board if it means restoring their MP, leaving the decision to the other 2. Kasai also agrees to stay, not wanting to leave empty-handed after coming all this way, but really, he just wants to exploit Ikoma. Shion is shocked they want to keep exploring the gate after what they just went through. To be fair, she was almost killed, so nobody can blame her for feeling that way. After hearing Seiji's reasoning, she gets fired up, and the party continues deeper inside. Meanwhile, outside the gate, 2 individuals are requesting entry. The gatekeeper hasn't received any notice about the Akma Defense Agency taking command, so he's a bit hesitant. That is until they present a notice from government headquarters. The gatekeeper immediately opens the gate for them. The girl with the braids snaps her ID card in half. Was all that hassle really necessary just to get inside? The young man is more cautious. The gate's rules are incredibly strict, so they had to disguise themselves this thoroughly to avoid suspicion. Luckily, the girl's skill made things much easier. Now, pay attention here, because these 2 aren't your average adventurers. She wonders why their superiors want the boss item completely erased, but her partner says that's not their problem. Their only job is to complete the mission assigned by Chimera. He also reminds her to drop the illusion magic soon because it drains a lot of MP. The girl rubs her head, annoyed by his rigidness. He's just a guy who only knows how to blindly obey the boss's orders. Finally, the girl drops the illusion magic, revealing both of their true faces. Kikyu, level 54, and Arisu, level 57, from the Chimera organization, are now inside the gate. Meanwhile, our party is dealing with even bigger monsters emerging from books. And once again, Sion is the target, with Ikoma swooping in for the save. This creature is an attacker type that can stretch its own body. Anyone who hasn't fought it before stands no chance, especially given Sion's low physical stats. Shadow Hands. Sasuke summons a pair of massive shadow hands to pin the monster's body, then leaps up and smashes its core with a powerful strike. Sasuke has gotten stronger. That new skill came from the points she got after beating the rabbit. Looks like she's going to be a lot more useful now. Using that skill only seems to cost MP, so they need to reduce the number of monsters. Just then, Sasuke turns and glares at Xion with a look that could kill all because Xion is clinging tightly to Ikoma's arm. Xion immediately lets go and jumps a few feet away. I was just scared of the monsters. I wasn't hugging his arm for protection or anything. But Sasuke's judgmental stare only makes Xion more flustered, so she just points at Ikoma, trying to show her gratitude for saving her. After a bit more fighting, only one last monster remains. Kasai is the one facing it, looking like he's about to deliver the final blow. Seiji quickly yells at him not to kill the last one, just as Ikoma instructed. Kasai just knocks its weapon away and restrains the giant goblin with a rope. He already knows the plan. Ikoma wants to keep it alive because goblins have a high MP pool, enough to recharge the entire party. Kasai is the sharpest mind of their trio. Despite his gloomy personality, he's the most diligent and effective worker. It's great having Kasai on the team, at least. That's what Ikoma thinks. The goblin is drained dry, its mana transferred to the 3 party members. Seiji feels his strength returning, ready to fight again. But Xion, even with her MP restored, is still terrified by what she's been through. An excited Seiji wants to go hunt 2 more goblins to restore MP for Ikoma and Sasuke, but Ikoma knows that even with full mana, their bodies are still exhausted. They have to use more energy to defeat the goblins than the mana they get back. That's the trade-off. Hearing that, Seiji drops the idea and claps Ikoma on the shoulder, completely trusting him. And here it is. They've gone deep into the gate, and Ikoma officially asks them to help him conquer the boss. For the first time, Kasai actually looks interested, but Xion, as expected, immediately objects. You're scared, aren't you? That's all Ikoma needs to ask before Xion denies it. Seiji also thinks it over seriously. At first, he wanted to form a party to kill the boss, but after grinding in here and getting enough magic crystals and skill points, he feels like he's good. Besides, his earlier overconfidence cost him dearly. Ikoma tells them he has some information about an item here that could help them defeat the boss. Seiji immediately reconsiders. He's desperate to defeat a rank B boss, just imagine the reputation he'd get. Seeing they're leaning his way, Ikoma decides to lay out the deal. He wants the item that drops from the boss. In return, they get to keep all the magic crystals and items they've already collected. Even Sasuke has agreed. Seiji is curious about the item Ikoma wants so badly, but getting 3 times the loot they got from the rabbit, how can he say no? Money. Here, Seiji comes. Seeing that Xion is still refusing, Kasai coldly says, everyone else agreed but you. You want to go home alone? Xion clicks her tongue and finally agrees to go along, but only to repay her debt. Once again, Ikoma is amazed by how brutally straightforward she is. Meanwhile, the boss of the Dream Library, Akasha, a level 60 monster, awaits the adventurers who dare to challenge it. The party stops just outside the boss room, ready to act on Ikoma's plan. The boss isn't very mobile, but its attack range is huge. As long as they don't rush in blindly, they should be able to defeat it without a problem. Seiji is hyped, looking forward to his first ever victory against a rank B boss. While everyone else has their own reasons for being here, Xion is still suspicious of the so-called information item Ikoma made up about the boss. But you still followed us, didn't you? Sasuke says, hitting her with a verbal jab. Xion may have come along, but she's the only one who doesn't believe Ikoma's lie. In that respect, she's actually pretty smart. In Seiji's experience, the most important thing for an adventurer is not to talk big about their own power, and he doesn't think Ikoma is that type of person. Even Kasai is only here because he doesn't want to defeat a boss after someone else has already weakened it. And didn't he just tell Xion to go home? Yet here she is, still whining about trust. Ikoma finally speaks up. Adventurers are always risking their lives. If you're that worried, we can turn back. I told you I'm not scared. I just think you all shouldn't blindly believe everything you say. Xion puffs up. Ikoma, though frustrated, reassures her. According to the plan, He and Kasai will draw the boss's attention while Seiji protects her. Zeon still isn't happy with that. If she does that, everyone will just keep looking down on her. Kasai silently observes. Zeon seems genuinely worried but still accepts the mission. As for him, his goal is to challenge the boss and become stronger. And if they fail, Kasai can still escape, since he's the highest level player here. Before starting the fight, Ikoma decides to spend some skill points. With 29 points remaining, he was planning to save them to get gravity control to level 4. But the smart play before a boss is to upgrade gravity magic. So for 15 skill points, Ikoma pushes it to level 3. And with that, a new skill unlocks. Gravity Field. Trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. It coats a chosen area with gravity magic, a nice little skill boost right before the boss fight. The team pushes open the door, revealing a massive circular chamber. In the center of the room, the boss Akasha turns its head to face them. Shion swallows hard, while Kasai immediately assesses that the creature has low mobility. Wasting no time, they execute the plan. Akasha opens with Thunder's Fury, unleashing wide-sweeping lightning bolts. Just like the intel said, the magic's power is based on range, so it targets Kasai and him up front instead of the casters in the back. Ikoma can accelerate suddenly by reducing gravity, while Kasai, as a top-tier thief, is already incredibly nimble. Because of this, none of Akasha's attacks can touch them. The two of them just weave through the lightning and close in on the boss, waiting for an opening after it uses a spell. At that moment, all four of them launch a massive attack on the boss. It raises its hands to cover its face but is completely unharmed. Sorry. Hey, a strange voice echoes in Sasuke's mind. She freezes, confused. Is this monster actually talking? Ikoma realizes Akasha is prepping an area of effect attack aimed at Sasuke and the others. He yells out a warning for everyone to get behind Seiji. Kasai hates taking orders from a kid, but his life comes first. Akasha summons a wave of fire right at them. Shion screams in panic. How are we supposed to dodge that? But Ikoma had already planned for this. If you can't dodge, you defend. Seiji summons his shield, easily blocking the attack because the AoE's damage is lower, just like Ikoma said. Seeing this, his morale skyrockets. They can actually handle Akasha's magic attacks with their own set of skills. They just need to stay cautious, and victory is within their grasp. The boss has a lot of wide-range attacks, but its lack of mobility makes it fairly easy to deal with. And with that, they charge. Even Jian starts hoping for a bright future as an idle adventurer. But Kasai? He's still brooding. And trust me, you and I know this is going way too smoothly for his liking. He needs a few people to get eliminated. Ikoma is far beyond his expectations. So, if he wants to break this party, Kasai will have to take out Ikoma first. After that, everyone will fall into chaos, and he'll be unstoppable. Ikoma is still on the front lines attacking. This time, Akasha summons a lightning sword and fires a thunderous bolt straight at him. He dodges it easily, not forgetting to taunt the boss to make it angry. Shion gets more and more confident. With Ikoma and Kasai's speed, butchering this boss is easy. She never thought it would be this simple. Money, here I come. Sasuke is just speechless. A little while ago, Shion was the most terrified person in their entire group. Seiji is also getting overconfident. At first, he thought Ikoma was just cocky, but seeing him in action proves he was right all along. Ikoma perfectly understood the enemy's strength and chose the path with the least risk. On top of that, he has the skill and pure courage to back it up. The boss's attacks are brutally powerful. One hit sends you straight to the afterlife. Yet Ikoma just keeps pushing forward without a hint of fear, the sign of a truly experienced and confident adventurer. Akasha summons huge stone pillars, completely changing its attack pattern. By targeting the rear guard, it created shields that also limit the movement of the front line. This actually helps them, as the pillars provide cover from its wide-area attacks. This time, Ikoma signals for Seiji to move the rear guard up. Meanwhile, Akasha uses Thunder's Fury again, but the stone pillars block its line of sight, allowing it to get hit easily. Jian can't stop smiling. Whoa, it even gave us these awesome shields! That was a dumb move, you stupid puppet! Ikoma feels she's getting way too excited, but there's nothing he can do. Plus, she's sitting right where he needs to be. So, Ikoma can only apologize to her in advance. Before Sion can even figure out what's happening, Ikoma's foot plants firmly on her. He uses her as a springboard to leap onto a nearby stone pillar. Before Sion can curse out his entire family tree, Ikoma is already rushing towards Akasha. He couldn't get close earlier because the boss was watching him, but now he can use gravity to launch a surprise attack from above. Sure enough, Akasha can't dodge Ikoma's slash. but the attack only breaks one of its horns. Did he do it? Xian waits anxiously for the result. But not yet. Akasha's defense is still pretty high. Its HP is almost gone, but its MP is still at 2/3. Kasai, hiding behind a pillar, knows the boss will be dead soon, so he'll make his move on Ikoma first. And right at that moment, when no one is paying attention, Akasha raises both hands high. Now pay close attention here, it's not stretching. It's summoning a ridiculously overpowered attack. It's called Cataclysmic Explosion. This spell requires a long cast time and a huge amount of MP, but if it goes off, the entire party gets wiped out. Some dungeon bosses lose control when they get desperate, just like Akasha is doing now. So Ikoma knows he has to take it down before it finishes casting. Ikoma charges forward without fear, trusting that Kasai has his back. The rear guard is moving up, and since this boss isn't mobile, defeating it should be easy. Suddenly, a dagger flies straight at Ikoma. It's a surprise attack, but he still manages to block it. From behind, Kasai acts shocked at Ikoma's terrifyingly fast reaction, quickly raising his hands and saying, "Sorry, my hand slipped." Ikoma is immediately suspicious. He's sure the guy has a hidden agenda, but now is not the time to worry about petty things when the cataclysmic explosion is far more terrifying. Ikoma signals for everyone to try and dodge the area attack. Its power is so immense that everyone trembles in fear. What started as a small spark of light has now become a sphere larger than the boss itself. Ikoma squints. Cataclysmic Explosion is an incredibly powerful spell, as it doesn't stop until the user runs out of mana. That means they can handle Akasha much more easily if they can just get through this blast. In other words, this is the final hurdle for Ikoma to earn the title of Sage, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Attacks start shooting out from the sphere. Ikoma dodges while trying to approach Akasha. It only has a little HP left. But Akasha has locked onto Ikoma, focusing all its attacks on him. Kasai is still hiding behind a pillar, hoping this thing will keep him safe from the boss's horrific attack. Besides, this spot gives him a great view of the fight. Yeah, fat chance. Akasha's attack completely destroys the pillar Kasai was hiding behind. He immediately scrambles to save his own skin, silently cursing Ikoma for dragging him to a place with such a monstrously strong creature. Akasha is still casting Cataclysmic Explosion. At this rate, Sasuke and the others are going to get hit. Out of options, Ikoma can only charge forward. What the hell? That guy is charging in again. Xian shouts. In that moment, Sasuke realizes Ikoma's magic is weakening. She immediately signals for everyone to charge in and support him. The boss's HP is almost gone, and it's only focusing on Ikoma anyway. So what? Xian grumbles. But Seiji is different. He decides to join Sasuke and help Ikoma, because they are a team. They've relied on Ikoma way too much. Seiji can't just let him continue to carry the whole team on his back. And so, Xian grits her teeth and charges forward with the other two. Akasha notices and fires 2 magic beams at them. With no way to dodge, Seiji has no choice but to use his shield for the 2 of them. But this attack is even stronger than the fire wave from before. Seiji's shield is about to shatter. At that moment, he signals for Sasuke and Xion to advance, while he stays behind to block Akasha's assault. And you and I both know he's putting it all on the line. Just seconds later, Seiji is completely drained. It's been ages since he's been pushed this hard. Now, let's see if Ikoma and the other 2 can handle this on their own. Thanks to the distraction from Sasuke, Akasha's focus shifts off Ikoma, giving him the perfect opening. He unleashes a brand new skill, trapping Akasha inside a powerful gravity field. The crushing weight makes it impossible for Akasha to control its devastation explosion, a spell that requires pinpoint accuracy. Ikoma's plan is to force it to drop the massive magic orb. Sasuke helps, summoning shadow hands to restrain Akasha. But watch this, if they don't break through now, that explosion is going to wipe everyone out. Damn it, I want to go home! Xian screams, mustering all her courage to charge forward. She swings her giant scythe straight at Akasha, knocking it completely off balance. The monster screams as its frost-covered arm shatters into pieces. With only one arm left, Akasha can't summon its ultimate spell. It collapses, looking pathetic, but Ikoma has no time for pity. He rushes in to finish the job. After taking down a level 60 opponent, Ikoma jumps from level 45 to 49. Xion breathes a huge sigh of relief. The boss is finally dead, and they can escape. Ikoma is thrilled. He can finally uncover some of the secrets he missed in his past life. After the fight, Kasai is still staring silently at Ikoma, even with his mask on. You can feel the greed radiating from him. Ikoma searches for a moment and finally finds it, the ring of wisdom he's been desperately waiting for. With this ring, he can summon the great sage from the library. Sasuke is curious, suggesting they should hand it over to the demon counterforce. Now, you and I might think that's logical, but Ikoma has his reasons to refuse. First, in his past life, the demon counterforce was the one who lost the ring in the first place. It was under their research institute's control, so he doesn't trust anyone there with it. Second, unlocking the ring's true potential requires a seriously high level. It's far more useful with a former S-rank adventurer like him. And besides, who in their right mind gives up a rare treasure they fought this hard to get? Sasuke has never seen Ikoma this openly happy before. She wonders what terrifying power the ring holds to make him lose sleep over it. Just then, Seiji runs over to congratulate him. Thanks to Ikoma beating Akasha, they all got a little EXP boost. Even though he looked half dead, Seiji already healed himself and offers to heal Ikoma too. Ikoma hesitates since he wasn't hit directly, but he's not about to turn down a free heal from Seiji. While healing him, Seiji silently admires Ikoma as the most promising adventurer he's ever seen. Seiji always saw adventuring as just a way to make a ton of money, but Ikoma made him fight for his comrades in a crisis. Seiji feels like his life wasn't wasted meeting someone with Ikoma's spirit. Meanwhile, Shion is still complaining that she almost died several times today, and now only money can heal her soul. Kasai sees that Ikoma has the item, got the experience, and safely defeated the boss. Time to drop the whole we're friends act. Right after a tough challenge, adventurers always relax and lower their guard. That's when Kasai will use his ultimate stealth technique, moving without a sound to ambush Ikoma. A brutal strike to the back of the neck will finish this. At that exact moment, Ikoma turns around and trust me, the look in his eyes is absolutely chilling. He blocks Kasai's dagger with his own sword, shocking the assassin. Damn, does he have eyes in the back of his head? Ikoma doubles the gravity and throws a punch. Model, and boom, betrayal, right out in the open. Seiji is stunned, watching two of his own teammates go at it. He'd felt something was off about Kasai during the boss fight but got distracted. He never expected a direct attack right now. Of course, Kasai had been saving his strength the whole time, just running around, but Ikoma still has plenty of MP left. 4 against 1, this should be an easy win. But suddenly, Ikoma realizes something is wrong. Kasai's goal isn't to kill them, it's to steal from them. He's already swiped the item-holding bracelet and, more importantly, Ikoma's Ring of Wisdom. Ikoma completely forgot Kasai is a thief class, specializing in swiping loot. And the thief steal skill, there's absolutely no way to block it. The item pouch alone is incredibly valuable, but the stuff inside is worth even more. It's every single thing they've collected on this entire expedition. Everyone is furious at this dirty, backstabbing move. Kasai just mocks them. Try and catch me. Aside from Ikoma, the rest are slow as turtles, and they're all weakened from the boss fight. Ikoma grinds his teeth in fury. He hates it, but the guy's right, they don't have the strength to catch him. Ikoma thought B-rank adventurers were above being swayed by greed. Man, was he wrong? Turns out, this is Kasai's whole deal. He ranked up through theft and blackmail, pouring all his points into thief skills. But karma caught up. His terrible reputation spread through the association, and soon, nobody would party with him. He traveled far out here to escape his past, but bad news travels faster. His reputation preceded him. Kasai had already accepted this would be his last group activity here. But then he had a thought. A party leader with a list of achievements and inside info on where rare items appear. Why not use that to score some epic loot for himself? Seiji is devastated, watching 10 million yen walk out the door. Ikoma apologizes to everyone for being careless. Now, their only option is to report him and hope the anti-Akuma squad can catch him. Kasai is a high-level criminal, but he's a thief, not a murderer, and promises mean nothing inside a gate where there are no rules. Ikoma isn't even sure if the squad can catch the guy. Ikoma doesn't care about the other items. The only thing he wants back is that Ring of Wisdom. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the entrance. "Oh, it looks like we're late." Sasuke panics, fearing for the two newcomers. She screams at them, "Get out of here, run!" Kasai just smirks. "Good day," as they stand there, blocking his only exit. When he sees them take a fighting stance, he scoffs at the fools. He's the highest level player here, level 48. No one here can possibly defeat him. That is, until he met Kikyu. One single, impossibly fast and powerful strike sends Kasai flying backwards into a wall, knocking him out cold. Everyone who witnesses it is completely frozen. A player as high level as Kasai, taken down in just one hit? Who in the world are these newcomers? Ikoma sees a familiar silhouette and his face goes pale. Arisu looks down at Kasai's unconscious body with a bored expression. She'd hoped for more of a fight, but Kikyu ended it in a single blow. Shion trembles. She'd always feared the veteran Kasai, and he was just neutralized with a flick of the wrist. Arisu finds the ring and shouts with excitement. So pretty. She slips it on her finger and dances in front of Kikyu. Look, it suits me, doesn't it? Kikyu's expression remains rigid. That is the target we are here to destroy. Arisu wonders if she could just secretly take it home. Surely no one would notice. Defy direct orders, and you will be executed. That includes you, Kikyu reminds her sharply. Just then, Seiji steps forward and hesitantly thanks them for saving them, but asks, "Did you really have to be so brutal? Huh?" Arisu tilts her head, genuinely confused. Then, a chilling smile spreads across her face, though her eyes remain wide and unblinking. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. We could kill every single one of you." Kikyu agrees. "Our orders are to eliminate all witnesses present." The party is hit with another wave of shock. Ikoma knows now there's no mistaking that strange aura, those unique uniforms, and that absolutely monstrous power. They can only be from Chimera's Fang. "Oh, you've heard of us? That's quite a surprise," Arisu says cheerfully. Everyone is stunned. They thought Chimera's Fang was just some crazy story from the internet, a dark organization that clawed its way up the underworld using power from information gates. They just kept expanding, and within 15 years, they were even tangled up in politics. Chimera's Fang has reached a point where they're considered the shadow rulers of the country. They're like an urban legend. Ikoma actually fought one of them in a gate once before. They shouldn't be using these kinds of weapons and abilities, but even so, there's no denying they are incredibly formidable opponents. Ikoma has no idea why Chimera's Fang would be in an unlisted low-rank gate like this one, but he knows one thing about them. They don't leave their identity exposed. If their cover is blown, they eliminate all witnesses on the spot. Two bloodthirsty members of Chimera's Fang. They have no choice but to fight back. Seiji figures 4 versus 2 gives them the advantage, as long as they avoid fighting one-on-one. But Ikoma knows better. These guys are on a completely different level. Sorry, but even a 2-on-1 fight would be tough. Arisu playfully asks, "Hey Kikyu, who do you want to kill?" "I want that one over there," all while still admiring the ring on her hand. Ikoma can't let that rare information item fall into their hands. He has to take back what's his. He targets Arisu and signals for the other 3 to handle Kikyu. He's going to solo this girl. Sasuke doesn't want Ikoma fighting alone while 3 of them team up on one guy, but Seiji thinks it's a sound strategy. He and Sasuke are support. They can't fight on the front lines. They have to rely on Shion, the only one who can go toe-to-toe. It's a huge burden on Ikoma, but it's the only way. Besides, that Kikyu guy took down Kasai in a single blow. He's way too dangerous to fight solo. Considering Ikoma's skill set, a coordinated attack from the 3 of them is their best shot. Kikyu sees them underestimating his partner and speaks up. "You know, Arisu has always been stronger than me." This single statement shatters all of Seiji's calculations. As Arisu and Ikoma clash swords, they seem evenly matched, but Ikoma is at a clear disadvantage. Even using his gravity manipulation to boost his power, his stamina just can't keep up. "Let me tell you something," Arisu taunts. "Kikyu is level 50. And me? I'm level 57. She guesses Ikoma is only around 50 himself, so fighting her is like an egg trying to crack a stone. Ikoma already knew her level was higher. He's not an idiot. Arisu loves to mock those weaker than her. To her, the fastest way to get stronger is simply by beating high-level monsters, causing her own rank to skyrocket. The theory is, those who constantly risk their lives gain power the fastest. The only problem is, most of them end up dead. In Ikoma's eyes, she's just a spoiled kid who thinks the universe revolves around her. Arisu gets annoyed by Ikoma's muttering. "Just tell me why you chose to fight me solo." He replies simply, "Because I have experience." Fighting a high-level opponent with short-range weapons is tricky. It's better to fight them one-on-one, where you can spot their openings, unlike a long-range fighter who is harder to pin down. Battles between difficult, high-level opponents often have unpredictable outcomes. So his plan is to finish Arisu quickly, then immediately go and support his 3 teammates. With his tactical mind, this is the only path to victory Ikoma could come up with. Meanwhile, Seiji is getting impatient. Is Ikoma really going to stand there and explain his entire strategy before fighting? That's a bold taunt, Arisu laughs, as the 2 finally engage. She summons her Dream Blades. "You better entertain me. It would be a huge disappointment if you're all talk." Dream Blades is a magic skill that attacks the enemy with materialized phantom swords. In that instant, Ikoma finally identifies Arisu's class. It's a rare one, and a very, very annoying one. Now, dance for me. Go on. Arisu unleashes a storm of dream blades right at Ikoma. Of course, none of her attacks even get close. Arisu is shocked by his speed and his special body enhancement. He weaves through her attacks without a hint of fear. And Arisu? She's absolutely loving it. The tougher the opponent, the more she wants to see them drowning in a sea of blood. Ikoma counters, but the level gap is just too huge for his attacks to do anything. Even his fastest, most precise techniques from his school days are completely useless here. Even doubling his power output, he's still on the losing end. This is getting ugly, but Ikoma has to finish this fight fast and go help his 3 friends. Enough playing around. Let's see you fight for real, Ikoma taunts Arisu. This is a crazy dangerous gamble, but he needs to switch up his tactics. Ikoma even mocks her daggers, saying her consciousness must be too pathetic to aim straight and hit him. Arisu doesn't get angry instead. She just smiles, intrigued that Ikoma knows so much. Her class is rare grade. She thought she was the only one in the world who had it. Now pay attention, because this is where things get really nasty. Her class is Nightmare, letting her freely mix reality and illusion in battle. This time, she combines Dream Dagger and Phantom Mirror, creating a storm of daggers where half are nothing but illusions. She unleashes the entire barrage at Ikoma, confident that not even a monster could dodge this. He leaps into the air, but Arisu just scoffs. Jump all you want, there's no escape. Phantom Mirror requires very little mana and combines easily with other magic. Its greatest strength is disorienting the enemy, but the only thing Ikoma worries about with this kind of magic is the fear it creates. This attack is all about mental damage. As the daggers fly toward him, Arisu can't wait to see Ikoma's face twist in absolute terror. The daggers make impact, but Ikoma doesn't even flinch. They pass right through him without leaving a scratch because they were all just illusions. All Ikoma needs to do is observe the light and shadows to tell which are real and which are fake. You can fool anyone, but you can't fool a regressor. Arisu starts to panic. How can he see through her illusions? No one should be able to charge through her attack without even hesitating. While she's spiraling, Ikoma has already slipped behind her. The pressure builds, and Arisu's heart pounds in her chest. She knows for certain now Ikoma is no ordinary adventurer. His courage, his knowledge, his experience, it's on a whole other level. Arisu has fought high-level people from the criminal underworld and monster hunters, but not a single one of them had an aura as terrifying as Ikoma's. While she's still in shock, Ikoma slashes past her. She feels no pain and lets out a relieved laugh. Just a close call, she thinks. It looks like Ikoma missed. He pretends to sigh in defeat. Damn, that was my final move too. So close, right? But then, drops of blood fall from Arisu's hand. She stares at her bleeding palm. Suddenly, she bursts into laughter like an escaped patient. Amazing, good job. You could have actually killed me. How thrilling. It's been a long time since Arisu has felt this way. So much so that she's forced to use her ultimate skill, something she hates because it makes fights one-sided and boring. It's Doppelganger. Ikoma isn't surprised that someone at her level has already acquired this technique. It's a basic ultimate for an illusionist, creating tangible shadow clones. A skilled opponent can make 3 at once, just like Arisu is doing now. If Ikoma lets his guard down, he'll be swarmed and killed instantly. Doppelganger is a broken skill that creates multiple copies with the exact same physical abilities as the original. So Ikoma's one-on-one just turned into a 1 versus 3. He doesn't have time to counterattack anymore. This is all about survival. He deals with the 2 on his flanks, but another Arisu leaps at him from above. This time, Ikoma can't dodge. He's forced to block the overhead slash with his arm. Doppelganger isn't invincible, but at his current level, Ikoma doesn't have the cards to beat her high-level clones. It's an all-or-nothing gambit, the only strategy he has left to get that ring back. Meanwhile, Kikyu is fighting the other 3 alone, and he looks completely unfazed. He crushed Kasai with absolute power, but for the others, it's more than just a stat difference. Even though Kikyu started the fight, the other 2 could have attacked during his opening. Knowing this, he moves very carefully. Seiji wants to use their numbers advantage and strike first to guarantee their safety against this monster. Sasuke, Sion, now! On Seiji's command, the 2 of them charge in together. Kikyu simply uses Fire Fang and knocks both their attacks away. Kikyu is waiting for Arisu to finish Ikoma's group quickly, but true to form, she's still playing around. His motto is to live for the mission, and he refuses to waste time playing cat and mouse. He activates Vajra Samhata, and his whole body releases an overwhelming pressure completely different from before. It's a skill only a few melee fighters can learn. It stimulates his muscles, enhances his abilities, hardens his body, and boosts his resistance. The trade-off? While in this state, his other stats take a major hit. Seiji realizes it's a skill that drains an insane amount of stamina, which means Kikyu is planning to end them all in one single blow. Just as Kikyu attacks, Seiji manages to jump in front of the two girls, but he's too late to activate his shield, taking the full force of the blow. "You damn bald bastard!" Xion screams, charging forward, but Kikyu blocks her with just his arm. Xion's face turns pale. Does a state that makes the body completely unbreakable actually exist? Just then, Kikyu counters, sending Xion flying. In an instant, two of them are down. Is Kikyu even human, or is he a demon? But that also means Arisu is even stronger than this monster. Meanwhile, Arisu is still having a blast, toying with Ikoma and her two doppelgangers. Kikyu is actually surprised she had to use that skill, which means Ikoma must be strong. But he's certain that being this overwhelmed, Ikoma is going to lose any second now. Sasuke is worried. No matter what they try, Kikyu is on another level. But she's sure if they hold on, Ikoma will come save them. You feel that? This is the moment a character stops being a liability. Sasuke suddenly realizes she's still thinking like baggage, just waiting to be rescued. She swore she'd become a partner worthy of Ikoma. She can't just sit here waiting for Ikoma's help while he's putting his own life on the line. If she does that, she doesn't deserve to be his friend. "Xion, Seiji, you still have the will to fight, right?" Sasuke shouts. "The three of us will defeat him together and go help Ikoma. This time, let's be the ones helping Ikoma. We've relied on him for way too long." Kikyu just scoffs. The power of friendship won't work here. He'll send all three of them to their graves with one hit. Still, Kikyu has to respect them. Seiji, Xion, and Sasuke are determined to fight to the end, even knowing they're nothing more than mosquitoes biting an ox. Because of that, he decides to send all three of them to the afterlife together so they'll have company. His Vajra Samhata reinforces his body, resisting all their attacks. Even when all three use their numbers advantage to fight, they can't cause any damage to him. And that's where we leave them with Sasuke realizing it's hopeless. You and I both know this isn't looking good at all. She starts wondering what Ikoma would do in this situation to break the stalemate. If this turns into a war of attrition, they'll lose. The power gap is just too big. So you and I both know the plan. Create an opening and land one all-out critical strike. It may not beat him, but it could neutralize him. Just then, the bald powerhouse lunges forward, ready to unleash a devastating blow on all three of them. Xion starts freaking out. We can't beat him with a normal approach. What are we even doing? But Sasuke remains ice cold, laying out the strategy. She'll use her skill to stop his movement, and in that opening, they have to throw the scythe at his right hand. The key is, if Xion forgets to use her Hell Claws, it is game over for them instantly. Sasuke asks Seiji if he can launch an all-out attack in coordination with Xion. Seiji agrees immediately. There's no time to hesitate. He's betting everything on Sasuke. That's her cue. Sasuke unleashes Dark Shadow to restrain Kikyo. But as he struggles, he shatters the pathetic trap with ease, just as they feared. The sight throws Xion into absolute despair. Elsewhere, Seiji, full of false bravado, thinks he can actually crush Kikyo's body. A total death wish. Just as he's about to end Seiji, he's hit by a surprise Dark Shadow attack, injuring his hand. Seiji uses that moment to land a direct blow, but Kikyo doesn't even flinch, turning around and decking Seiji right across the face. His attention finally shifts to Sasuke, who immediately snatches his weapon. Once a warrior loses their signature weapon, their skills become limited. He's just lost almost all his attack power. However, Xion thinks up a plan in a split second. Don't let her frail appearance fool you. She's got real determination. Seiji used to look down on Sasuke, thinking she only survived by fighting alongside Ikoma. But what she pulled off today has completely changed his opinion of her. Even if they can't defeat Kikyo, they can still disarm him, and with that, he won't be able to. And finally, Kikyo understands Sasuke's real plan. And see, this is where it gets brilliant. Her attempt to restrain him with Dark Shadow was a feint, a trick to hide the real attack with the scythe. He's stunned it wasn't a mistake. It was pure strategy. Thinking he's cornered, Xion boldly tells him to surrender. But taking Kikyo down isn't that simple. He slams a powerful fist straight into the ground. Looks like he's furious. Even without his weapon, he's ready to fight all three of them with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Ikoma's situation is just as bad, struggling against two different Arisus. Arisu's fighting style is brutally tanky, designed to wear opponents down, and it's draining Ikoma's stamina fast. To make it worse, Arisu taunts him. So, what are you gonna do now? Come on, tell me. Of course, Ikoma completely ignores her. He's analyzing the clone's weakness. It consumes a ton of MP. But dragging this fight out just isn't an option. The clones can be destroyed and will vanish, but if he takes them out one by one, his own power won't last. Going for the main body while ignoring the clones is also impossible. Right now, he has no cards left to play, but Ikoma will use what he has until the time is right. Back with Sasuke's group, they're still deadlocked with Kikyo. The guy lost his weapon, but he shows zero signs of backing down. No matter how the three of them team up on him, he's still holding his ground. Normally, his enhancement skills should have worn off by now, which would guarantee their victory. But his fighting spirit isn't fading at all. What is this insane willpower? At this point, Kikyo realizes these three brats are way tougher than he expected, and that other guy, Ikoma, was on par with Arisu. He absolutely cannot let this become a 4-on-1 fight. His mission is to stall until Arisu finishes Ikoma, even if it costs him his life. Sukuna really sent them a monster. At the same time, Arisu relentlessly attacks Ikoma with Dream Thorn. Exhausted, he finally takes a heavy hit, and bam, just when you think it's over, the tables turn. You're tough, Arisu thinks, but this is the end. She moves in for the final blow, and walks right into Ikoma's trap. He's got her. Ikoma predicted it. Based on her personality, he knew the final attack would come from her real body. So he intentionally created a no-escape scenario with a deliberate opening. It was all a lure to draw her in. Even with one arm caught, knowing she's trapped, Arisu still manages to lash out, landing a painful blow on Ikoma. Not a bad plan, she smirks, but if you think that's enough to beat me, you're just a naive little boy, still way too green. Ikoma thought Arisu was out of tricks, but she's still bold enough to gamble without a second thought. As for him, he never commits to a plan unless it has a real chance of success. Arisu. I've already won. As he speaks, he holds up a ring on his finger. That's when Arisu realizes she's been completely played. His past life experience as a pro really came in clutch. The ring is a unique item drop from the boss of Akasha's Information Guild. An item this good? No way Ikoma was going to let it slip by. But he admits it, Arisu's clone is powerful. However, it also has a weakness. He knew he didn't have a skill at his level to exploit it, but now, maybe he does. And that's exactly why he had to conserve his MP. Turns out, Ikoma's hesitation wasn't because he was out of MP, as Arisu assumed. It was also he could use the ring's special ability. Arisu starts rethinking everything. If his target was the ring all along, how long had he been planning this? He knew about the clone. Could it be? From the moment he insisted on handling this himself. The thought sends a shock through her. No, impossible. Though inwardly shaken, she keeps a calm face and provokes Ikoma. Can you even use that continuously? That's a boss drop, isn't it? Luckily for him, Ikoma studied this item thoroughly in his past life. It's his first time touching this specific one, but he's used similar things before, so he's not fazed at all. Right then, Ikoma shouts, "Summon, Great Mage of the Library!" Instantly, an adorable chibi mage appears out of nowhere. And trust me, the look on Arisu's face when she sees a summon from an item is priceless. Ikoma's path to victory has finally opened. Things are about to get very real for Arisu. Summoning items are rare, but she's seen a few. They borrow a monster's power and use its MP, but they're usually super inefficient, and the summoned monsters are often blind. Plus, it's a boss drop, she thinks to herself. He just got it, so he can't have tested it. It has to be a bluff. Even though she's a little nervous, Arisu keeps running her mouth. I can't believe you saved up MP while getting beat up just for this. How pathetic. But it looks like Ikoma couldn't care less what she's saying. His indifference must have triggered Arisu, because she goes berserk and charges him. The summoned Akasha is weaker than the original, but she still retains her core essence and abilities. Ikoma can now use his own MP to unleash Akasha's original skills, and instantly, he orders Akasha to cast a fire spell that Arisu has no way of dodging. The scale of the attack isn't massive, but if that clone takes a direct hit, it's definitely going down. Ikoma realizes the fire spear's output is way lower than its MP cost. Using magic from a summoned creature is just inefficient, and the complex steps drain even more MP. It's not a spell you can just spam without thinking. And with his clone so vulnerable to area of effect attacks, this is a fatal weakness. Countering a fire spear requires dedicated defensive or evasive moves, skills a mere illusionist just wouldn't have. Arisu's been burning through MP to keep her army of clones up. Now, trust me, it's Ikoma's turn to dish out some serious pain. Meanwhile, Arisu is getting hyped. The thought of losing to a nobody like Ikoma is thrilling. It's been ages since someone pushed past her tricks and cornered her like this. But she's grinning because she still has one last ace up her sleeve, the Kaleidoscope Mirage. This technique combines physical attacks with illusions on a massive scale. Just deploying it must be costing her a ridiculous amount of MP. Arisu figures Ikoma might see through some of it, but that requires intense focus. He's bound to leave an opening, and this time she's going to strike right through it. Just as she thinks she's got him, nope, you are not ready for this. He vanishes before her eyes. While she's staring, wondering what the hell just happened, Ikoma uses his gravity inversion field to drop from the ceiling, unleashing a surprise meteor slash. She reacts fast, raising her dagger to block. But it doesn't matter. The author just gave our main character a massive power boost. Arisu is instantly one-shotted, sent flying into a wall and slumping to the ground. Ikoma lands his cool one-liner perfectly. Sorry, but you're not the only one who saved a trump card. With his side of the fight handled, he turns to Seiji, Sasuke, and Sion, who are still struggling against Kikyo. Even when Sion slams her scythe into his head, he doesn't even flinch. It's not that their attacks can't get through Kikyo's body, but because his skill, Vira Samhogakaya, is a body enhancement technique. It massively boosts his resistance to damage. In this state, he's practically immune to pain and can keep moving until his limbs literally explode. Seiji tells Sion not to overdo it. If they just keep their distance and maintain the attack, they can safely wear him down. Hearing this, Kikyo feels relieved. He just needs to stall a little longer. After Arisu finishes off Ikoma, she'll come back and help take care of these three. Mission complete. But in the next second, he gets a huge reality check. Ikoma, having already beaten Arisu, is back. Kikyo can't believe it. Arisu? Defeated? 4 years ago, the Chimera Hounds were just a pack of homeless thugs with nothing but their fists. But even among them, Arisu was a true fighting genius. And now she lost to some low-rank adventurer? He's completely bewildered. Who exactly is this guy? Kikyo realizes they can't possibly wipe out Ikoma's party now. In this situation, there's only one thing he can do. Seiji thinks he's about to make a final, desperate attack and braces for impact, but he's wrong. The guy rushes towards Ikoma to shield Arisu. His real goal was to escape all along. Before he leaves, he yells, "This was just a fluke. I'll remember your faces. Next time we meet, you're dead." Ikoma tries to ask Kikyo who sent them to this gate, but he stays silent, telling Arisu to cast an invisibility spell before they vanish without a trace. As she leaves, she gives a sweet little wave. "Bye-bye, cutie, that was fun." Just then, Ikoma finally hits his limit. If they had kept attacking, he would have been done for. He's almost grateful they chose to run instead of fighting to the death. Sasuke rushes over to apologize to Ikoma. Seiji explains he thought he was the target, never expecting the enemy to suddenly switch and charge at Ikoma instead. But Ikoma doesn't blame his teammates at all. In fact, he thinks they did great. He knew that guy was too strong for them, so his plan was to quickly finish off the girl and come back to help. And trust me, the ripple effects from this one fight, absolutely huge. The Chimera Hounds will now be publicly known, carrying the shame of losing to ordinary adventurers. This will seriously hinder their expansion. It's going to make it much harder for them to become the massive underground organization they were supposed to be in 10 years. Ikoma is just glad no one got hurt. More importantly, he got the ring back, the very artifact that's the root cause of the ring epidemic phenomenon. The Chimera Hound's actions raise a lot of questions. In his past life, the ring was passed from an adventurer to the Demon Defense Research Institute. It's best not to get involved with them right now. Did they just stumble into this world, or did someone instigate them to come here? A dozen questions are swirling in Ikoma's mind. Suddenly, the thief that Kikyo knocked out earlier finally speaks up, begging them to get him out and heal him. Sion sees red after everything he did. He still has the nerve to beg for his life? She raises her scythe, ready to send him to his next life. Luckily, Seiji stops her. Just hand him over to the Demon Defense Force. No need to get their own hands dirty. Meanwhile, Kikyo and Arisu have made it safely outside. Despite her crushing defeat by a normal adventurer, Arisu is ecstatic. She wouldn't have even minded dying back there. "Why'd you save me?" she asks. If he hadn't, Kikyo could have taken Ikoma down with a sneak attack. "That guy is definitely going to be a problem in the future," he says. But to Kikyo, Ikoma isn't someone you can just kill with a sneak attack. Losing hurts, sure, but they have to report back. And now that they know who has the ring, getting it back will be easy. After all, they still have that A-Cup adventurer from before on their side. When Ikoma's party gets outside, everyone is stunned that they actually defeated the gatekeeper's illusion library. Seiji is puffing his chest out with pride. Defeating a B-class gatekeeper monster is going to bring me some serious fame. This guy really only thinks about money. As for the rest of them, they've had enough of high-level gate monsters for one day. But just when you and I thought they were in the clear, another problem arrives. The Demon Defense Force, led by a man named Mayumi Toya, is here for a training investigation. But when he realizes the gate monster was defeated so quickly, he feels like they wasted their time. He remarks how nice it must be for civilians to do whatever they want without any thought. That's it. His condescending tone makes Sion furious, and she's ready to fire back. But Ikoma steps forward, apologizing for his teammate, and telling Toya they're not strong enough to be enemies with the Demon Defense Force. He isn't surprised that a member of the force thinks civilians shouldn't be allowed at the gate. The presence of adventurers is mainly to reduce the risk from the increasing number of gate manifestations. Since that's the law laid down by the head of the Demon Defense Organization, it would be a huge pain if they decided to crack down on Ikoma's group. He also knows this policy will be proven effective within 10 years, but of course, this guy has no way of knowing that right now. Just then, a female member of the force named Uraka Sumoji tells Toya to stop. Isn't conquering a high-level gate monster something to celebrate? Ikoma, not wanting any more trouble, just asks them to take care of the thief, since he tried to steal an item from inside the gate. The thief tries to argue it was just a misunderstanding from a common internal transfer, but Ikoma shuts him down immediately. Alright, let's start connecting the dots here. He tells them to check the guild's files, arguing that a real adventurer wouldn't get caught up in such a pointless mess, so it's logical to assume he was being watched by another branch. And just like that, the thief gets hauled off to jail. Immediately after, Ikoma requests all available information on the gate and its surroundings, since they were attacked by flame fangs inside. He says it was a group with a blonde girl and a bald guy. Hearing that, Tuya gets dead serious, asking if Ikoma is absolutely sure of who he saw. Those aren't names you just joke about. Completely unfazed, Ikoma tells him to send a team to the Lyra Mu branch guild later, promising he'll explain everything in detail there. Even with this short encounter, Tuya senses that Ikoma is unusually familiar with these kinds of situations. This guy is definitely an anomaly. They can't just ignore a report like this, so Tuya tells his subordinate to contact Garrison immediately. Afterwards, Ikoma's group endures a long interrogation from the Demon Defense Force, only getting released late that afternoon. Xion keeps complaining about the thief, making Ikoma nervous because, well, he used to be a pickpocket himself once upon a time. Seiji is just relieved that it's all over and that they managed to escape the disaster completely unscathed. On top of that, Ikoma's share of the reward money has become theirs. Ikoma himself has no problem splitting the cash. The reality is, he already snatched the best loot for himself, so he couldn't care less about a few extra coins. Finally, Ikoma, Sasuke, Xion, and Seiji say their farewells at the station. Seiji in particular is overjoyed to have met friends like Ikoma, Sasuke, and Xion, and to have gained such valuable experience. Sion apologizes to Sasuke for underestimating her at first. She says if Sasuke ever needs help in the future, just give her a call, and she'll do what she can. Ikoma and Sasuke thank them for their kindness, certain they'll need their help someday. On the way home, Sasuke asks what kind of item he got, but he figures showing her would be way faster than explaining. Finding a private spot, he summons the Great Witch of the Illusion Library from the ring, and get this, a chibi version of Akasha instantly appears. It's like a weaker version of her. Ikoma explains that the wearer can exchange their own MP to use Akasha's skills. It's a massive mana drain, which greatly reduces her effectiveness, but it's still incredibly powerful if you can collect more of her cards. It makes exploiting enemy weaknesses much easier and seriously expands your combat styles. Sasuke understands how useful the item is, but she wonders if it's the key to unraveling the mystery of the gate's appearance. Well, Akasha has a unique attribute among all monsters because she can understand the language of this world. Because of that, a summoned monster's level becomes equivalent to the summoner's, and some monsters have special stats that grow right along with their level. Ikoma remembers from his past life that Akasha's unique parameter is wisdom. It's definitely possible she'll gain new abilities as her level increases. If that happens, he'll hold the key to uncovering the existence of the gate and the secrets of the monsters. Suddenly, Sasuke feels like Akasha is trying to say something, but Ikoma dismisses it as impossible at her current level. And then, she opens her mouth and speaks. And trust me, you are not ready for what she says next. The end. Soon. This world is finished. It is decided. Seeing this, Ikoma and Sasuke are just stunned, completely floored. Elsewhere, an old man receives news that his chimera hounds have failed and becomes so enraged he smashes his equipment. He immediately starts looking up information on the guy who got in his way. The name is Ikoma. His service record is incredible, setting a new record for the fastest promotion to B rank for an adventurer. He helped resolve the gate incident, managed to repel the chimera hounds, and even secured some elite units. These are all insane achievements. From this alone, the old man senses that Ikoma is an anomaly, even guessing this is his second time living this life. At the Huangban information gate, Ikoma is fighting a minotaur. With just a few basic, silky smooth sword strikes, he boots it from Earth's server and collects the experience points. Ikoma's group was initially ambushed, but thanks to him carrying the team, they turned the tables. As for this blonde girl, who knows if she's any good at fighting, because her main skill seems to be taking pictures. This time, Ikoma's group is here to clear a maintenance gate, but once you pass floor 40, the monsters suddenly become exponentially stronger. It would be tough for just Ikoma and Sasuke, so they invited the blonde, Hoshina, to come along. After finishing the gate exploration, the three of them go out to eat. Ikoma thanks Hoshina for joining them today. She says it's no big deal, since she got some experience points out of it anyway. But if Ikoma feels indebted, he can let her film a short video of the Chibi Akasha, a monster that cute that also does the peace sign pose. It's a guaranteed viral hit. And of course, Ikoma shuts down that idea immediately. She's not something you can just film and post online. Besides, he's starting to suspect that someone is using underground organizations to try and eliminate Akasha. Moreover, her words have been weighing heavily on him. It couldn't have been nonsense. She hasn't said a single thing since then. Akasha is definitely the deciding factor in uncovering the mysteries behind the gates. Everyone knows that anything related to the information gates is no laughing matter, but one thing keeps bothering him. Is the world truly going to be destroyed? Ikoma thinks he might be underestimating this expansion. 10 years from now, even if the number of gates decreases, inflation will only increase, and he can only imagine that this expansion will one day spiral beyond humanity's control. If the end is truly coming, then as a former S-rank adventurer and the only one who knows the future, he's the only one who can stop this disaster. But trying to take on high-level gates with just 2 people is a bit dangerous. Ikoma plans to find one more permanent member with higher DPS, and they have to be a person of good character. Because his gravity class is very flexible, its DPS output is lower compared to more specialized classes. And a shaman is a pretty good class for attacking from the back line, but that makes facing high-level information gates quite risky. Hoshina's main job is developing the gate info, and Xion's class is more of a stable support type. Besides, he can't approach the Knight Captain. Ikoma is now looking for a specific talent, a solo adventurer with high DPS. In his previous life, he knew someone who was a perfect fit, and he hopes that in the end, she's still alive in this world. Lost in the sad memories of his past life, he's a bit distracted until Sasuke snaps him out of it. They've arrived at the headquarters. There, he sees someone he never expected to run into. To confirm it's really her, he immediately runs towards the girl. "Excuse me, are you Kagura Zakamiyo?" The girl is beautiful but has a really bad temper. Sasuke asks Ikoma if he knows her. Of course, he can't tell her about his past life, so he makes up an excuse to cover his tracks. He gets straight to the point with this girl, Mio, saying he's heard rumors about a top-tier solo adventurer who always carries an incredibly powerful chainsword. Then he asks, "We're looking for a new member. Would you like to join our team?" For someone as arrogant as Mio. Well, you and I both know how this is going to go. She flatly rejects him on the spot, as if she'd ever think he stood a chance. With that I'm better than everyone attitude, even Sasuke knows she couldn't work with her. As for Ikoma, he's at a complete and total loss. Faced with Mio's nasty attitude, Sasuke snaps, firing back. Calling people useless and brain-dead? Isn't that a little much? But Mio couldn't care less. Ikoma tries to reason with her, pointing out that since they're both around level 40, getting demoted isn't so bad. But this queen bee absolutely refuses to back down, saying a high rank doesn't mean anything. So, Ikoma throws down a challenge, a combat trial in the guild's training area to prove whether they're dead weight or not. If Ikoma wants reliable teammates, he's got to see if they're up to his standards. But none of his words can get through to Mio. Meanwhile, Sasuke is getting nervous. Mock battles are risky business usually. They can get you kicked right off the server. Normally, they'd just train with a guild instructor. But Ikoma has another motive, to find out why Mio hates parties so much. Sasuke wonders if they really need someone like her that badly. Turns out they do. The girl named Kagura Zakamio is the owner of the rare class Shinigami. The Shinigami is a class that commands dark powers, fighting with zero regard for its own safety, and excelling at annihilating enemies. Even when compared to other pure attack classes, the Shinigami's fighting style is unbelievably ferocious and totally unique. The class itself is strong, sure, but Mio is on a completely different level within it, making her one of the top adventurers in the entire country. But because of her terrible attitude, Sasuke doesn't know if she can be trusted. Ikoma, however, is certain they can after all. He already knew exactly who she was from his past life. That evening at Ikoma's house, he digs up more information on the Mio of this life. Just like in his past, she only explores gates that no one has ever cleared before. A truly gutsy adventurer. Her personality is difficult, aggressive, intimidating, always a lone wolf, rejecting every single offer she gets. And in the end, that's what got her killed. Trying to conquer a gate all by herself turned out to be far too reckless. And you and I both know that even if the future's changed a bit, she's probably headed for the exact same tragic ending. So if she's going to survive, she needs allies even if it's not Ikoma. The problem is how to. Just then, he notices Akasha acting strangely. She stares intensely at one spot and says, "Clock." "Huh? Who's that?" Ikoma is completely baffled. Before he can ask what she means, he sees her Vochi stance and figures he just needs to raise her level a bit more. Memories of his past life flood back. He tried countless ways to get close to Mio, but she never gave him the time of day, right up until the incident at the gate. On that day, his party and Kamio Tsukana's group ran into a boss so powerful it nearly wiped out his entire team. He and Mio were completely paralyzed with fear, totally helpless. Just as he thought it was all over, Ikoma jolted awake. Turns out, it was all just a nightmare he had while dozing off. While watching the news, a report about a disaster at a gate in Saitama catches his eye. Apparently, 2 monsters escaped. They're increasing security and dispatching special forces, all because of these abnormal gates causing so many strange incidents. Suddenly, he focuses on the gate's name. His blood runs cold when he realizes it's the Cursed Abyss Gate. That place wasn't supposed to appear for another 3 years. And what's worse, this is the very place where Mio is fated to die. Facing this impossible reality, Ikoma is in shock. What in the world is going on? The next day, he and Sasuke meet at the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Sasuke thinks Ikoma looks incredibly handsome in his new outfit, drooling a little as she starts daydreaming about going on a date with him. But while Sasuke is chattering away, Ikoma isn't listening at all. He's completely preoccupied, thinking about the Cursed Abyss Gate. In his past life, Mio died there, and it's terrifyingly close to where she lives now. What he fears most is whether she'll try to conquer that place again. Okay, I know what you're thinking. He beat that monster before, but that was when he was at the absolute peak of his power. And even though he's leveling up efficiently now, he's nowhere near as strong as he was back then. Knowing Mio's personality, she won't listen to anyone's advice. This emergency raid is beyond reckless, but Ikoma sees no other way to change her tragic fate. And this time, he's not letting Sasuke get involved. It seems Sasuke can sense Ikoma's unease, asking him if something is bothering him. Of course, he can't tell her the truth, so he just brushes it off. But there's no fooling a girl's intuition. Sasuke begs Ikoma to tell her if anything is wrong. She reminds him that ever since she joined his team, he told her he needed her strength. That meant the world to her. She'd hate herself if she was useless and couldn't do anything for him when he's in trouble. She asks him to please, trust her first. Moved by her heartfelt plea, he's grateful to have her by his side. Finally, he tells her about his plan to join the emergency raid at the Saitama Gate. Sasuke is curious, asking why he wants to go there. This time, Ikoma doesn't hide anything. He tells her that Mio will be joining that raid and that she's guaranteed to die. He explains that with Mio's stubborn personality, convincing her is impossible. The only way to earn her trust is to join the raid with her. Sasuke is completely floored by this. Is he for real or has he lost his mind? Obviously, he can't just come out and say he was reincarnated. So he bluffs, telling her he has a superpower related to gates, or more accurately, that he can see the future. Despite how unbelievable it sounds, Sasuke is amazed and decides to trust him. After all, he knew about the gate's appearance beforehand and trusted her enough to reveal his secret. So, she'll trust him back. I mean, if he told her the world was ending tomorrow, this girl would probably believe him without a second thought. And while Ikoma is happy to be trusted, he doesn't think this is safe for Sasuke at all, worrying if she'll be okay when the time comes. Before they head out, Ikoma warns Sasuke that this raid might be the most dangerous battle they've ever faced. He tells her to be mentally prepared and extremely careful. Sasuke looks up the info on the Saitama Gate. The anti-demon defense force predicts the boss's level is around 65, not too different from Akasha's. However, Ikoma knows the horrifying truth. This boss has mutated and evolved to level 80. This is no longer a straightforward fight. A direct confrontation is absolute suicide. Their mission is to investigate the gate and convince Mio to retreat as soon as possible, before they ever encounter the boss. He's sure an opportunity to persuade her will present itself. At this point, Sasuke shares her thoughts with Ikoma. She understands wanting to save Mio from dying, but she feels like his concern for Mio is strangely intense. Ikoma explains that Mio once saved his life, even if he doesn't think she remembers, and now it's his turn to repay the favor. Ikoma and Sasuke arrive at the rally point for the high-rank raid, where they're told 5 more people will be joining them. That makes a 7-person party heading into this hellscape. Right on cue, the infamous Mio shows up and immediately accuses them of stalking her. Ikoma, completely unfazed, just says it's normal for adventurers to run into each other on a raid, nothing to get worked up about. Even so, Mio warns Ikoma to stay out of her way in the Kanto raid zone, but she couldn't care less what he does otherwise. Sasuke realizes she'll never get along with this woman and even doubts if she's the one who really saved Ikoma. Just then, Mio's death glare nearly scares the soul out of her, asking, "Got a problem with me? I noticed you've been staring for a while now." Just then, another group of adventurers arrives, and their leader immediately looks down on a young team like Ikoma's. They're all wearing matching outfits, but they don't look like guild contractors or members of the Demon Defense Force. Based on their armband logo, they're probably from a branch affiliated with the Adventurers Association, an organization mainly focused on community relations for a corporation. These guys are likely a team of adventurers being trained by that corporation to use their skills to expand the business. They're probably still in the experimental phase. Just then, the team's young leader tells the man to cool it before turning to apologize for his members' bad attitude. Seeing such a handsome and polite guy, Sasuke is totally charmed, thinking he must be a good person. The young man introduces himself as Shirakiro, captain of the Nekoma adventurer team from the Kuromin Corporation. But with a decade of experience, Ikoma's instincts are screaming that this guy is anything but simple. And you and I know better than to ignore the main character's gut feeling. Best to be wary of him. With that, everyone enters the portal, dealing easily with minor obstacles like poison gas and low-level monsters. Shirakiro mentions that small-scale gates with anomalies like this can sometimes lead to a massive monster outbreak. However, their party of 7 is strong enough to handle it, as long as they stay calm and work together. The man in sunglasses uses a destructive weapon to attack, followed by the platinum-haired girl who rushes in to finish the monster off with a limit break skill. Ikoma notes their coordination is pretty solid. Those 2 powerhouses focus on thinning the monster ranks. Meanwhile, another member, Kuze, and the captain are always ready to provide immediate support if someone gets cornered. Most impressively, the 4 of them move as one, a feat impossible without incredible leadership. On their side, Ikoma and Sasuke are also coordinating well. Seeing so many low-level monsters, Sasuke suggests Ikoma use his gravity attack to wipe them all out, but Ikoma refuses. Their numbers give them an advantage, and they don't have to worry about blind spots, so their current pace is fine. He wants to conserve energy. In a portal with a monster disaster warning, they need to be as careful as possible. Meanwhile, the great Mio is in full-on solo mode, tearing through monsters. Past life or present, this woman is an absolute beast. With a me-against-the-world mentality, she doesn't need anyone's help to completely overwhelm the horde. This leaves Ikoma stunned. He doesn't know her actual level, but her current abilities are easily ranked B class. Aside from the monster's high HP, there's nothing else to worry about. So Ikoma tells Sasuke to start recovering mana from the monsters, but as she moves, the rude man shoves her aside to steal a kill. That's it. Ikoma steps in, confronting the guy about his manners and kill stealing, but the man just scoffs that it's because they're being lazy. An adventurer's job is to kill monsters. Your overcautious attitude is just going to get people hurt, he says. Ikoma knows he intentionally stole the experience points because he understands how valuable they are in a high-level portal. But this jerk won't listen to reason and just fires back. Come on, don't make a big deal out of it. Your level might be high, but you act like a complete scumbag. Ikoma is starting to see red, but Sasuke, not wanting more trouble, convinces him to back down. For an adventurer, their level is their greatest asset. So for someone with no morals, stealing EXP from teammates is an effective, if dirty, method. If others get suspicious, they just won't team up with you for the next raid. But even once is too much for Ikoma. He'd rather cut ties with untrustworthy people than gain experience points with them. Just then, Captain Shiraki runs over asking what's going on. The man in sunglasses immediately accuses Ikoma of making false claims and says their foolish actions are slowing everyone down. Shiraki turns to Ikoma and apologizes on behalf of his teammate, suggesting it's all just a misunderstanding. Though he doesn't believe it, Ikoma backs down and apologizes for his own actions. After that, they continue moving forward. As they walk, Shiraki talks about his dream of making his team, Net Power, the #1 team in Japan, no, the best adventurer party in the world. He claims the current system announced by the Demon Defense Force is ineffective and filled with flaws, creating too many barriers for individual adventurers. So, they plan to become a success story, rebuilding the very concept of what it means to be an adventurer. To do that, they intend to take over gate management themselves. Shiraki adds that they had a tough time leveling up because only 4 of them met the raid's requirements. Hearing this guy's power fantasy, Ikoma thinks it's only natural. If it were easy, C-rank adventurers would have no trouble. Even the Demon Defense Force struggles, so finding 4 qualified people is already impressive. However, Shiraki sighs that his subordinates don't really listen to him, apologizing again for the trouble the man in sunglasses caused. Of course, these words only work on a naive girl like Sasuke. For a veteran like Ikoma, not a chance. They arrive at a fork in the road. The path to the right seems unexplored by the defense force, so Shiraki suggests they take it, since mapping is part of their mission. Ikoma finds him incredibly suspicious. In the earlier battle, the man clearly showed strong leadership. You can't achieve that level of coordination without understanding your members. There's no way he can't control his own teammates' arrogant attitude. Shiraki's team was warned about this portal's anomaly, yet they seem to think it's no big deal. One of them is even arrogant enough to suggest they go fight the boss right now, believing it will force the high rankers who look down on them to change their tune. Hearing this, Shiraki just gives a wry smile and tells everyone to prioritize their safety, saying they should get the other members' opinions since they're all in this together. But to Ikoma, this raid is not something to be taken so lightly. The anomalies are happening over and over, and even small ones in high-level gates can be incredibly complex and dangerous. Ikoma knows what's coming, a mutated boss, just like in his past life. His mission is to scout the gate and make damn sure Mio doesn't run into that monster. Right now, they need to move fast, investigate, and file a gate report to get an emergency warning out to the guild. This means raising the gate's danger level, and to do that, Ikoma has to lead this raid. Problem is, those 4 are already a team. He tries to reason with Mio first, but this woman is unbelievably stubborn. Suddenly, Ikoma notices Shiraki trying to say something to Mio. Of course, she isn't even listening to his nonsense, telling him to just spit out whatever he wants. Turns out, this guy wants to invite Mio to be his team's right-hand woman, and he's completely confident she'll accept. With her help, their group's power would multiply. He even spouts some crap about protecting the country together. You have to wonder if this dude's high on something to be this full of himself. Sasuke starts to worry that Mio might actually get poached, but life's not that simple. Mio shuts him down flat. You think it's that easy to recruit her? Still, this Shiraki guy is stickier than glue. He heard she's a solo adventurer because she hates being held back, but he says she won't have to worry. He promises to gather adventurers from across the country who are worthy of her talent. Before he can say more, Mio cuts him off. I don't do teams. Don't bring this up with me again. I'm more than capable of handling things on my own. But some people just don't get the hint. Mio is here to clear the gate, not because she's interested in joining some raid team. Shiraki doesn't see it that way. He's heard Mio has soloed many gates on her journey, but high-level gates are a different beast. Doesn't she think she's risking her life by continuing like this? Mio could not care less. If it happens, she tells him to throw a party. Even Ikoma is speechless at this woman's death wish. The tension is thick, and Sasuke is getting nervous. She doesn't get why Mio talks to everyone as if they're her sworn enemy. Now here's where it gets good. The guy in sunglasses starts harassing Ikoma again, but this time, Ikoma isn't having it. He exposes their entire plan on the spot. They're here to build a reputation in a high-profile emergency raid and recruit promising adventurers. It seems their group is having a hard time proving their usefulness to the organization because, well, they're just a bunch of unrecognized weaklings. Hearing this, Sunglasses Guy is about to blow a fuse. Sasuke warns Ikoma, but he knows it's useless because this is all an act. The Sunglasses Guy is just playing the role of the aggressive bully. And the captain plays the part of the kind, understanding leader. It's just a common tactic to manipulate the naive and gullible. Sasuke still doesn't quite get it, so Ikoma breaks it down. When the subordinate creates pressure, the leader swoops in to comfort their side, acting all noble. That's their whole game. Considering how well led their last fight was, it's hard to believe Shiraki's subordinate would just act out. This is all a negotiation tactic. But if he thinks these games don't matter inside a gate, he could pay with his life. Ikoma admits he's being a bit personal, but he hopes they're all prepared to die for this, ready to get wiped off the face of the earth at any second, all for this one stupid little game. Even now, the sly fox Shiraki stays calm, telling Ikoma's group it's all a misunderstanding. He just wants everyone to be friends, yet Ikoma seems to really hate him. All Ikoma wants is for them to stop doing useless things so everyone can get along. He's not about to risk his own life for their benefit. After exposing them, the group continues moving forward. Sasuke doesn't understand why Ikoma was so hostile. Wasn't that a little too harsh? He explains that they'll all be in trouble otherwise. He just wanted to warn Shiraki and see how he'd react. On Shiraki's side, he's absolutely stunned by Ikoma's reasoning. A teenager, not even 20, with such sharp deduction and a powerful presence. It seems there's way more to him than meets the eye. Shiraki realizes Ikoma and Sasuke are total wildcards. They're from another region, a minority at that, but their B rank must mean they're pretty strong. Plus, they held back in the last fight, so their true strength is a complete mystery. And just like that, everyone feels an overwhelming sense of danger approaching. It's a massive swarm of monsters. Even now, Shiraki actually thinks this is the perfect chance to show off and put Ikoma in his place. You know, you'd think a guy like this would die early. The monsters they've run into are level 47 killer ants, and Shiraki's team is way too cocky. But Ikoma knows they can't underestimate a level 47 monster. They're on a completely different level than the bugs they fought before. Besides their higher level, these things have tough exoskeletons protecting their bodies and two pincers like razor-sharp blades. On top of that, insect-type monsters often have skills to make up for any weaknesses. This is going to be a chaotic, brutal battle. Everyone needs to prepare for a long, draining fight. Ikoma is about to advise Mio to fight with them for safety, but before he can finish, she recklessly charges ahead alone, directly engaging the monsters. Ikoma is getting seriously fed up with Mio's habit of diving headfirst into danger. At this point, he has to switch to Plan B. He and Sasuke will have to coordinate to stop Mio from getting caught in a trap. Although Shiraki thinks this fight looks tough, he's still delusional enough to see it as a good opportunity to intimidate Ikoma's group and seize control. You and I both know this is ridiculous. In reality, Shiraki is nothing like the kind, benevolent leader he pretends to be. He's an incredibly ruthless man who rules his subordinates through sheer force. For him, a business dependent on physical strength naturally attracts stubborn, reckless types like the sunglasses guy. Shiraki controls everyone with fear. He even risked his own life just to keep up this foolish act. He signals his 3 subordinates to handle the monsters on the right, while he manages the overall situation. All while Mio is still fighting. It looks like she's in a bit of trouble. As she's about to counter a monster, that idiot Shiraki dashes in front of her to block the attack. He probably thinks he looks cool, without even considering if Mio actually wanted his help. What she hates most is being interrupted. On the other side, Sasuke and Ikoma are fighting in perfect sync, continuously taking down one monster after another. However, Sasuke can feel that Ikoma is using more MP than usual. He's probably trying to end this battle as quickly as possible. Ikoma is in a tough spot. He can't trust the others, he can't stop Mio, and now he's having to overexert himself. He has to end this now. Shiraki, who has been watching Ikoma fight this whole time, is completely stunned by his power. His attacks are incredibly powerful, his movements unpredictable. He's not even sure an A-rank adventurer could pull that off, especially a water user like Ikoma. Shiraki admits to himself that he could never reach that level of mastery. He sees Ikoma's use of his abilities as perfect and sharp, weaving his techniques into complex, fast, and nimble movements. Long story short, Ikoma's power is just ridiculously broken. But no matter what, this raid will decide the future of Shiraki's entire party. And stick with me here. His superiors already warned him about his harsh training methods, so he is not letting anyone get in his way. This gate's anomaly is predicted to be a massive disaster, and at all costs, he has to make his mark here. There is no way he's letting Ikoma take command of this raid, so he orders his subordinate to injure Ikoma under the guise of an unfortunate accident. He probably knows he can't beat Ikoma head-on, so he resorts to a dirty, backstabbing trick. The moment Ikoma is distracted, she immediately draws her sword, aiming for his shoulder to avoid a fatal blow. She uses a blind spot to rush Ikoma, but there's no way she's getting one over on our experienced main character. He sees her true goal. She's targeting him intentionally, planning to pass it off as a mistake. Her eyes gave her away. Coincidentally, a monster is also aiming for him, so he quickly sidesteps. At that same moment, Sasuke grabs her with a dark hand, completely immobilizing her. Of course, Sasuke is furious. She won't let anyone, and I mean anyone, dare to harm her precious Ikoma, not even a little. This time, the girl is totally busted, but she still tries to explain that she was only trying to help Ikoma. Seeing his subordinate caught red-handed, Shiraki is completely stunned. He's especially shocked by the sheer skill of Ikoma and Sasuke, how they fight together without any fear or hesitation of hurting one another in the chaos. Especially at their age, what in the world did they have to go through to achieve such an insane level of mastery? Despite almost being backstabbed, Ikoma is kind enough to warn her not to lower her guard, but just as he speaks, a monster attacks her. Only then does Shiraki realize the gravity of the situation. He completely underestimated these monsters. They can even use magic. This makes him feel like a total fool for sending that girl on such a mission. After that, Shiraki orders someone to use white magic to heal her, while the guy in sunglasses provides support. But the guy says he's too busy fighting off monsters. While distracted, he's nearly hit by one. If Ikoma hadn't helped, he would have been a goner for sure. Seeing the situation getting worse, he tells the guy to save the surprise attacks for later. Ikoma will handle this, so he should go help his injured teammate. Hearing that, they immediately follow Ikoma's orders, and you can just feel the slap across the face of their actual leader, Shiraki. His own subordinates, listening to commands from some other guy. He's absolutely furious, but he can't do a single thing about it. While the healer is still treating their teammate, Ikoma completely wipes out the monsters. Thanks to that, he gains a ton of experience points. Ben Mio also finished up his fight, but now, Sasuke is a little upset. She asks Ikoma why he bothered to help those people. Thanks to them, he was almost seriously injured, or worse, could have died. Shiraki still has the nerve to claim it was all a misunderstanding, but Ikoma isn't buying it for a second. He tells Shiraki to stop pretending to be decent. Even his 3 subordinates aren't as shameless as him. They cause trouble with their foolish actions, but part of that is because they can't make their own decisions. And with this mess, Ikoma thinks everyone should just regroup and head back home. He knows the guild's report will likely re-evaluate this gate's danger level. Once they return, Mio won't be allowed back in. For now, the injured girl has been healed, but he still can't trust Shiraki's group. On top of that, he wasted a ton of MP during that fight because of someone's poor leadership. To be blunt, it was Shiraki's fault. He was bold enough to try and redraw the map of this place, but that means absolutely nothing to anyone now. They've gone far enough. It's best for everyone to get back quickly. However, all of Ikoma's efforts are completely shot down by Mio. She arrogantly says turning back is a waste. She doesn't care about their internal conflicts. Everyone else can leave, but she's going on alone. Ikoma is so furious, he just wants to shut her up after all the trouble he went through. He risked everything to stop her from walking to her death, and if he can't convince her, she'll really go alone. So Ikoma has to drop the bombshell. The reason she's always alone is because she lost her friend, isn't it? He must have hit a nerve. Mio is so provoked she draws her sword and almost takes Ikoma's head off, but she stops herself. She sheathes her sword and then continues deeper, all by herself, ignoring Ikoma's pleas. In his past life, after Mio died, he heard a rumor from her guild. Even though his attempt backfired, he still has to look out for her. Ikoma quickly calls for Sasuke to follow, but Shiraki blocks their path. On the surface, he argues the injured girl can't move on her own, so they shouldn't split up. But really, he's scared of a surprise monster attack. In their current exhausted state, they'd all be wiped out. That's why he has to keep his personal shield, Ikoma, close by to ensure a safe return. If that girl is that stubborn, then just let her die. Everything here is getting difficult to resolve, with the conflicting interests of Ikoma and Shiraki. Shiraki is quietly calculating. If he abandons the injured member, the other 2 won't follow him either. They're forced to wait until she can move on her own. His main objective was to impress his superiors, which meant he had to bring back results from this raid. But given the current situation, that's impossible. Now, survival is all that matters. Shiraki tries to stop Ikoma and Sasuke from chasing Mio, arguing they can't endanger the whole group for one person. Ikoma doesn't care what he says. He's determined to follow Mio and tells him to get out of the way. Seeing that Ikoma is too stubborn to be persuaded by words, the guy tries to buy him off with money. He offers him 2 million to forget all the unpleasantness and work together. Besides experience points and levels, money is also incredibly important for adventurers. After all, adventurers are just normal people. They can't live on air. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild is just an armed force owned by a massive corporation, and the Kuroman organization provides the solid financial backing for his confidence. And after witnessing Ikoma's power, Shiraki is certain he's a priceless asset, worth any amount of money. He wouldn't regret a thing if he could recruit Ikoma. He directly admits to Ikoma that he's captivated by his incredible combat skills. He even wants to borrow Ikoma's strength after this raid, but Ikoma couldn't care less about his money, and he has zero interest in joining his team. So Ikoma shuts Shiraki down flat, leaving the guy completely stunned, utterly speechless. Even so, this persistent snake doesn't give up. He's about to offer more money, but how could his pathetic cash ever compare to Ikoma's path to ultimate power? Out of options, Shiraki resorts to a threat using Sasuke. If Ikoma isn't worried about leaving her alone with him, then by all means, he should go. And you and I both know this just got serious. But if anything happened to Sasuke, he wasn't so sure. Sasuke can now see this scumbag's true face. He's not just a liar, he's playing dumb too. Then, this guy intentionally asks what level Ikoma is, just to boast that he's also level 50, just like him. So what happens when two raid captains are about to throw down? He draws his sword, declaring war on Ikoma. When words fail, fists are the only things that talk. Sasuke sees this and gets worried sick for Ikoma, telling him not to fight to avoid getting hurt. But Ikoma is absolutely furious with this jerk. If he wants a beatdown, he'll get one. Besides, he's been holding back for way too long. It's time to teach this punk some manners. Before they clash, Shiraki orders his two subordinates to support him with magic, and they have no choice but to obey. The guy with the pervy glasses just keeps on yapping, on and on and on. But having to listen to this absolute pest's trash talk from start to finish is really getting on his nerves. It's time to shut this guy up for good because he's in a hurry, no more time to listen to dogs bark. They never expected Ikoma to be this aggressive, especially the guy with the glasses. He's still traumatized from the beating Shiraki gave him before. In truth, Ikoma already figured out Shiraki's class from the skills he used. It's the Knight class, perfect for a veteran commander who can both attack and defend. The class's strengths include a stable foundation and a wide range for both offense and defense, which means it doesn't really suit him right now. And even now, this clown has the nerve to ask Ikoma one last time if he wants to surrender. He probably thinks everyone is a coward like him, who'd rather give up than get beaten down. But you and I know a lowlife like Shiraki can't even compare to our boy. Planning to use that power boost to run away? Come at me if you've got guts. I'm done listening to your nonsense. He gets extremely angry at the taunt, instantly flying forward to attack. His sword strike is powerful, but Ikoma dodges it. The guy with the glasses guesses that just blocking that power burst must have taken a toll on Ikoma's body. Simply put, just keeping up with the captain's movements was already impressive enough for him. Shiraki is naturally tough, even without support, so anyone who could beat him in this situation would have to be a real monster. Hearing this, Sasuke watches on. Shiraki is also surprised he could dodge that attack, but he's still confident that Ikoma is just stalling until his energy runs out, because he doesn't have the strength or speed to match him, and on top of that, he's getting a power boost from two subordinates. This fight, Ikoma's loss is a sure thing, no question. A lone individual can never overpower a group. This is something he learned back when he was still in school. In the past, he even knew how to side with the majority. In other words, he just went wherever the wind blew. Back in school, Shiraki excelled in academics and physical education without much effort. Because of this, he was very popular and had many admirers, which gave him a sense of superiority over others. However, some jealous people framed him, and Shiraki was expelled from his prestigious school. He was bullied and beaten up by people who could never have won against him in a one-on-one fight. For Shiraki, this was a valuable lesson that taught him a certain truth. It doesn't matter if you're a genius. When you're up against overwhelming numbers, you are absolutely nothing. And that's why this Shiraki guy honed his skills to read people and predict the future. He chose the path of an adventurer, joined a guild, and secured himself a decent position. And now, he's going to control and deal with this mess, all to obtain absolute power. With that, he attacks, swinging his sword with full force to finish Ikoma, but unexpectedly gets owned by a single counterattack. While he's still dazed, his brain unable to process what happened, Ikoma tells him not to worry. He only used the flat of the blade, he's not dead yet. The subordinate with the glasses is shocked witless by this scene, but Shiraki isn't convinced. He doesn't understand how he was defeated so easily when he was just buffed up. Ikoma explains that he couldn't handle a body that was so excessively upgraded. Even with overwhelming power and speed, he'd never beat Ikoma with such sloppy movements. In other words, this Shiraki guy is just a terrible player. In fact, Ikoma realized this from his very first attack, so all he needed to do was wait for the right moment to counter. But he's too humiliated to accept his fate. He's still talking tough, claiming he was just careless and that Ikoma's mistake was not finishing him. This time, he says, he'll get serious and teach him a lesson. It seems this guy really needs Ikoma's power for this raid, and his overconfidence is what created this whole messy situation in the first place. Shiraki tries to calm himself down, thinking that if he uses both his magic and his night class advantages, he can surely beat Ikoma. But Ikoma has lost all patience, telling him straight to his face that their levels are completely different. Ikoma himself can keep going all out against him. However, from this point on, none of his attacks will so much as touch a single hair on his head. Ikoma's ridiculously bold declaration shocks everyone there, especially Shiraki's own subordinates. They're wondering what the hell is even happening. Their captain got a power-up, only to get completely dominated by his opponent. Shiraki starts to wonder if the excessive physical boost made him clumsy. It's hard to believe, but he's forced to acknowledge the profound difference in their close-quarters combat abilities. He plans to use his speed to create distance from Ikoma and attack him with magic at the largest scale and maximum power possible. Ikoma could totally dodge this with gravity reversal, but he can't use too much MP in this fight. He decides to use a bit of gravity to pull the monster's carapace over as a shield against Shiraki's attack. With his own superior combat experience, Ikoma knew that once he lost a one-on-one fight, he would have to rely on magic. That's why he positioned himself near the monster's remains to use them as a shield. At this point, Shiraki is scared witless, swinging his sword wildly and threatening Ikoma. Of course, our boy couldn't care less, somersaulting behind him and launching a surprise attack that he can't react to. He only needs to use gravity reversal to flick him on the forehead, and just like that, Shiraki becomes slow and sluggish. Using this opportunity, Ikoma quickly strikes at vital points on his body, causing immense pain but not killing him. In the end, he was miserably defeated. And you and I can both see Ikoma is tired of playing with this guy. This should be enough to get the point across. It was a pointless waste of their time. And in this moment, Shiraki finally realizes, Ikoma is the real genius. This is a whole different league, a level our boy Shiraki can't even dream of reaching. Even his sunglasses-wearing subordinate can see this is just completely unreal. They're both B rank, so how can the power gap between them and Ikoma be this massive? This guy is definitely not normal. But even cornered like this, Shiraki refuses to accept his fate. This raid was supposed to be his group's future, their one big hope. So for him, surrender is not an option. After struggling back to his feet, he rushes at Ikoma one more time but doesn't even get close enough to touch a single hair. Before he can even land a blow, Ikoma knocks him out cold with the pommel of his sword. Talk about not knowing your own limits. To Ikoma, this was just annoying. He wasted 500 precious grams of his life listening to this guy's empty boasts and watching his sloppy swordplay. And just like that, Ikoma has seized command. He's the new captain, replacing the freshly beaten Shiraki. His first order is for everyone to get out of the monster's line of sight, then retreat through the portal as fast as possible. The guy in the sunglasses tries to leave, but Sasuke grabs him. You think you can just walk away after wasting so much of her precious Ikoma's MP? Not a chance. She tells them to hand over their mana now, or they'll have to deal with her. Pressured by Sasuke, they have no choice but to offer up their mana, which she transfers back into Ikoma's body. Because Sasuke and Ikoma wasted so much time, they now have to rush to catch up with Mio. But they don't get far before Shiraki begs them to stay, promising he can convince the board of directors to give their group another chance if Ikoma joins him. Ikoma immediately shuts him down, saying he has zero interest in that corporate force or in Shiraki himself. Deep down, Ikoma knows exactly what's going to happen in the next 10 years, and he never saw the Kuroman Adventurers Guild make any significant leaps forward. In the end, Ikoma can only give Shiraki a piece of advice. What he wants aren't allies, but convenient tools for his own use. And a method like that will sooner or later destroy the entire group. In a team built on such weak trust, no one will extend a hand to help when he truly needs it most. The most important thing now is for him to change his ways, to stop living so foolishly. After leaving Shiraki's group behind, the two continue on their way, but Sasuke is still fuming over what they did to Ikoma. He, on the other hand, just treats them like air not worth wasting any energy on. On top of that, bitter memories from his past life of being underestimated and abandoned by his comrades made Ikoma realize he too had rushed forward without considering those around him, only to feel left behind. But now, he has Sasuke by his side. No matter what happens, she promised she would never leave him alone. A promise for which Ikoma is incredibly grateful. Right now, they need to hurry, because according to his memory, the mutated boss is about to appear. If Mio doesn't listen to reason, he'll be forced to drag her back, and then he'll lose the chance to invite her to his party. Meanwhile, Mio has already run into the Wind Boss. Okay, pay attention, because this is where things get insane. She's fought plenty of monsters with higher levels before, but this time, Mio feels the difference in power with terrifying clarity. She's at level 46, while the boss in front of her is level 80. Yeah, this is basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. On their way to find Mio, Ikoma and Sasuke find a few magic stone fragments. It's a sign of a recent battle, left behind by a monster, and it looks fresh. Mio must have passed through here. Sasuke guesses she wasn't interested in the magic stone, which is essentially the monster's heart. It's where all of their power is concentrated. And while it's still being researched, it's considered an incredibly valuable material. Besides that, a magic stone is proof that you've defeated a monster, and it can be exchanged for a large sum of money. This makes Sasuke curious. Ikoma mentioned that Mio's friend had died, and she asks what happened. He admits he doesn't know the exact details, only that a few years ago when she was a new adventurer, Mio's friend died inside a portal. That could be why Mio always fights solo. Based on her earlier reaction, it's highly likely that event is deeply connected to her loner attitude. Sasuke asks when he found out about Mio's friend. He doesn't hide anything, telling her he just went to the facility where she used to work to gather more information. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Seeing her crush, Ikoma, so concerned about Mio, Sasuke starts to get seriously worried. She suspects that Ikoma might actually like Mio, but in reality, he just wants to repay the life debt he owes her from his past life. Of course, Sasuke completely misunderstands, putting Ikoma in a very awkward spot. By now, Ikoma guesses that at her pace, Mio has likely already encountered the boss, so he has to move even faster. He's right. Mio is struggling desperately against the monster. She can dodge its attacks, but the creature is monstrously strong and fast. Based on the sheer level difference, she figures this monster must have undergone a mutated evolution to become this dangerous. This was important intel that could have helped the raid party, but Mio rejected Ikoma's offer because she didn't want to involve anyone else. Now, however, she has no other choice. It's either fight and defeat it, or die right here. Even knowing she's powerful, Mio isn't sure she has any chance of winning against this horrifying beast. For a split second, her mind drifts to her late friend, but she quickly shakes it off, refocusing with intense concentration on the enemy before her. As expected, the monster's attack is incredibly powerful. She dodges and jumps, preparing to strike its opening, but fails and is forced to retreat. Mio can tell this boss is intelligent. It's like it's toying with her, playing with its prey. Enraged, she soars up and attacks from above, and the two clash head-on. Mio is burning through her HP to fight such a powerful enemy, but if she doesn't go all out, she'll never break through its steel-like armor. In the end, she can't hold on and is sent flying by the monster, which immediately lunges in to finish her off. Luckily, she manages to block the blow, but she's already heavily wounded. Seizing the opportunity, the cunning monster focuses its power into a devastating strike. Right now, Mio's body feels like a complete mess. She should be in agony, but she can't feel a thing. She's lost all sensation. One thing Mio knows for sure is that, given the power gap, if she survives this attack, it will be an absolute miracle. As her vision blurs, Mio wonders if the monster will continue to toy with her and drag out her end. In this near-death moment, she flashes back to her past, to when she was a child forced to see her parents' bodies after they were killed by monsters. Because they always take what's precious to her, she's filled with a deep hatred, and this resentment awakens her Shinigami aura. This state can be activated when HP is below 10%, boosting attack power and allowing HP to be substituted with MP. And while active, the user can move with incredible agility without any limits. At this moment, Mio is absolutely furious. With the look of someone who's seen it all and a will of iron, she's never backed down from a fight in her life, let alone from some pathetic monster. Mio knows that sooner or later, it will recover its HP, but it can't regenerate lost body parts. Trust me, you and I are about to see what happens when someone has nothing left to lose. Even if this is the end for her, Mio won't stop. She's dragging this monster to hell with her. The creature senses its opponent is ready to go down with it, so it unleashes a barrage of poison orbs, putting Mio in a world of hurt. Time and again, it looks like she's about to be hit, but she doesn't stop for a single second. She's fighting until her last drop of HP is gone. The monster's outer shell is tough, but by pouring all her strength into her sword, she shatters it. Just as Mio thinks she's done it, the monster unleashes a devastating blow, sending her flying dozens of meters. Now, with her HP completely drained, she thinks this is the end. Mio stops fighting back, her mind drifting to memories of her late friend. She once said she hated monsters and would wipe them all out, but the peaceful memory suddenly turns into a nightmare as her friend, covered in blood, begs Mio to join her, terrifying her to her core. Just as she's about to accept her fate, in a hair-raising moment, Ikoma and Sasuke arrive, saving our damsel in distress just in the nick of time. They immediately launch a swift counterattack, pulling Mio aside. Luckily, the area has plenty of blind spots they can use to evade the monster. Sasuke is horrified to see Mio's severe injuries. It's clear she's taken a real beating, and they need to get her back for treatment, fast. Ikoma knows they can hide for a bit, but escaping is a whole other problem. This monster is incredibly cunning. If it can't find them, it'll just block the exit and trap its prey. Just then, Mio wakes up, asking why they're here. That monster, she warns, is not an enemy they can handle. That's the point, you stubborn girl. Ikoma had already tried to stop her before, but she just wouldn't listen to anyone. Mio is completely out of HP and MP. She only survived this long thanks to sheer luck before Ikoma and Sasuke arrived. The level gap between them and the monster is just too massive to overcome. Ikoma decides he'll be the decoy while the other two escape. But Sasuke refuses. She can't let him be the bait. Mio agrees. She has no family, no relatives. No one will mourn her if she dies. More importantly, she doesn't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for her. She'll be the one to do it. Ikoma is impressed by her strong will, even while gravely injured. He figures this desperate measure is just a part of her warped personality. Ikoma feels bad, but he knows he has to use her grief right now. He puts on a face, pretending to understand and respect her decision. Then he pulls a complete 180, agreeing to take down the monster with her. And here's where it gets wild. Ikoma figures if there's no other way out, they might as well go all in. What's the worst that could happen? His sudden declaration leaves both girls completely stunned. He tells Sasuke to use her mana to restore Mio's HP, while he goes to draw the monster's attention. Mio thinks it's a pointless effort. He has no idea how terrifying that creature is. But what she doesn't know is that Ikoma understands this monster better than anyone. The monster starts attacking with its poison orbs, its power sending a chill down Sasuke's spine. Right then, Ikoma steps out, taunting it with an unbelievably cocky attitude. Sasuke uses the chance to heal Mio, who keeps insisting Ikoma is underestimating the monster. A guy like him fighting it is just a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But the monster sees Ikoma and charges like a crazed lover, chasing him up the rock face to attack. But Ikoma is no pushover. He uses reverse gravity to counter, even landing a few basic sword strikes to scar its face. Seeing his master-level skills firsthand, both Sasuke and Mio are completely floored. He's way stronger than before. His movements are so precise, it's like he can see the future. To Mio, it feels completely impossible. The monster attacks relentlessly, but Ikoma is even faster. He lands a fatal stab to the back of its head and sticks the landing perfectly. Here's the crazy part, the part you and I need to understand. He's dreamt of this day hundreds of times, over and over again. This battle is so deeply ingrained in his subconscious that he remembers the monster's every single move. And now, that day has finally come. Ikoma can finally end this beast himself and avenge the Mio from his past life. A level 80 monster? Please. It's no match for Ikoma's main character energy. Even after Ikoma defeats it, Mio can't believe what she's just seen is real. No matter how strong he is, there has to be a toll. The more MP he uses to enhance his body, the faster he'll burn out. She's sure Ikoma knows this, yet he helps her recover her own MP. He's probably planning for her to use that skill again. Just how far ahead has Ikoma planned all this? For someone who holds a grudge like him, he never intended to get revenge this early, but still, he's happy about it. This is finally the end of a long, painful nightmare. From this moment on, Ikoma won't let this creature kill anyone else. However, the monster is tough. Even mortally wounded, it keeps fighting, firing a hail of poison orbs right at him. Seeing this, Mio panics for Ikoma's safety. But a desperate attack like this is nowhere near enough to take down our main character. He charges directly at the monster, weaving through its storm of attacks with incredible skill. For 10 years, he replayed this battle in his mind countless times. There is absolutely no way he's losing to this thing now. Ikoma puts nearly all his strength into his blade and charges in for a direct slash. The blow is so powerful, Mio can't believe he's just a B-rank adventurer. But even after Ikoma's flurry of attacks, the monster still has plenty of HP. Its defense is just too strong. Even when he targets its wounds, it just regenerates. In the end, they realize a flurry of small attacks won't work. They need one, single, decisive blow to end this fight. So Mio decides to use her ultimate skill to help Ikoma. At this rate, it won't be long before he hits his limit. Sasuke tries to stop her. She hasn't recovered enough MP yet, but Mio knows exactly what she's doing. This much MP is enough to finish the job. With that, Mio activates Shinigami Aura, ready to go all out. Sasuke is stunned. Mio explains it's a special skill of the Shinigami class. As long as she has MP, she can fight beyond her limits. Ikoma had Sasuke restore Mio's MP precisely for this. She needs MP to maintain the aura, but the ultimate technique itself also costs MP. For a split second, Mio sees her late friend again. But this time, there's no fear, no regret, only the courage to overcome the painful memories of her past. Ikoma and Sasuke trusted her. They put their own lives on the line to save her. Because of that, Mio refuses to lose this fight. Meanwhile, Ikoma is still locked in a fierce battle with the monster when Mio jumps in to help. Ikoma gets straight to the point, telling her to use her trump card, the ultimate skill of a Shinigami. She hesitates, saying the move is too slow to hit the monster, but Ikoma tells her not to worry, just trust him. And trust me, you're not going to want to miss what happens next. With no other choice, Mio follows his lead. But as she nears the monster, she hesitates. There's no room to dodge an attack from this close. In that critical second, Ikoma suddenly appears by her side and activates gravity reversal, yanking them both out of harm's way in the nick of time. Before she can even register what happened, he yells out the plan for the final fatal blow, then dives at the monster himself to deliver another strike. In that instant, Mio finally understands his real strategy. He's pinning the monster down, creating an opening for her to use her final trump card, the Death God's ultimate sword technique, a lethal skill that consumes more HP the more powerful it gets. This technique severely restricts the user's movement, but she feels she can pull it off if she just launches herself like a missile, and the timing is perfect. Ikoma roars at Mio to do it now. Pouring 100% of her power into her chainsword, she unleashes an absolutely insane attack. Mio pierces straight through the monster's hardened armor, a move that completely drains her strength, leaving her immobilized. The monster finally collapses, but is the battle truly over? Because this crafty monster has one last ace up its sleeve. As it falls, it waits for the moment its opponent lets their guard down to fire off a final, poisonous shot. You didn't think it'd be that simple, did you? All three of them are completely blindsided. Just when they think they're done for, Ikoma appears in a flash, taking the full force of the attack. He pours all his power into his sword, blocking the deadly strike. Turns out, this was the exact same move that killed Mio in his past life, so he remembered it all too well and was ready for it this time. With one last finishing blow, he sends the monster packing for good. At the same moment, the system announces Ikoma has gained over 30,000 experience points, jumping from level 50 to 58 and earning 28 SB. He can finally breathe a sigh of relief, thanking the author for some serious plot armor. To be honest, Ikoma initially thought they weren't strong enough to beat this boss, but this time, he managed to save Mio. Mio's death was one of Ikoma's biggest regrets in his past life. It's the entire reason he's so dead set on becoming a top-tier adventurer. Meanwhile, Mio can't believe she's still alive. Ikoma protected her, but once again, the memory of her fallen companion brings a fresh wave of pain. Perhaps Mio sees a reflection of her lost friend in Ikoma. She's always thinking of that girl, even feeling as if she's being watched from somewhere. Hearing this, Ikoma starts to suspect why she's always been so reckless and pushed away potential allies, even in his past life. He always felt something was off about her, but now, everything is finally starting to make sense. So, Ikoma confronts her directly. If that girl is truly angry with Mio, why does she only remember her when she's being protected like this? She didn't die by accident, did she? She died protecting you, so you've been blaming yourself, consumed by guilt. Sasuke, sensing the tension, warns Ikoma that it's a sensitive topic he shouldn't be pushing. But it's too late. At that moment, you and I get to see the memory that's been haunting Mio ever since she was just a student. Mio had met a girl named Momo, who always looked out for her and was one of the few friends she confided in. Turns out, Mio wanted to become an adventurer to hunt monsters from an early age because her family couldn't afford high school and adventuring required no degree. Back then, Momo was determined to become an adventurer right alongside her friend. She couldn't just let Mio go it alone. During one mission, Momo urged Mio to retreat from danger, but Mio just told her to get lost, trying to handle it by herself. However, Momo knew Mio's recklessness stemmed from losing her family, so she refused to leave her friend behind. In the end, Momo was fatally wounded protecting Mio. Even in her final moments, she never uttered a single word of blame. Instead, she was just happy that Mio was okay. And this is why Mio has been torturing herself ever since, convinced that Momo must resent her. Ikoma tells Mio she shouldn't distort her own feelings of grief like that, even if it makes her feel better, because that girl gave her own life to save Mio. If she saw Mio living this way, she would be absolutely heartbroken. Mio always says no one would mourn her if she died, but Ikoma is certain Momo would be devastated. She was always worried Mio would be lonely without her and hoped Mio would live a happy life for the both of them. Finally, after all these years, Mio understands the true depth of her best friend's love for her. She can finally let go of the burdens that have weighed her down, steady her heart, and look forward to a brighter, sunnier tomorrow. Ikoma asks if her guilt over Momo's death is why she's always thrown herself into reckless battles, but he points out that's not how Atonement works. Because if she keeps soloing high-level portals, she's just going to get herself killed, which is meaningless and would betray Momo's sacrifice. Seizing the opportunity while Mio is vulnerable, Ikoma invites her to join his party. She doesn't agree immediately, saying she needs time to think, but Ikoma completely understands and is willing to wait. On the way back, Ikoma gives Mio a piggyback ride since her HP is at 0, which sends Sasuke into a jealous fit. In Sasuke's eyes, this looks exactly like a romantic couple, so she demands to carry Mio instead. Honestly, if they just had a way to restore HP, things would be much more stable. Ikoma used to be confident he could easily handle A-rank portals, but lately, too many bizarre things have been happening that he just can't predict. Right now, his party needs one last member, someone who can heal, either with a skill or a reusable item. After a moment of thought, Mio expresses that she's been fighting solo for a very long time, ever since she last trusted someone. But this feeling, it's actually really nice. Mio thanks Ikoma, truly appreciating everything he's done for her, and she agrees to join his party. After all that, you'd think it would be smooth sailing, right? Well, the next day at headquarters, Sasuke asks Ikoma if he's heard from Mio, and at this point, he's at his wit's end. He shows her his phone, which is filled with messages from him, but this girl has only seen them, not replied. Honestly, it doesn't look like Mio is very interested in joining anymore. He knew she was incredibly stubborn, but Ikoma never imagined he'd fail to recruit her after everything they'd just been through. Sasuke tries to console him, suggesting she was just tired and fell asleep. With her courage, physical prowess, and competitive drive, Mio is one of the highest-rated potential adventurers out there. I mean, she held off that terrifying monster all by herself. If it were the Ikoma from the past life, he would have been sent to meet his ancestors in a heartbeat. At the very least, he saved Mio in this life. From now on, she'll probably be less reckless and won't fight so desperately. Even though it's a bit of a letdown, Ikoma is happy enough with that much. But as they're sitting at the cafe, Mio suddenly appears, shocking them both. They thought she had ghosted them for good after ignoring all his messages. So it turns out Mio is terrible with phone apps, so she came all the way here just to talk with Sasuke and Ikoma in person. After giving it some thought, Mio officially decides to join their team. Of course, both of them are thrilled to welcome her, and everyone's fired up to fight together in the future. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, at the Chimera's base, they're hatching a plan to take out a few certain someones, and yeah, it looks like Ikoma's group is their target. The guy in the black robe just radiates danger, and from the conversation, we can piece together that he's a runaway from the anti-demon defense force, now hiding in some assassin organization. Some big-shot client hired them to go after Ikoma, but the guy in black finds it laughable that their target is just a B-ranker. He even tears into Kikyo, calling him a loser for failing to handle a low-level monster and still daring to show his face. Unlike him, a top-tier adventurer. If he hadn't accidentally killed a teammate during training, he'd be celebrated as a hero by now. He even argues that if people would just overlook that one tiny mistake, he'd gladly risk his life to protect the country. But hunting him down like this? Pointless and stupid. It's just murder, after all. Arisu, listening nearby, is completely disgusted. No wonder this trash bag is hated everywhere he goes. The woman sees this guy just sitting around doing nothing, now making a fuss about handling the target. So she has to lay down an ultimatum. If he finishes this job, they'll leave him alone for good. Seeing a sweet deal, the black-robed man flips and immediately accepts the mission to hunt Ikoma. Back at Rui's adventurer branch in Kirinami, an employee informs Sasuke that she's been promoted to B rank, which makes her absolutely ecstatic. Even though rankings vary by region, B rank adventurers make up only 1% of the total. Sasuke can't believe she's now part of that 1%. Ikoma congratulates her, telling her she's done great work. Sasuke often felt like she was lagging behind Ikoma and Mio, but this achievement makes her feel like she's finally starting to catch up to them. She's more determined than ever to work harder, to be a worthy partner for her crush Ikoma. And there's no way she's going to lose to Mio. But contrary to their excitement, Mio feels this promotion isn't something to make a big deal about, since Sasuke's level had already surpassed the standard for her class long ago. Now's the time she needs to be ready to hunt down the weaker threats around Kirinami, or else failure will be a huge setback. Besides, this promotion test is just a basic one for residents of the district. Seeing Mio's serious attitude, Sasuke's mood deflates. Ikoma told Mio not to tell Sasuke the harsh truth, but Mio thinks it's better to avoid her getting a big head. Realizing she might be a little too intense, Mio backpedals. Yeah, this is clearly an important milestone. Then, Mio tells Sasuke to follow her, saying she's prepared a gift. After all, celebrating a friend's memorable achievement is important. Ikoma is pretty surprised by Mio's thoughtfulness. He hadn't prepared anything for Sasuke. Though Mio seems cold, she really wanted to thank both of them for saving her life. Her mentor always told her to care for those around her, so she prepared a gift for Sasuke, a massive, heavy-duty personal locker. Mio admits the gift isn't very exciting, but it'll help Sasuke store important items without fear of them being stolen, so she should accept it. Of course, Sasuke is overjoyed to receive the gift from Mio. She might seem cold and harsh on the outside, but deep down, she has an incredibly warm heart. Not only that, Mio also prepared an adorable, gigantic teddy bear for Sasuke. And get this, it's a limited edition for the 50th anniversary of a famous teddy bear brand. Now pay attention, because this is where everything changes. An urgent alert flashes on Ikoma's device. A C-rank monster disaster has broken out in Moriyama, Tokyo. All civilians must be evacuated. It seems like there have been quite a few of these incidents lately. Mio notes that the outbreak is in the Mizunagi outskirts. Luckily, it's not too far, so they can head straight there. At first, Ikoma thinks a C-rank disaster is perfect for adventurers around level 40, so it shouldn't be too difficult. But that thought is immediately shattered. He's shocked when he sees the name of this C-rank portal, the Garden of Souls. This garden is rated at level 40, and just like its name suggests, it's a portal teeming with plant-type monsters. But the real problem is the boss, the Tree of Life, Gao Karanar. And as a final boss, it's anything but ordinary. No matter what, Ikoma's team cannot let this monster leave the portal. He warns Sasuke and Mio not to underestimate this. It's no ordinary C-rank incident. They have to stop this disaster storm as fast as possible. Ikoma's group rushes off, completely unaware of the suspicious figure watching them from the shadows. At the same time, the man in the black robe arrives on command. Someone must have told him the monster storm would happen here. He gets on the phone, asking for the location of his targets, Ikoma's team. This guy is beyond excited for the hunt, hoping Ikoma will give him some entertainment. By now, the trio has reached the disaster zone and are deep in a fierce battle with the monsters. There's a ton of them, but luckily, most are just low-level grunts. You and I are about to see just how ruthless Sasuke can be. She catches a harmless, super cute monster, then immediately drains all its mana to transfer to Ikoma. She's thrilled because compared to the last storm, this one seems much easier. They even see staff from the anti-demon defense force arriving. At this rate, everything should be over soon. Ikoma, however, thinks otherwise. This situation is far worse. That's because the final boss, the Tree of Life, can spawn and throw monsters at you while it runs. Sasuke is floored and asks what happens if it escapes. He explains that it's an easy monster to deal with inside the portal, but now that its escape range has expanded, it's a completely different story. If they can't defeat it, the damage from this disaster will just keep growing without end. So, at any cost, they absolutely cannot let this monster escape the city. It's especially hard to find because compared to other bosses, this one is small and incredibly cunning. Ikoma knows they can't afford to lose it, but chasing it without a clear strategy will be extremely difficult. He plans to formulate a strategy, but Mahoshinen still hasn't replied to his message. Just then, Mio suggests they split up to hunt the monster, which will expand their search area. Plus, they need to get this little girl to a safe place first. With no other choice, the others agree to Mio's plan. This entire disaster gives Ikoma a seriously bad feeling, a monster outbreak that never should have happened, now made worse by a storm and an escaped portal boss. Trust me, you'll want to stick around for this. It feels like someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes, manipulating this entire catastrophe. Ikoma knows that hunting Karena alone is a long shot. Even with all three of them searching, catching it is no guarantee. But at this point, they have no other choice. Ikoma tells the other two to move out and cover 3 separate areas. Let's jump over to the chaos, because while they're hunting, a certain psycho in a black robe is busy cooking in a family restaurant previously hit by monsters. But before he can even put anything in his mouth, his 89th victim shows up. Turns out this guy's name is Sadam Akira, a notorious assassin who preys on high-level hunters. Realizing this new pursuer is tough, he tries to stall for time and look for a counterattack. Hey, what's the rush, big guy? Whatever's going on, can we just slow down so I can eat? Don't fight a man trying to have a meal. But his opponent has zero patience for this nonsense, and Akira immediately recognizes that Sword isn't some toy, it's a pro-VIP magic blade. Seeing this as a bad matchup, Akira decides to strike first. This guy's class is a witch, a class that buffs itself with heavy-duty equipment and blows enemies away with overwhelming force. The long-haired bounty hunter is thrilled by this. He'd been tipped off to look for a guy who wanders around with a mask and rings. This man is an A-rank adventurer and bounty hunter, Kamuro Kayana. Akira couldn't care less about any of this. He tells the old man to go hunt some monsters and stop playing cops and robbers with him. Of course, the ambitious bounty hunter flat out refuses. Why bother with low-level monsters when a world-class wanted criminal like Akira is worth so much more? He doesn't even care about the monster disaster unfolding. This just makes Akira even more annoyed. He really doesn't want to have to gut this guy. But while he's showing a moment of mercy, the old man, who clearly has more guts than brains, charges right in. And just as he's thinking this will be an easy win, he's ambushed from behind, coughing up blood. Turns out, Akira had a doll positioned behind him the entire time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow. In the end, Kana was just the bait, and Akira was the real predator. The poor guy. Akira gives him the middle finger and sneers. I had a guard posted outside from the very beginning. You idiot. He gloats, saying, just as I thought, you're a mage. Sure, you guys who specialize in suicide attacks are durable, but any ordinary person would have been torn to shreds. As Akira prepares to finish him, Kana desperately begs, please don't kill me. I have a ton of money in my account. This offer only seems to disgust Akira. I've always been the type to go against the grain, he says. But you know, someone saying something like that, it really pisses me off. Besides, he adds, being seen as someone who can be bought off with money is pretty damn insulting. I absolutely hate that. But as he's monologuing, a blast of fire rockets toward him from outside. Seeing the incoming power, Akira gets furious. More of them? That idiot's flashy magic must have drawn them here. Just then, his golem, Gu, leaps from behind him. It takes the full force of the blast for its master, and in an instant, it's completely vaporized without a trace. This leaves Akira stunned. Gao, a golem known for its insane durability, was taken out in a single long-range attack. In that moment, a young man appears, saying, I was hoping I could take him down in just one hit, Tuya says grimly. But something must have protected him. Right then, another magic circle appears before Akira as Sumoji casts her spell, Dispersion. Instantly, a massive wave of magic slams into Akira, but somehow, he emerges completely unscathed. Looking at the burning wreckage around him, he screams, You morons! What the hell are you doing to a perfectly normal shop? Seeing the people trying to kill him, he scoffs. First an adventurer, and now the demon defense squad? News travels fast, huh? I step out for a second and come back to this mess. On the ground, Kana is still writhing, clutching his head in agony. Ignoring him, Tuya raises his hand, signaling everyone to attack at once. For the first time, Akira shows a hint of worry, caught off guard by the situation. They actually pushed him back and saved that mage. These guys have a ton of experience. They're not your average defense squad. He feels a flash of recognition. That guy, Mayumi Tuya, a second-level officer of the Demon Defense Squad. From what he knows, the Demon Defense Squad members level up through standard methods, making them strong at a steady pace. But on the flip side, they're bound by tons of rules and restrictions, making it rare for uniquely talented individuals like adventurers to emerge. And yet, this Tuya guy is a special exception. You see, he's one of those rare cases, one of the absolute strongest fighters the Demon Defense Squad has to offer. Akira's expression shifts from caution to pure excitement. I don't even need to test your abilities, buddy. You've already passed. A twisted smile forms on his face. I can't control myself. I've always wanted to kill a pitifully righteous person just like you. As much as he wants to fight Tuya one-on-one, the current situation won't allow it. In a direct fight, his chance of winning is only 50-50, and there are 3 other hostiles to deal with. Everything seems to be against him. The area is on fire. His golem, Go, hasn't recovered, and his opponents have a range advantage. He's just a mid-range fighter with limited close combat skills. In this situation, he's not even sure how he's supposed to fight if he's forced to engage right now. My only option is to regroup and separate him from his team. But if I waste too much time and MP here, my other plans will be delayed. Knowing he can't handle them all, Akira makes a quick decision. I'll let this one slide. I'm the type who likes to, and with that, he escapes by leaping out of a window. The moment he flees, Tuya and Sumoji whip their heads around to follow as a report comes in. Rank: a criminal SK Saudum has appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Tuya draws his bow. He uses Fire Strike and lets an arrow fly toward Akira. Sumoji cheers. We got him. But Tuya immediately shuts that down. No. With his sharp eyes, he realized the truth. That was just a summoned slime. He used it as a decoy to escape. Just then, a shout rings out as they see something leap across the rooftops. There, on the roof! Should we go after him? Tuya's voice is firm. Right now, stopping the monster disaster is top priority. He's dangerous, but this isn't the time to focus solely on him. He then issues an order. For now, use your magic to put out the fire. Sumoji immediately follows his command. Yes, sir. Next, he turns to Kaina, who is sitting dazed on the ground, and says, We'll handle this demon disaster after we've interrogated this man. Meanwhile, in another city, Mio is hot on the trail of the fairy garden monster, the high-level Karena, at level 38. As she chases it, she thinks to herself, I can't believe I actually found this thing. Sensing the danger coming from her, the monster unleashes its nightmare garden technique. Suddenly, a horde of plant monsters springs up, blocking her path. Furious at being obstructed, Mio yells, You're in my way, before unleashing her blood sword. The attack successfully pushes the smaller monsters back. However, their numbers are huge, and it's starting to worry her. They just keep coming. If this continues, it's going to escape. It's all or nothing. I'm seeing this through to the end. With things at a critical point, she decides to use her ultimate skill, Hellburst. Immediately, a system notification pops up. This skill can be used by consuming 44 HP, converting her own life force into magic power for her attacks. A single slash from her tears through the monster mob. It also clears a path for her to chase after the fairy garden monster. I can. But from a tree on the side of the road, something suddenly lunges out. Another monster appears, ready to attack Mio, and a chilling realization hits her. It was creating monsters to use as shields. And now, that monster is about to sink its teeth into her arm. Realizing she can't dodge, Mio prepares for a direct hit. But just then, a massive blast of power crashes down from the sky. It seems Mio reacted just in time, vaporizing the monster before it could even lay a scratch on her. Just as she catches her breath, a whole swarm of smaller monsters closes in on her. Yeah, a horde this big could definitely be a problem. The whole situation is just ticking her off. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a figure is running for his life, thinking, I can't find him anywhere. He glances up at the tall buildings, hesitating. Maybe I should try a higher vantage point. No, we don't have time for that. Suddenly, Ikoma's phone buzzes with a message. It's from Mio, sending him the monster's coordinates. Sorry, she wrote. I found him, but he got away. He ran to this area. In another city, at that very same moment, a foot steps out from a puddle of monster blood. The phone screen reads, Good job. Holding a sword radiating with power, she's clearly thrilled. We can't leave yet, can we? Two plant-like monsters bare their massive teeth and lunge straight at her. Without a hint of fear, Ikoma draws his sword and slices both monsters down. Immediately, he gets 2 system notifications. You have received 36 FB. You have received 28 FB. But right at that moment, a massive behemoth of a monster appears right in front of him. It unleashes a solar heat ray, blasting a raging inferno his way. However, Ikoma is faster, using the blast itself as a launch pad to rocket toward the monster. After his counterattack lands, he gets another notification. You received 56 FB. Seeing this, he sighs. I knew it, but this still sucks. The reason he's so disappointed? The reward points you get for a kill are pathetically low when there's a huge level gap between you and the monster. It's a frustrating grind. No matter how many of these things I kill, it feels completely endless. He looks out at the city being torn apart by monsters and wonders. Is it because Gao Karena is? He quickly makes up his mind. We need to end this, and fast. And just when you think he's alone, a voice rings out from behind, startling him. I saw it. I saw everything. I saw everything you just did. The person speaking is none other than Akira. The way you annihilated those monsters. It was perfect. He loudly praises Ikoma. No, seriously. It was absolutely amazing. Seeing him, Ikoma asks with suspicion, Are you an adventurer sent here to handle this monster disaster? With a fake, over-the-top enthusiasm, Akira replies, That's a job for real adventurers. His act is so strange it just puts Ikoma on edge. This guy is weird. Then, half joking, half serious, Akira reveals his identity. That's what they tell me anyway. I'm an E-rank hunter, and I'm a villager, so I feel a little awkward calling myself a talented adventurer. Hearing this, Ikoma actually believes him. A villager? That's seriously rare. From what he knows, the villager class is unique. Once you hit level 10, you get to choose between different character classes. The options you get depend entirely on how you've distributed your skill points up to that point. But the villager class? That's always an option. At the same time, he also knew that if you somehow hit level 10 without enough skill points and hadn't invested in traditional attack skills, something terrible happens. Your choices become so limited that you're forced to become the absolute weakest character class. My advice is to use a sword. With your uncle's guidance, he remembered being told, you should try to avoid being forced into a weak class like that. Just then, Akira explains himself. I wanted to pick a cooler class, but it was the only one that fit. After hearing him out, Ikoma thinks it makes some sense. It's rare, but not impossible. His initial stats must have been low, which is completely random. Suddenly, Akira looks at him with admiration and asks about his identity. You're Ikoma, right? The extremely rare gravity user. Ikoma is thrown off that he knows his name. You know who I am? Akira quickly answers, his voice full of awe. Of course, anyone who's active in the Tokyo Association would. To prove his fanboy credentials, Akira even brings up evidence. Besides, you were on Hosinen's broadcast before. Seeing the YouTube channel he's talking about, Ikoma helplessly wonders, so he's a viewer? But Akira is still rambling on. My female friend is a huge fan of hers. Then he declares with deep admiration. I know this sounds crazy, but the truth is even more amazing. I wish I was a gravity user just like you. Ikoma, seeing no point in this conversation, tries to leave. Sorry, but I don't have time to chat. I need to go now. Seeing him just walk away, Akira quickly stops him. Wait! Now, pay close attention, because this is where things get interesting. Akira makes a determined offer. I really respect you. If you don't mind, could we handle this together? Of course, Ikoma flat out rejects the offer. You're E-rank, which means you're probably around level 20. That means you'd have trouble even with these smaller monsters. Then, he gives him some gentle advice. I'm chasing the boss monster. You'd be better off focusing on helping the evacuees. Akira doesn't answer. Instead, he just pulls something out. Then, he yells out its name. Item enhancement. And just from those words, Ikoma's strength and body are restored. A recovery crystal. After using the skill, Akira makes his pitch. Villager is the only class with the item enhancement skill. If you let me support you, I promise I won't get in your way. Seeing how stubborn he is, Ikoma feels a bit cornered. He doesn't seem like he's going to back down, but he still refuses, loud and clear. I just don't think I need any support right now. As he's thinking, we need to find Gao Karena as soon as possible. I can't waste time on someone with an unknown level and motive. His phone suddenly pings. He immediately checks it. There it is, a message from Hosinen. Ikoma had sent 2 messages to Hosinen. I need you to use your fame to track the boss monster's path. It looks like a giant centipede. Of course, she replied with an OK sticker, followed by a link to a live broadcast. The link, of course, was to her own page. Live from Hosinen. Hashtag Hosinen is the strongest. Hashtag I love this place Hosinen. 500 currently watching. 100,000, 520 followers. Hosinen is now live on her channel. Hosinen broadcasting here. Moriyama District is currently in a terrible state due to the monster disaster. She appeals to her massive fan base. If anyone sees the boss monster, please post your location. It's dangerous. Please use the hashtag HossinenInfo. While she's broadcasting, she adds, it would be great if you could include a photo. And just like that, photos and addresses start flooding in. This is insane. Moriyama District, Mizumioka 645, Hosonin Info. It's escaping at incredible speed. Moriyama District, Nishi Hijaki 4127, Hosonin Info. After receiving all this information, she sends a heartfelt thanks to her fans. I'm so glad you're helping me look for it, but it's dangerous, so please don't overdo it. Back with Ikoma, he's more than satisfied with Hosinen's help. Since it's disaster information, her video has already been shared over 10,000 times. Thanks to her, the boss's location is being constantly updated in real time. This flood of information makes it easy for him to start planning how to take this thing down. We can track its movements this way, he thinks, predict its path, and get there ahead of it. Looking at a new photo that just came in, he starts to formulate a strategy. This picture, it was taken very close to us. If my theory is right, I can finally corner it. He hesitates for a moment. The Gao Karena is fast, and now that its escape route has widened, can he really take it down all by himself? His teammates can't get here in time, and Sasuke and Mio are too far away. He decides to share the video, but that's all he has time for. While Ikoma is lost in thought, Aki, who was right behind him, decides to get his attention by striking a pose, and it works. Ikoma finally asks for his name. He quickly responds, Aki Wajima, sir. He then immediately lays out his intentions. I'm looking for a way to exterminate the Gao Karena right now. Ikoma is a bit taken aback by the offer. It's dangerous, but you want to help me? In response, Aki's face lights up with pure joy. Now let's jump to a quick side scene with art by Chikoa from Azura. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, Ikoma! It's Sasuke, waving excitedly in a swimsuit. He gets a good look, and every curve of her body is on full display, making his eyes widen. But he quickly snaps out of it, grabbing a huge towel to cover her up, leaving her totally confused. She pouts, a little annoyed, while Ikoma scratches his head, too embarrassed to look at her directly. What an adorable pair. Aki runs over, practically bursting with excitement. What an honor! I can't believe the person I admire most is asking for my help. A bright aura explodes around him as he poses. I'll do whatever it takes to complete this mission, so please don't hesitate to ask for anything. Ikoma looks worried, replying, That's great, but... He gets cut off. Aki, confused, asks, You've been staring at your phone this whole time. What exactly are you doing? Ikoma holds up his phone, eyes glued to the screen. It's the gate monster's path, the Gao Karena. The phone screen shows a map with red dots tracking its movements. This is a compilation of all its sightings. It's taking a lot of detours, but basically, it's heading north. Suddenly, Ikoma's expression darkens as he realizes something. It looks like it prefers the shade from apartment complexes and skyscrapers. Hearing this, Aki looks pretty confused. Now pay attention. This is where the real strategy begins. Ikoma continues. Everyone's theory is that it avoids strong sunlight. It's obviously trying to keep its body from drying out, right? He keeps voicing his deductions. It seems that when it's not facing a threat, it's not particularly fast. He looks at the map and comes to a conclusion. If we can ambush it from both sides after luring it into an alley, Aki starts to process this. I see, and that's where I come in, right? Ikoma looks at Aki, listening to his words, handling a monster disaster while gathering intel and analyzing the situation to this degree. Aki rushes in front of Ikoma, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Ikoma-san, you're truly amazing. I admire you so much. Ikoma looks at the over-the-top Aki and backs away. Okay, this is getting a little scary, so please stop. Aki keeps going. Ikoma, you seem younger than me, but you're so reliable. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous. That's because I'm technically 28 years old inside, and I'm used to dealing with gate-related problems, Ikoma replies. Aki looks thoughtful and says, You feel like my older brother. He's smart, has the aura of a genius, and a strong sense of justice. Then suddenly, Aki breaks down into tears, sobbing his heart out. I've always admired him, but it's so hard being constantly compared to him. Ikoma just stands there helplessly, thinking, can I really rely on this guy? Just then, his phone buzzes with a new notification. It seems the S-rank killer, Akira, is causing trouble for the Demon Defense Force. He's not related to the gate, but Hoshina says to be careful. The message is from the informant, Hoshina. Ikoma remembers a flash of a demonic face in a black cloak, smiling while covering his face with his hand. If I remember correctly, he's a notorious criminal known for targeting high-level adventurers to kill and rob them. He has a rare fighting style focused on using spirit beasts in battle. He thinks to himself that there was very little information. In the previous world, the Demon Defense Force raided his hideout with 20 people and killed him. Ikoma recalls a newspaper article about the incident. 12 members of the Demon Defense Force were killed or injured. In that one incident, more than half of them were casualties. Is Marima District his current hunting ground? Or is it just a coincidence he's here during this disaster? No. Ikoma's train of thought abruptly changes. These strange coincidences are happening way too often. Okay, let's pause here. This is the moment everything starts to connect into something much bigger, even in the virtual library. As the image flashes in his mind, Ikoma seems to understand. Their target is probably the Ring of Wisdom. Anxiety and worry cloud his face. Is there someone who knows more about the spatial gate than I do? They're pulling strings from the shadows, plotting something. Aki looks down at Ikoma's expression, confused. What's wrong, Ikoma? You look really serious. Ikoma quickly snaps back to reality. There's no solid proof. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. It's nothing, sorry, he quickly tells Aki. He thinks to himself that right now, they need to solve the problem right in front of them. Ikoma holds up his phone to share the new info with Aki. It looks like someone spotted a murderer. Aki panics, clasping his hands together. A murderer? While he's still freaking out, Ikoma continues. The family restaurant near us is where they're fighting. It's better if we don't engage with him. Ikoma then shows him the phone, pointing and explaining. He's not someone an H-rank adventurer he can handle, so if you see him, you run. Aki timidly replies, yes. While Aki is still on edge about the killer, another notification pings on Ikoma's phone. More witness reports about the Galcarina are pouring in. The message reads, I was too shocked to take a picture, but there's a giant creature running through Marima District. Point 262. After reading the message, he realizes something. It's close. We can get ahead of it and corner it right now. It's still early, but I'll share this with Sasuke and Mio. Meanwhile, Aki is in a full-blown panic, holding his head and crying. If we run into him, what are we gonna do? Ikoma turns to him with a cold, determined look. Aki, I've come up with a plan to corner the spatial gate monster. His face becomes unusually firm as he speaks. We'll split up and ambush it from both sides. We are going to kill that thing. Seeing Ikoma's dead serious expression, Aki is stunned into silence. He then clenches his fist, his face now just as determined. Yes, sir. While he's still looking at Ikoma with a bit of awe, Ikoma confidently explains, it won't be hard to lure it if we exploit its fear of sunlight. He looks at the map and points out the location for their plan. I'll take a big detour and chase the Galcarina into this alley. A red arrow shows the monster's predicted path. Looking back at the map showing both of their positions, he continues, when it reaches the opposite side, I need you to block that path. Ikoma gives Aki a concerned look. I can harass it enough that it won't want to escape my way, but can you handle your side? Aki gives him a huge thumbs up, signaling he's ready for the mission. I've got some items to maximize my ice-type powers. I have plenty of aces up my sleeve, you know. That bright aura appears again as he strikes another pose, telling Ikoma to leave it to him. He guarantees that the Galcarina monster won't get past him. Ikoma just ignores the theatrics and gives the signal for them to split up and start the mission. Ikoma gives Aki a final instruction. If anything unexpected happens, don't worry about me, just run. At the same time, Aki has one last question. Before we split up, there's something I want to ask you, Ikoma. Why did you become an adventurer? Ikoma looks at Aki, who keeps his head down, hesitant to even ask. But now, we get a moment that really tells us who our main character is. Aki continues, thinking out loud. For a top-tier adventurer like you, isn't this just a tedious job without much of a reward? Ikoma bluntly tells him to stop asking weird questions. Aki, flustered, starts to apologize, but then the main character's true colors shine through. Ikoma looks down at his hands, lost in thought. But you're right, the reason I'm an adventurer is to know exactly how much my power can help people. That's probably my number one reason. Images from his past flash before his eyes as he says with conviction, I'm even willing to die for that. He sees the faces of Karu and Mio, knowing that right now, there are some things only he can do. Remembering their smiles only strengthens his resolve. I believe there are people that only I can save. Ikoma clenches his fists, looking up at the clear blue sky. I guess you could call it a sense of responsibility. More than just some vague desire to stop monster disasters. Suddenly, he snaps out of it, turning to see Aki completely stunned by his answer. Flustered, Ikoma rubs the back of his head and stammers, Was that a satisfying answer? It's not something I can just share with everyone, you know? Aki looks up, his eyes shining. No, that's more than enough, I have to say. Thank you so much, Ikoma. He closes his eyes and smiles, then jumps up like an excited kid. I admire you even more now. Ikoma, embarrassed, quickly reminds him that they're running out of time. Let's start splitting up. Aki just replies, right. And just like that, the action kicks off. Pay attention. High above the city, a monstrous blue creature shaped like a foot with a tree on its back roars as it tears through the streets at unbelievable speed. Scene change, Ikoma sprints forward, his feet pounding as he leaps from car to car down on the road below. He's as fast as a rocket, catching up to the monster in an instant. He yells out, "Found you, Gao Karina." A moment later, he unleashes his power, and a storm of dark purple lightning bolts rains from the sky, slamming directly into the creature. The energy blasts hit it one after another, and it roars in agony. Finally, the beast flees into an alley, the exact route Ikoma had planned with Aki from the very beginning. Ikoma watches it go, his eyes narrowed in focus. I forced it onto our planned route. The chase is on. Ikoma relentlessly pursues Gao Karena, which flees at terrifying speed, smashing through any obstacle in its path while screaming wildly. Ikoma tilts his head, calculating, I can do this. At this speed, I can catch it. Just then, Gao Karena unleashes a technique, Nightmare Garden. In seconds, a swarm of bizarre, ugly insects materializes out of thin air, all flying straight towards him. For a split second, Ikoma's thoughts freeze, but he recovers instantly, activating reverse gravity to leap away from the swarm and effortlessly bound between the walls of the towering apartment buildings. The move leaves Gao Karina both stunned and confused. Ikoma smirks arrogantly, too bad for you. Something like that isn't enough to slow me down. With that, he dives straight down at the beast, ready to launch a powerful attack. Gao Karina recoils in pure shock. Then, another monster leaps from the foliage to intercept him, but Ikoma's mind is clear. He uses the monster as a shield, knowing an opponent can't change direction mid-air. He gracefully vaults over it, thinking, just like the intel Mio gave me. Ikoma's calm voice then rings out like a proclamation. Against a gravity user, don't ever think you have the advantage in aerial combat. He pivots in the air and lands a clean, decisive slash on Gao Karina, causing it to shriek in agony. Gao Karina's skill, Flight Instinct. When injured, the user consumes MP to gain an exponential speed boost, a skill that allows the user to escape from enemies. Ikoma remembers the cooldown time for this technique. It's long. He knows it can't be used again for at least another hour. He observes from above, thinking, this is a one-way street, and Aki is waiting at the other end. You and I knew this was coming, right? Here's the pincer. Gao Karena races ahead, thinking it's escaped, but when it looks forward, it skids to a halt. Aki is standing right there. His eyes are wide with fear, his voice trembling. I can't believe it. It actually followed the plan. Aki bites his lip, his mind racing. To guide a monster this fast onto a specific route, even if the entire monster extermination unit was here, I doubt they could have pulled this off. Finally, he takes out a small glass vial. Aki stares at it, then pops the cork. With all his might, he hurls the bottle, squeezes his eyes shut, and screams, "Take this, slime mucus." The liquid inside splashes out in a torrent. The burning red lava-like fluid pours over Gao Karina. Aki watches nervously, thinking, it's just like he told me. As the beast roars from the burns, Aki remembers Ikoma's words. Gao Karina is very timid and afraid of fire. It won't charge into flames on its own. He pumps his fists in victory, a huge grin spreading across his face. I did it, Ikoma. Ikoma's voice rings out in praise. Good job, Aki. He smirks, hands on his hips. You're cornered now. I won't let you escape again. The terrified beast stands frozen, not daring to move. Ikoma calmly spells out its hopeless situation. I doubt you have much HP or MP left. Even your trump card, Flight Instinct, is on cooldown. His eyes sharpen, his voice like steel. So what will you do, Gao Karina? Are you going to try and get past me? Its only answer is a deafening roar. Gao Karina uses the same skill as before. Nightmare Garden. Only this time, something's different. The tree on its back twists and coils around its body. Battle Instinct. Spirit Tree of Life, Gao Karina. Combat Mode. The transformation completes, and the beast lets out a furious roar. Ikoma instantly realizes what's happened. It reconfigured itself for defense and attack instead of speed. Across the way, Aki grimaces, covering his ears. I thought all it could do was run. Ikoma, we should probably retreat for now. But it's too late. The monster is already charging right at them. Seeing this, Aki can't help but scream, "I really want to run away." Ikoma, in contrast, remains perfectly calm. "I think it's just getting desperate," he says, casually swinging his sword to cut down the smaller monsters. Aki is completely captivated by how cool he is. His eyes go wide, his face flushes red as he cups his cheeks in admiration. Enraged, Gao Karina attacks with its tree limbs, but suddenly Ikoma's voice echoes from right above it. "What's wrong? I'm right here." In a flash, his sword is plunged deep into the beast's body. Ikoma's eyes blaze as he yells, "Garon!" Instantly, a massive surge of power erupts from the sword. Gao Karina's body swells up, and it lets out a few small, weak cries of pain. The monster's rear end inflates, and then, boom, it explodes, spraying fluid everywhere. Stick with me, because the points that pop up are just the start of the real story. With their host gone, the remaining monsters simply fade away. Aki screams in victory, "Awesome!" But they have no idea they've been watched this whole time from afar. "You've shown me what you can do," a voice thinks. "Utsunomia Ikoma, you've passed the test." Amidst the swirling dust, a long black robe cloaks the mysterious figure watching them. He smirks. "As one of my targets, you get full marks." Meanwhile, Aki is jumping for joy as the beast finally falls, and Ikoma lets out a huge sigh of relief. He pulls out his phone, thinking he should let Kisaragi and the others know, and Senna too. He carefully types out a message. "We've defeated Gao Karina. It would be great if we could all meet up soon." Message sent. He turns to Aki and says with total sincerity, "Thank you for your help, Aki. If I were alone, Gao Karina would have escaped. We beat it right here because of you." Hearing this, Aki awkwardly scratches his head. "I can't believe Ikoma is praising me. I'm happy, but it's also a little embarrassing." He looks down at the hand that threw the vial, still in disbelief. "I was worried I couldn't handle this with my class. But after this, I feel like I can push myself a little harder." Then, Aki throws a light punch into the air, his eyes shining with new excitement. "Even I can become cooler and help more people." Ikoma calmly analyzes the situation. "From what I know, there's no such thing as a superior or inferior character class." He continues, "Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. It just depends on the user," remembering how panicked Aki was just moments before. Ikoma adds, "A villager's weakness is flexibility. But if you prepare in advance, that's the very reason we were able to corner Gao Karena." He looks Aki straight in the eye, his voice full of conviction. "As long as you don't forget your strengths, you can go much further. Don't forget you just faced down a monster twice your level." Aki is so moved he's tearing up. "Brother Ikoma," he says softly, "by the way, since you're a gravity user, an Ikoma C4, the power of a gravity user is, After a moment, Ikoma replies, "The limits of a class don't limit the potential of its user." Aki listens, completely captivated by the answer. Ikoma continues slowly, "The potential to reach the absolute peak." Those words strike Aki right in the heart. His eyes widen in pure admiration. Incredible. He's aiming for a totally different level. He gets right up in Ikoma's face and says excitedly, "I'll be cheering for you, Ikoma. I know you've got the potential to do it." Ikoma is both flustered and confused by this sudden closeness. He hesitates, then says, Yeah, thanks." Then, Ikoma scans their surroundings and gives a warning. "We should get out of here. Witnesses reported seeing a murderer in this area," he adds. "But still, I doubt he'd show his face so openly." Ikoma stares ahead, deep in thought, as the shadowy figure in the black robe appears right behind him. I believe once the monster attack ended, he already fled. He doesn't even finish the sentence before he whips his sword around, slashing the mysterious figure. Now pay attention. Ikoma's guard is up, so he's decided to attack. One name flashes through his mind, the Collector. He sees the childlike figure floating next to the cloaked man and quickly identifies it. That's not a demon, it's a familiar, which makes this even harder to deal with. He's facing one of the most troublesome opponents out there, the murder doll. Across from him, a flurry of strings erupts from the doll's back, whipping straight for him. He dodges with incredible agility, but his expression instantly hardens. Ikoma pivots, swinging his sword at a hidden attacker. He makes contact, but something's wrong. I can't feel any impact. Suddenly, Ikoma's eyes widen as a realization hits him, a mirage. And just as he thinks it, the figure he struck dissolves. Not far away, a foot crushes a pair of glasses on the ground. "I've been watching you for long enough, Ichinose Ikoma." Akira's lips curl into a smirk as he calmly removes the ring from his finger. The ring dissolves in a soft glow. Akira's eyes turn manic. "You are worthy of being killed by me." With that, he grabs his blade and rushes forward in a surprise attack. But Ikoma is already one step ahead, blocking the blade with his own sword. He follows up with a powerful kick that sends his opponent flying back. Akira clutches his arm, numb from the blow. Ha! If I were that weakling Aki, your kick would have killed me. Ikoma calmly reveals his identity. You're the collector, the murderer who collects adventurers' corpses. Saotome Akira. Akira mentally replays the attack. I got his attention with the mirage, attacked by surprise from arm's length, and hit him from a blind spot with the murder doll. He blushes, getting more excited, and he handled it like it was nothing. He's a prize beyond my wildest dreams. Akira just looks at Ikoma, neither confirming nor denying a thing. He taunts, I know you're panicking deep down, even if you look calm on the surface. I already considered the possibility that you were Saotome Akira, Ikoma replies coolly, and you and I are about to see how. Akira's eyebrows shoot up. What? Ikoma recalls that even in the original timeline, information on Saotome Akira was never made public. The only photo of him was from his student days. Even his class was a secret. However, no class can naturally use rings as a main weapon because of the insane MP cost. They're mostly used to increase your attack count, a support item at best. But there is one special skill, available only to the villager class. Item Holder. It slashes the MP cost. If you pour all your skill points into it, you can use rings as your primary weapon. Back in the present, Akira crosses his arms, a look of utter disbelief on his face. That's just a meaningless bluff. Ikoma glances at where the monster fell. It would have been difficult to corner Gao Karena alone. I wasn't sure I'd get another chance like this. Ikoma points directly at Akira. So, assuming you were the collector, I gambled that you would play along with my plan just to earn my trust. His eyes turn cold. The worst-case scenario was provoking you by mistake and having to fight both you and the monster. Akira is stunned. Instead of his own safety, he thinks, he chose the fastest way to end the monster threat. He smiles, full of excitement. As expected, you're the best. I guess showing loyalty to that miserable old hag was worth it after all. With that, he raises a hand, his eyes narrowing. I still have plenty of spirit beasts left. Show me how you're going to get through this. Akira stands against the whipping wind, with Ikoma just behind him. He turns back with a twisted smile, pointing a sharp blade at our hero. And you just know this last line is going to be good. Enjoy this while it lasts. Ichinozi Ikoma. Ikoma stares back, analyzing the situation. The tension is so thick, sweat drips down his cheek. He thinks to himself, I can't read him at all. He's too unpredictable. And on top of that, he's clearly an expert in PvP. A dark, gloomy aura envelops Akira as his killing intent sharpens, and Ikoma sinks deeper into thought. Even though he's a villager, he's probably at a higher level than me. I doubt I can win an advantage with my physical stats alone. Model. He remembers the Fallen, his MP still low from the battle with Gao Karena. After weighing his options, Ikoma finds the only solution to save himself right now, and he slowly turns away. His mind races with tactical thoughts. I have to be wary of his powerful guardians, too. I can't force my way through this fight without enough information, and the most crucial thing is, I think he'll use every dirty trick he has, so I should. With that, he turns and runs, leaving a stunned Akira standing there, completely baffled by what's happening. But as Ikoma sprints, he's already calculating. Since he's dealt with the spatial rift, is he trying to run to a crowded place to escape? While Ikoma is booking it, Akira isn't just standing around. He straightens up and summons a humanoid puppet. Then he shouts, There's no way I'm letting him get away like this. He thrusts his hand forward, commanding the puppet to chase Ikoma down, who is still running full tilt without a single sign of stopping. After a short distance, Ikoma glances back to see what his pursuer is planning, his hand still gripping his short sword for defense. Seeing this, Akira's eyes narrow in fury as he growls. He's not even looking back, let alone slowing down. Now, pay attention to how Ikoma's brain works. He keeps analyzing how to deal with this guy. From what he knows, the executioner puppet's weakness is its poor tracking, despite its stealth kill ability. Ikoma runs, his mind working overtime. No matter how I think about it, he can't handle it just by back with Akira. A moment after Ikoma fled, he finally begins his attack. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he thinks, Are you even human, Ichinose Ikoma? And with that, he dashes in the direction Ikoma went. You think I'd let a precious gem like you escape? After chasing Ikoma for a good distance, Akira suddenly stops in the middle of a concrete road. He thinks, He's vanished. I can't see him. He scans the area, but nothing seems out of place. The scene is quiet, just golden sunlight on the tall buildings. There's no sound at all. Akira starts to wonder, could he be hiding behind one of these objects? No, he'd never think of such a desperate move. He has zero information on the type of guardians I have. There's no reason for him to act so recklessly. And after considering all the possibilities, Akira seems to have found the answer. He slowly turns his head back, thinking, then the only possibility is, just as Akira is lost in thought, Ikoma strikes from above. Gripping his sword bow with both hands, he plummets down, putting all his force into the attack. But life is rarely so simple. Ikoma's attack isn't perfect. It seems Akira guessed his next move and flawlessly blocked the strike with his own guardian, the Iblis Destroyer. Ikoma is floored. He blocked it. With his plan foiled, he leaps back, lands, and faces Akira, who begins to speak. I see, Akira says. A wise decision. You assumed I would give chase and lured me into a narrow alley with many blind spots. I suppose you were trying to negate my advantage and, if possible, land a lucky shot from my blind spot. He then casually raises a hand, summoning his spirit beasts while taunting Ikoma. However, that's not enough to kill me, is it? Ikoma's gaze is firm, but mixed with surprise as he calculates his next move. He's summoning 3 spirit beasts at once. He could probably summon even more. An indistinct, beast-like creature holding a sword lunges at Ikoma, who is still deep in thought. He's probably put all his skill points into item enhancement and item wielders. It's true that he'd be incredibly strong if he just assembled a group of spirits after reaching a high level. But, okay, you and I both know this is where it gets crazy. Ikoma parries while thinking, with that kind of build, he should have been able to fight even at a low level. Suddenly, he looks up, realizing something is terribly wrong. Ikoma quickly leaps into the air just as the ground beneath him shatters like a sliced cake. He's surprised. There are too many attacks. He faces Akira, deeply questioning this maxed-out point distribution. How is he doing this? Seeing his reaction, Akira just scoffs. He looks at Ikoma like he's trash. The scene reminds him of his training days, clad in armor. He'd beaten an opponent so badly the guy was on the floor, coughing up blood. A classmate from that day had protested, shouting at the referee, "Through the gaps in the armor, you did that on purpose." Hearing this, Akira stood silent for a long moment, not to apologize, but to let out a cold, mocking laugh. "This is interesting," he'd said, and right now he's laughing at Ikoma the same way, his eyes glowing red as he stares him down. A talented person who's never done anything wrong, who has lived a righteous life. How laughable it is to use dirty tricks to mess with them. While Akira is lost in his memories, Ikoma suddenly asks, "You're the one who shook hands with the Chimera's Fang Guild, aren't you?" The question shatters Akira's arrogant mood like a splash of ice water. His face goes blank. Ah. Ikoma, clearly wanting a straight answer, stands before him and asks again, loud and clear. "You knew full well that the catastrophe would continue to happen. So why did you follow me?" Hearing the question, Akira is a little surprised. He doesn't answer right away, instead thinking, he even managed to deduce all of that? A moment later, his cocky attitude returns as he answers Ikoma. "Well, I don't really care about helping that woman. It would be a lie to say there wasn't someone pulling the strings from behind." Hearing this, Ikoma braces as one of Akira's beasts attacks, but luckily, he dodges in time. He turns to face his opponent, while Akira, looking completely unbothered, offers him a deal. "I'll tell you about it if you can beat me, but can you, really?" As he speaks, he summons a string-wielding beast. Threads like spider silk shoot from the beast, slicing through wood like it's cake, which spooks Ikoma a little. He warily watches the puppet as dust kicks up around them. Ikoma thinks, it's much faster and stronger than ordinary threads. At the same time, Akira is also analyzing the situation. If I strike them, I'll have a clear advantage, but I can't even scratch him. He smirks. If I think about it, I obviously have the upper hand, but the look in his eyes says he won't give up until he's defeated me. As if filled with new confidence, Akira summons more beasts to attack. Dragging this out will just drain my MP. I'll end it now. With that, he summons the elemental demon, Rojo. Its massive appearance makes the ground shake, throwing Ikoma into the air. He looks back at the spirit beast, realizing it's the 4th guardian. Akira yells, "If I drag this out any longer, I'll be the fool who runs out of MP. I'll end this all in one go." Then, he sets up the finishing blow by summoning a 5th spirit beast. It's grotesque and ugly. The elemental lord, Jofi. But Ikoma doesn't seem too worried. He's calm enough to plan his next move. Still, he thinks, The ability to maintain 5 guardians at once. That's way beyond what I expected. And this bodyguard clearly isn't the type for a direct assault. But Akira's terrifying display doesn't faze Ikoma in the slightest. In fact, his fighting spirit is burning brighter than ever before. Ikoma grins, his eyes firmly locked on the monsters ahead. Finally, he's seen Akira's limit. Now, it's time to counterattack. But first, the 5th spirit beast. Ikoma continues sprinting down the road. Fighting it up close without enough intel is just reckless, so he plans to restrict its movement using obstacles. While running, a shadow from the beast suddenly phases out from his right, startling him. Seeing it appear like that, a thought clicks in his head. It passed right through the wall. Instantly, Ikoma swings his sword, attacking the 5th spirit beast directly in its face. The strike tears off a chunk of flesh, making it roar in pain. While it's distracted, Ikoma carefully considers every possibility. It can't just be phasing through walls. Now pay attention. As he's thinking, it suddenly charges from out of nowhere, getting right up in his face and roaring with rage. And that's when Ikoma realizes it's immune to his attacks too. Facing this impossible situation, Ikoma grits his teeth, trying to figure out a plan. This beast's abilities are way beyond his current understanding. He has to be careful with every single step. To make matters worse, its attacks are tearing up the entire area. This thing is a nightmare, and he needs time to analyze its true nature. But his train of thought is constantly shattered by attacks from not one, but dozens of other spirit beasts. He's completely surrounded, his life hanging by a single thread, and in that instant, a figure cuts a monster into a dozen pieces right before his eyes, and you and I both know this is about to get wild. Ikoma's head is spinning. He's on high alert, staring at those fine threads, and as he's thinking, his eyes fly open in sudden, shocking realization. Akira is right on top of him. He shoves a knife straight towards his neck, grinning like a predator that's finally cornered its prey. He's so thrilled, he shouts, "This is great! You're the first person to ever survive my opening attack." But as he speaks, a huge, clenched fist appears from behind, right over Ikoma's head. Sure, if we fought head-on, I'd definitely lose, but just as he boasts that his strategy is unbeatable, that massive hand slams down, shaking the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. The impact is immense, blasting Ikoma far into the distance, but somehow, he manages to brace himself and survive the blow. Akira just keeps goading him. "What's wrong? Attack me already, Ichinozi Ikoma, or are you just going to defend forever?" After holding off the beastly minions and Akira's relentless attacks, Ikoma looks down at his trembling hands, feeling helpless. "I can use half my gravity power to block the demon hand and keep my distance, but the damage will just keep building up." Looking back at Akira and his horde of minions, he knows that with his current strength, he can't possibly keep this up. He invested everything into items, letting him pull off the miracle of summoning multiple guards at once. I doubt he can manage his MP consumption, but if this keeps up, Ikoma's gaze shifts to the cursed demon beast, Roju, with its masked face, and begins his analysis. That thing is an excellent commander, too. The guards are supporting each other perfectly, carefully avoiding any friendly fire. He glances back at Akira's smug face. He's known for being a warmonger, but he's actually cautious and can adapt to anything. Even so, I've found the strengths and weaknesses of every single one of his guards, as well as his strategy and personality. After sizing up the situation, Ikoma's usual confidence seems to return. He gives a slight smirk, thinking to himself, "Even the strongest fortress wall is useless if it has a single hole. I'll shatter their formation and destroy it completely before he can even think about fixing it." Ikoma's eyes sharpen, and he stares down Akira's group like he's about to enjoy a good show. And right then, Ikoma makes his declaration. This battle will be decided in this very moment. It seems Akira noticed that determined look in his eyes. He hasn't lost hope at all, even in this situation. Is he trying to entertain me even more? Meanwhile, Ikoma starts lightly tapping a small stone up and down with his foot, like he's just playing around. One of the beast minions sees this and is completely baffled. It racks its brain trying to figure out what's happening. He's increasing the stone's travel distance by controlling gravity. What is he trying to do? While the slow-witted beast is still thinking, Ikoma kicks the stone. It bounces off a nearby railing and ricochets right into the creature's face. Immediately after, Ikoma grips his sword and charges toward Akira. Finally, I have all the information I need. Seeing him rush in like a storm, Akira gets excited, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "So you've decided to attack first, have you?" Instantly, he barks an order. "Crush him, Roju." On his master's command, Roju slams its fists together, gets in front of Ikoma, and lets out a roar, preparing a fatal blow. It smashes its fist into the ground, shattering the pavement. After the powerful attack, it looks up, expecting to see nothing left. But from above, Ikoma stomps down right on the center of its face. He then leaps away, landing perfectly on a nearby traffic light pole. The beast, after taking a boot to the face, collapses to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Akira thinks to himself, he's like an acrobat. How interesting. Looking up at Ikoma, he scoffs. However, in a place like that, suddenly, a crimson spiderweb flies toward Ikoma as Akira finishes his thought. You're just begging for the executioner's puppet to attack. But Ikoma has already thought this through. He can't use his numbers advantage in an aerial fight. So, a cautious guy like him will attack with a spell that's immune to damage, and let the puppet attack with its strings whenever there's an opening. Akira shouts an order to his beasts. That stone! It's a gravity manipulation meant to crush something in a specific area. Ikoma stands tall, holding his sword high as a dark purple aura fills the space. And at that exact moment, the two slow-witted beasts charge forward and crash right into each other. Akira can only watch from below as Ikoma's full strategy unfolds. He grimaces in fury. He redirected the trajectory of the threads using gravity and manipulated it to crush Jofi. Akira remembers the stone thrown at the beast's head. It was all intentional. That stone. So his attacks that are out of my direct line of sight still work. The beast's power makes the traffic light pole buckle under immense gravitational force. A moment later, it comes crashing down. He looks at the puppet, his mind racing, those deadly strings. Realizing this, Akira hesitates, a bit worried. He figured out the weaknesses of both my trump cards in such a short time. Visibility is terrible. Either way, I have no choice but to fix the formation myself, despite the risk. I've created an opening in my own fortress. As he thinks this, Ikoma steps toward him. His face is brimming with confidence, his body radiating an excited energy. Now's the time to take down the leader with a single strike. The spellcaster, Sophie, is on the ground, groaning in pain. The demon, Roju, is clutching its wound. Ikoma surveys the scene, noting the immobilized puppet, and starts calculating. Out of his 5 guards, 2 are already paralyzed. Even that annoying puppet, while it's in my line of sight, can't move without risking friendly fire. Ikoma focuses power into the ring on his hand, his resolve hardening. I'll use this time to eliminate his guards and weaken his forces. This is the decisive moment. Akira, hiding behind the puppet, grows tense, trying to calculate his next move. The guards act on their master's will. He grits his teeth, trying to think. I'll have to hold Ikoma down myself and regroup them. Akira clutches his dagger, fuming. I thought I had him figured out, but I was still wrong. No wonder that old hag was so eager to eliminate him. But when he turns his head, he freezes in shock. Akasha is standing right in front of him. Before Akira can even react, she brings her sword down on him. With a flash of steel, Akira desperately ducks to avoid the surprise attack. Akasha just scoffs, annoyed that she missed. He's terrified, unable to believe it. Ikoma's guard. They were hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to stop me. Akira then calms himself, seeing one of his own guards targeting Ikoma. He reassures himself, it's fine, I can still do this. Iblis is above Ikoma. The moment he lets his guard down, I'll crush him. Finishing his thought, Akira turns back to Akasha, who's hovering beside him. She sees him looking and doesn't hesitate to gift him a sweet, friendly smile. Akira yells a curse at her. I'll kill you, you damn demon. Meanwhile, Ikoma is fighting the illusion, Melage, and slices his sword right through its body. But it instantly reforms without a scratch and swings its own sword at him. Ikoma forcefully parries the blow. He thinks seriously. Physical attacks barely affect it. I have to take it down with magic. Suddenly, Roju, having already recovered, is right behind him. It roars and brings its massive fist down. Ikoma twists and leaps backward to dodge the attack, thinking to himself, I knew it wouldn't go down from that little damage, so I focused the attack on its head. But it can still move. Its durability is seriously impressive. Trust me, you're about to see a plan executed with brutal efficiency. Akasha will stall for 30 seconds, just enough time to wipe out Akira's guards before the dust settles. Ikoma gives a confident smirk. That's more than enough time. The moment he activates his power, he rockets into the air, beelining straight for Iblis hovering above. He unleashes 2 powerful techniques at once. Reverse gravity and meteor cleave. The surprise frontal assault hits before it can even react. Iblis's body is pierced through as it screams in agony. Ikoma lands right on top of it, remarking, a perfect foothold. Looking down, he sees Roju frantically searching, completely clueless as to where he vanished. Wasting no time, Ikoma leaps down with a decisive meteor cleave, finishing it off for good. Melage just stands there, frozen, watching its comrade fall. A relentless barrage of attacks follows. Ikoma summons a magic circle, takes aim, and thinks, a one-on-one is nothing to fear. A massive explosion erupts, completely obliterating Melage. We cut to Akira, who's seething, "You persistent bastard." On the ground, the injured Akasha struggles to hear him, thinking, "Damn it, you're in my way." Suddenly, the executioner puppet behind Akira is sliced to pieces. Akira stares in panic at the pile of scrap at his feet, completely frozen, because Ikoma has already teleported right behind him, landing a light slash on his arm. Crying out in pain, Akira drops his weapon in utter disbelief. He looks on in horror as every single one of his guards is defeated: the cursed spirit, Ruju, the blood-soaked phantom Melage, the all-seeing Iblis, all reduced to scattered fragments, the iron executioner puppet. Not a single one survived, not even the spirit host Sophie. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he stammers in fear. They were all taken down. And get this, Ikoma's eyes are ice as he says, "Looks like we've both dealt with our guards. Let's finish this, Akira." Gritting his teeth, Akira spits back, "You're a monster." Kneeling before him, Akira thinks, "If a guard is defeated, it can't be resummoned for a while. With my 5 main forces crushed, I have no chance of winning." He places his hand on the ground, his rings begin to glow, and Akira makes a decision. "I'm out of MP, too." In this situation, the image of a goddess appears. Ikoma analyzes her seriously. Is that his trump card? No, it doesn't look like it. Wounded, Akira clings to his last hope, a guard specializing in healing and buffs. Adoralin. I should heal my wounds and escape. He thinks nervously. Relying on my ranger's abilities and the items I carry, I can at least intimidate him and run. Akira gives the urgent command, "Adoralin, heal me!" But a sudden thought flashes through his mind, giving him pause. If I run now, I'll never be able to beat him. Akira clenches his fist, refusing to accept it. My specialties are ambushes and surprise attacks. My hand and my tactics have been completely exposed. Next time, he'll counter me even more easily. Let that sink in. A brutal truth hits him. This isn't just a retreat, it's a complete and utter failure. Akira looks at Ikoma's calm expression and thinks, he's putting on a stoic face, but he must have used a ton of MP for all that destruction. Staring into his opponent's lifeless eyes, Akira makes his choice, slowly reaching for Melage's sword beside him. A moment later, Akira roars, "Adoralin, strengthen me!" She uses her power, answering his command. Angel's breath, angel's prayer. Akira stands tall, speaking softly to Ikoma, "I'm not running anymore. You remind me of someone I hate, someone with a face just like yours. It drives me insane." Ikoma listens cautiously to his rambling. A person who achieves everything through pure talent feels no guilt and lives by spouting twisted ideals. Akira's face contorts with rage as he provokes him. "Come on, Ikoma Ichinose. I'm going to make a genius like you taste defeat." The battle between Akira and Ikoma is on. Akira finds himself on the defensive, his mind racing. In terms of level alone, I should be superior. I even have Adoralin's physical enhancement buff. But looking at his own trembling hands, he can't help but feel fear. His sword strikes are faster and heavier than I ever imagined. This is proof that I've always been inferior to him. Seeing Ikoma as calm as ever, he wonders furiously. That bastard's expression hasn't changed at all. How is he so strong? While Akira is lost in thought, a sword tip is pointed directly at his throat. Akira quickly dodges back, trying to calm himself. Easy now. His movements are slowing down. He's exhausted. Seeing Ikoma struggle to wipe the sweat from his face, he feels a spark of joy. I can sense his faint impatience, his desire to end this fight. Ikoma himself is surprised Akira dodged that last attack, thinking, I thought that would be the decisive blow. Ikoma analyzes the moves Akira is trying to set up. His plan is to scatter his spirit beasts as a distraction and then rush in for a surprise attack with his dagger. He watches Akira continue his assault and makes an assessment, but it's clear he's skilled in both close combat and longsword use. His ability to read movement is exceptional. I can see the pattern in his attacks. This isn't something you can develop just by exploring. Akira grips his sword tightly, pushing himself. Focus! Read his movements. I have to move faster than him. Ikoma maintains his cold expression, thinking, although he uses unconventional tactics, he moves like an experienced martial artist. As he faces Akira's serious assault, Ikoma has to silently admit his movements are getting sharper and more decisive. Has he entered the zone? fueled by the adrenaline of a life-or-death struggle. At that moment, Akira is thinking, the zone, a state of heightened focus. He points his sword forward with renewed determination. Still, to last this long in close combat against a ranger class, I didn't think I would lose in this situation, but he's harder to attack than I expected. What I need now, more than anything, is victory. His voice rings out, I don't need justice, praise, or understanding. A terrifying killing intent erupts from him. His eyes lock onto Ikoma as he declares, everything will be fine as long as victory is mine. Nothing else matters. And here's where we see the root of his rage, that deep-seated hatred. Because some people are born with talent, free to live comfortably and pursue the right path. To him, that's just shallow arrogance, and he swears he will not lose to it. In the past, a voice rings out, Akira, are you quitting soccer? A teenage Akira just looks coldly toward the sound. His brother asks with concern, but you almost made the main team. This is Akira's twin brother, Do. He just stands and flatly replies, I'm not interested. Their father suddenly appears, praising Do. Amazing. I heard you scored 3 goals in the last game. Do just smiles quietly as his father continues. Mr. IMI praised you so much. Your grades are at the top of the class too. You excel in both academics and sports. That's my son. Akira just walks away in silence, the sound of his father's cheerful voice echoing in the happy scene behind him. Next month is your birthday, Do. What do you want? Do quickly interrupts, Dad, then gently reminds him, Akira's birthday is next month too. Akira just replies coldly to his brother's kindness. Sorry, but I'm not interested. It just makes me feel worse. Akira walks away, leaving his father with an arm slung affectionately around Do's shoulders, and he can't help but feel a wave of despair. Even though he achieves better results with minimal effort, he's the greatest genius I've ever known. Let me show you Akira's story as he thinks, I have so much free time now, but I don't feel like doing anything. The clear blue sky, as vast and free as it is, feels as empty as his own heart right now. In the classroom, a classmate pleads with Akira, the seniors are leaving, so the club's existence is on the line. Just lending us your name is enough. On the table sits the application form for the kendo club. Shouts echo from the training hall, a practice sword striking an opponent's head. Trying to escape his friend's persistence, Akira thinks in surprise, it's shocking. I actually have a talent for kendo. Back then, Akira had found a new path for himself. He realized, I should strive in a world where I won't be compared to my brother. My middle school years became all about kendo, but as time passed, his mood sank lower and lower. After graduation, he attended a local high school that anyone could get into. My proud parents started treating me like I didn't exist, and I was perfectly okay with that. The past flashes by again as he recalls something from his 11th grade year, a voice calling out, Hey, Akira! It's his brother Yu, holding a kendo helmet with a bright smile. I quit soccer. I think I'll give kendo a try. I want to understand you better. Akira's emotions were a tangled mess. He knew he was about to lose something precious, thinking, he always does the things I hate the most. Time jumps forward again. Here's where it gets serious, the summer of his senior year, the final team match of their most important tournament, the Provincial High School Kendo Championship, a battle to decide who goes to nationals. Akira scowls, annoyed at facing his own brother. In stark contrast, Yu seems genuinely happy to be fighting him. The match begins, and he continues to remember. The score was tied 2-2. As the captain, the team's faith rested on me. I couldn't lose this match. It's just that, the final moments of the fight, the referee's voice echoes through the arena. Strike to the head. Akira thinks in despair. It's just. I knew I couldn't possibly win against you. The two face off, and he remembers the feeling. He recalls the words he wanted to scream. Do you have any idea how it feels? To lose to someone who only started this to humor me? The humiliation of having my life's work crushed in just over a year? I've always hated you. In the past, Akira's rage explodes, and he lunges straight at Yu, unleashing a wild strike. The referee's shrill whistle screeches, halting the match. His brother collapses to his knees, clutching his throat, coughing violently. The audience begins to whisper. Through the gap in the armor. Did he do that on purpose? He remembers that moment of pure desperation. It was an accident. I unleashed a powerful thrust directly at Yu's throat. The referee announces the match will be forfeited, but Yu cuts him off. I'm fine. Yu stands up, explaining, the strike just grazed me. Please, let the match continue. Akira's eyes widen in shock, then a twisted smile forms on his face as he remembers. I was the one who made that strike. I knew. He was clearly struggling to breathe. He relives that day with excitement. For the first time, I defeated Yu. The referee's call rings out. A point for a head strike. At that moment, Akira realized something. As long as I don't care about the method and focus solely on winning, I will never lose to anyone. He thinks back to you, especially those who are burdened by useless things like honor. A triumphant, unstoppable smile spreads across his face. A year later, at the job registration center, the receptionist asks with doubt, "The only job you qualify for?" Akira listens to her advice. Anyone can get that class, but it's not helpful for fighting. He remembers thinking, it'll be an excellent support tool. Ignoring her warnings, Akira confirms his choice. It's okay. This will do just fine. At the school library, Akira plans his future. If I can spend money on consumable items, I can be an amazing supporter up to level 30. He reads info on the computer screen. The biggest weakness is using a ring to summon a spirit beast. Akira thinks excitedly. This is just theoretical, but if I focus my skills only on using the ring and collect similar rings, it could become an incredibly powerful job. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. To do that, I'll need money and items. And let's pause here, because this is where his path takes a dark turn. The memory shifts. Akira stands over the body of someone he just killed, musing, it was just a robbery. Why did these guys have to get so worked up? He holds a dagger in his hand, then asks himself, no. He scolds himself, no. I have the power to achieve extraordinary things, and I should move forward for that. He makes a quiet vow. I will show Father and you that I can become a hero. Akira just stares down at the corpse at his feet. After a long moment, he mutters, what am I even thinking? They don't matter to me anymore. Seriously, this is so confusing. With that, he turns and walks away without hesitation. Anyway, there's no going back now. On another evening, at an old shrine from his memory, Akira follows behind Yu, asking, I heard there's a dungeon that's perfect. Did you set a trap? Yu turns back, his voice calm. Don't worry, I came alone. I just never expected you to be the dungeon robber. Yu raises his sword into a battle stance. This is disappointing. I'll ask just as a formality. You don't intend to surrender, do you? He is now captain of the demon suppression squad. Yu, Job, swordsman. Akira yells at him furiously. This is the perfect stage for me. I'm going to tear you to pieces, you damn brother. The summoned demon lord Rohu roars and lunges at Yu. With one graceful swing of his sword, Yu completely annihilates it. Akira stares, his face a mask of pure disbelief. He looks at his two bodyguards, the demon Iblis and Logan, in shock. They were supposed to exploit any opening in a 3-on-1 fight. Akira's expression twists in fear. Just how much stronger did you get, you stupid brother? Yu walks steadily toward him. Because we are brothers, I'll ask you this. Do you have any last words? Without a hint of hesitation, Akira drops to his knees, his voice low. I'll go to prison, or anywhere you want. Just give me a chance to atone. Yu asks doubtfully. At a time like this, you can still say that? Akira looks up, tears streaming down his face, stammering pathetically. I just wanted you to acknowledge me. Even a little. That's all. As expected, Yu softens at the sight, his resolve wavering. But in a blind spot, a cunning smile spreads across Akira's face as he thinks, you've become an even greater monster than I imagined. That moment of hesitation is the only opening he needs. A puppet assassin appears from nowhere, striking at Yu. Yu can't react in time, only able to watch in horror as it rushes toward him. Akira scoffs internally, but you're still as soft as ever. A spray of fresh blood erupts, ending his brother's life. Akira coldly looks down at Yu's body. I kept my distance and waited for the perfect moment. You finally let your guard down. I never thought I'd have to go so far as to pretend to be so pathetic. He turns and walks away, leaving only one sentence hanging in the air. Even you could have done this if you had just done the same as me. Back in the present, Akira faces off against Ikoma, thinking furiously, I've leveled up so much since then. I've gained more experience and collected so many more spirit beasts. He struggles to block the attack, wondering, so why am I the one being pushed this far back? And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens when pure determination makes him scream. There's no way I'll lose to someone like you. Ikoma focuses his mind completely, telling himself to watch Ikoma's every move, to predict his next action. He has to analyze his opponent's movements carefully. This is one tough stance to read. If I just attack recklessly, he'll see right through it, Ikoma thinks. He decides to adjust his approach, realizing he needs to create some distance first, and immediately backs away. But in an instant, Akira lunges forward, aiming for his head. Ikoma reacts with blinding speed, barely dodging the fatal blow. He's knocked back, completely stunned, his guard now fully raised. He read my movements. He knew Akira's reflexes were insane, but he never imagined they were on this level. Ikoma carefully checks his wound. Seeing this, Akira relaxes slightly, thinking, just a scratch. I can still do this. I can still fight. He looks at Akira with a dead serious, unreadable expression. Not bad, he thinks, but at this point, it's just a desperate struggle. Ikoma glances at Akira, analyzing the situation. Asahi's buff on his spirit beast will wear off soon. He's clearly baiting a counterattack with that defensive stance. No need to rush in. He quietly scans his surroundings for a way out. Instead, he muses. I could escape and attack when his guard is down, or I could just stall until his enhancement wears off. Ikoma carefully considers the problem. It's Akira's class. It specializes in stealth and agility. He's good at misdirection and escape. If he realizes he's lost, he'll definitely try to run. He looks at the twisted, smug expression on Akira's face and frowns. He seems to know something about who's targeting me. Letting him escape now would be the worst possible move. Then, a realization hits him and a smirk crosses his face. No, that's not it, he says aloud in a low voice. Old habits die hard, I guess. He charges forward, his mind racing with calculations. Facing a strong opponent makes his heart pound. He smiles, thrilled by the challenge. Next time, I'll read that stance perfectly. In contrast, Akira is deep in thought. Impressive. I have to respect him for stepping into the ring with me. He's a worthy target. Now, pay close attention to this. As Akira gets into a fighting stance, he thinks, however, those who only seek victory always lack a hunger for glory, and that, my friend, is your fatal flaw. They clash blood sprays from both sides, but one of Akira's hands has been completely severed. He slowly collapses to the ground. I lost, he thinks. Lying on the cold floor, Akira lets it all go. I used everything I had, my stats, my mana. I gave it my all. This is my end. He furrows his brow, confused. But strangely, he doesn't feel bad at all. In fact, he feels a sense of peace. A memory from his past surfaces. I get it now. He sees an image of you, happily playing catch. A younger Akira sits on a bench, smiling as he watches his brother. Yu smiles back brightly. In that moment, Akira finally admits the truth to himself. I just wanted to believe that even if I went down the wrong path, I could still make it, and I wanted the brother I admired to see it. He remembers the day he finished Yu off, thinking, maybe, on that day, I wanted to lose just like this. Lying on the ground, he struggles to speak. I'm sorry, he says, before clicking his tongue in self-disgust. As his consciousness fades, Akira sees Yu's image overlapping with Ikoma. Memories of his childhood with his brother flash before his eyes. Ikoma points his sword at Akira, demanding, you're going to talk. About Non-Chimera and the one behind this whole incident. Ikoma stands over him, silent and cold. Then Akira speaks. On the bridge behind you, there's someone hiding, watching everything. And just like that, the entire game changes. A woman named Ruka thinks to herself, well, this is a surprise. I never thought Satoru's brother would actually lose. She's surrounded by a magic barrier, the effects of a camouflage cloak, a skill that blocks perception. Ruka rests her chin on her hand, analyzing the situation. Just as the boss said, Satoru's movements are worth monitoring. She slowly raises her gun, making her calculation. The sense-jamming effect of her skill can be easily broken if she's targeted. But between his post-battle exhaustion and his focus elsewhere, this is the perfect chance. Besides, all the attention is on Satoru right now. An opportunity this good might not come again. She grips her gun and says coldly, I'll kill you with a single shot. For those who don't know, Akamasu Ruka. Class, Magic Gunner. Ikoma keeps his sword pointed at the motionless Akira, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts. This man knows about the dungeon overload, he pieces together. His expression confirmed it when I pushed him on it. He remembers Kizyu and Io. Those two also knew about the Ring of the Present. Ikoma carefully makes his judgment about the mastermind behind them. The one pulling Nang Chimera's strings is an expert on spatial gates, and that person is fully capable of acting differently than in the previous timeline. Seeing Ikoma lost in thought, Akira speaks up. Even that old hag has only ever interacted with the low-level grunts. He points him in a direction. But I have a lead. I'm not one to ignore my intuition. Ikoma asks, who is it? Akira, with a hint of kindness, warns him. If I tell you, there's no turning back. Those people hate having their identities exposed more than anything. Seeing Ikoma's tense expression, he adds with amusement, but for someone who's already a target like you, I guess that doesn't change much. With a weak expression, Akira continues. The Demon Suppression Bureau is involved, obviously, but we're not just talking about their lowly subordinates. A flash of understanding crosses Ikoma's eyes. Ikoma silently organizes his thoughts. I had considered the possibility. No, I suspected it from the very beginning. In the previous timeline, the Demon Suppression Bureau's research lab was the one that lost the Ring of the Present. They're also the country's foremost experts on spatial gates. He can't help but feel a chill as the pieces connect. This link, it makes perfect sense. Ikoma's mind races. But if this is true, the scale of the enemy is massive. It means a high-ranking member of the Demon Suppression Bureau is helping them. The air falls silent. Only Ruka remains on the bridge, having overheard their entire conversation. This also explains, she thinks, how Nang Chimera had enough influence to manipulate the political situation in the previous timeline. They may have revealed too much unnecessary information, but this conversation is to my advantage. Ruka coldly raises her gun and takes aim. Ichinose Ikoma is the primary target. Letting him escape would threaten the future of Nang Chimera. She activates her ultimate skill to end him quickly. Arcane Bullet Circle. Down below, Ikoma is completely unaware of the danger hurtling towards him. He speaks to Akira impatiently. Enough with the meaningless chatter. Do you have any proof? Akira emotionlessly replies. There. His eyes widen, looking past Ikoma. A glint of light reflects off Ruka's gun, revealing her position. He pushes himself off the ground, knife in hand, and lunges toward Ikoma. This bastard! Ikoma thinks in shock. He can still move? An instant later, a bullet rips through Akira's body. In agony, he collapses once again. Looking at Akira lying in a pool of blood, it finally hits Ikoma. A magic gun. Was I the target? Did he threaten me just to get me out of the line of fire? Akira uses the last of his strength to push his heavy body into a sitting position. He spits out, making sure everything goes according to plan, huh? What a boring old hag. He struggles, forcing out his final words. I told you. If you're going to leave it to me, then don't interfere. Stay out of it. He tries to point towards Ruka's position as his vision blurs, and with that, Akira's life officially ends. A system notification pops up for Ikoma. You have received 17,435 experience points. Your level has increased from 58 to 61. You have received 16 FB. And that, my friends, is one hell of a way to end a fight. Muttering the names Hanta, Akira, and Ikoma, he remembers the system's level-up request. Each point of experience earned is just a death notice for his enemies. But he quickly shoves those thoughts aside, focusing on his main objective. No, that's not the problem right now. Ikoma analyzes Ruka's last attack and makes his call. Her class? Magic Gunner. A profession that uses magic firearms, requiring unique skills. It goes without saying that long-range combat is their specialty. He scans the area searching for her, his mind racing. I have no shield, and my MP is critically low. Looking at Akira on the ground, Ikoma knows the situation is still dire. Turning and running will just make me an easy target. It's all or nothing now. He immediately sprints toward the bridge where she's hiding, his decision made. I'll pressure her and close the distance. Just as he predicted, Ruka panics. He's running this way? Does he still have MP left to fight? But she quickly calms down, figuring it out. No, he must be bluffing. I'll just calmly shoot him down. Now pay attention. She's so lost in thought, she doesn't notice the strange black arms appearing from behind her. They wrap tightly around her body and gun, making her scream out in shock. What? That sound completely gives away Ruka's position. Sasuke yells out towards her, Gotcha! The two face off, neither backing down. Ruka struggles to break free from the annoying black hands, clicking her tongue in frustration. An unstable magic bullet fires off, naturally missing its intended path and hitting the ground. Her eyes glare sharply at the bridge above. Ruka breaks into a cold sweat, thinking in shock. I missed. She immediately turns to flee, making a quick assessment. Kisaragi Sasuke, an ally of Ichinose Ikoma. She's not a major threat. I'll take her down quickly and get back to attacking Ichinose. A shout from behind makes Ruka freeze in her tracks. Mio coldly stares at her, her voice cutting through the panic. Too late. A massive wave of power crashes down. Ruka barely manages to block Mio's attack with her thumb-red sword. From below, Ikoma looks up in surprise. Sasuke and Mio, they came to help me. He remembers the message he sent. Gao Kalena has been defeated. I need you at this location immediately. Ikoma silently praises his own foresight. Calling them here after the fight with Gao Kalena, just in case Akira made a move, was the perfect play. Meanwhile, Ruka struggles against Mio's power, cursing internally. What is this insane strength? Is this woman a monster? I can't hold her off. A huge explosion rocks the bridge, shaking the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust that covers everything. Sasuke suddenly realizes something. That uniform. She's from Nanchamela. She grips her staff tightly. We defeated them, right? In contrast, Mio calmly replies, No, that attack had no real impact. Ikoma frowns, annoyed. They escaped. He looks at the two girls, calculating his next move. Sasuke and Mio have to be near their limits after overloading in the labyrinth. My own MP is completely depleted. If we fight now, even if we catch them, someone's going to die. With a blank expression, Ikoma says his thanks. You two saved me. Sasuke asks, Ikoma, what the hell is going on? With a wary look, Ikoma begins to explain. The main street is basically a shooting gallery for a magic gunner. We need to move. The scene shifts to a narrow alley between two tall buildings where a figure is running deep inside. Ruka cancels her skill, Swim in the Shadows, an ability that lets the user move through darkness. She thinks furiously of Mio, making a silent threat. That witch ruined everything. She'll pay for this one day. Ruka has a severe wound on her shoulder from Mio's attack. But more importantly, this is bad. I can't keep going with this injury. You know, let's take a look at what the villain is thinking after that beatdown. Leaning against a wall, she analyzes her failure. A magic gunner is at a disadvantage against multiple enemies. I was too reckless. Once this disaster is contained, people will be back. I've completely failed. Ruka grits her teeth, remembering her superior's orders. Monitor Sato and correct his mistakes. She flashes back to that moment, standing before her boss. I shouldn't have to worry about him. However, failure is absolutely not an option. Our client doesn't have much patience. Her boss clasps her hands, her voice low. If we fail this time, it could be the end for us, too. In the present, Ruka just hugs her knees, sinking into a heavy silence. At a beautiful, peaceful restaurant, Hoshinon excitedly raises her glass. To resolving the labyrinth overflow, everyone did a great job. The food on the table is laid out beautifully. Ikoma recalls that it's been a week since the incident at the fairy garden. The damages are being repaired, and restoration work is mostly complete. And on Hoshinon's suggestion, they decided to throw a victory party. Sasuke and Akasha cheerfully toast. Hoshinon smiles and asks, You're Mio, right? She looks at Mio, showering her with praise. I've heard about you, but you're truly so beautiful. Hoshinon leans in, trying to persuade her. Hey, would you want to appear in one of my videos? Mio calmly sips her drink and replies softly, I'm not interested. After a moment of silence, Mio speaks up again, blushing shyly. Tell me, was it Ikoma who said I was beautiful? Seeing Mio's bashful expression hits Sasuke like a lightning bolt. She's frozen solid, only able to stammer out her name. Mio? Meanwhile, Hoshinon's eyes light up like she's found treasure. Sasuke, flustered, says, You really do like Ikoma, don't you? Mio yells back helplessly. Stop turning everything into a romance. Ikoma just sits there, emotionless, chewing his food while everyone bustles around him. Hoshinon stands up energetically. Sasuke watches her, surprised. Hoshinon seems happier than usual today. Ikoma just keeps chewing, replying flatly. Makes sense. She was just recognized for her contributions and given an award from the council. She turns to him and asks, Ikoma, you could have accepted instead of refusing the award. You were invited, right? He just silently glances up at her. On the news is Hoshinon, summarizing Ikoma's achievements. Cleared 2 high-level gates, took down 2 dangerous criminals, resolved 2 labyrinth incidents, collaborated with Hoshinon. Then a serious picture of him appears. This list probably goes on forever. You and I are watching an absolute legend in the making. Sasuke breathes in awe. Incredible. With a dead serious face, he replies, If Sasuke wanted to appear, I would definitely go with her. But, Ikoma continues, remembering what really happened. Hoshinon used her fame and recognition to organize information and support the evacuation efforts, as the headlines showed. Online news. Gateheimer assists in evacuation, and Gateheimer Hoshinon participated in supporting the evacuation during the Labyrinth Overflow incident on. Afterwards, she posted a video documenting the entire incident. Even Ikoma has to admit the matter was widely reported across all media. Hoshinon always has a bright smile when talking about these things. Ikoma can't help but remember what she confided in him. Hoshinon said she wants to inspire people as a Gatechimer. She looks thrilled that her contributions are getting recognized. We flash back to just before, with Ho Shinan excitedly waving her arms and legs in front of the other two. The number of channel subscribers is going up. Even my old videos are starting to get more views. But right now, Ikoma can only watch helplessly as she dreams about her financial future, struggling to explain. Back in the present, seeing her return, Ikoma asks with concern, "You were gone a while, Ho Shinan." She holds a huge tray of fried chicken, smiling as she answers, "I got a little distracted." Sasuke stares in horror at the mountain of food Ho Shinan brought back, asking, "Can you even eat all of that?" Ho Shinan replies with wide-eyed honesty, "It's a buffet, right? You have to get enough for 2 days. It's expensive, so I even grabbed some for my siblings." Ikoma gives her a skeptical look. "Shouldn't the online news coverage be easing your financial burden a bit?" Ho Shinan points right back at him, retorting sharply, "People who show up fast also leave fast. This kind of thing is always temporary." She shoves food into her mouth and continues, muffled, "It's not just my life on the line here. After today, I need to tighten my belt and save even more." Seeing this, Ikoma can't help but think that being the eldest of 6 siblings has made her incredibly strong. Just then, Ho Shinan starts choking from eating too fast, and Sasuke rushes over. Ikoma falls into deep thought. I need to stay focused too. That should have been the only thing that matters. Now here's where Ikoma starts connecting the dots, and trust me, it gets intense. He recalls what Akira once said, warily planning his next move. He's become an unimaginable monster, and the Demon Suppression Squad is involved now and not just the low-level grunts. Ikoma's expression grows tense. Even though I'm leveling up way faster than in the first timeline, I can't let my guard down. It feels like someone is targeting me. He reflects on the power of the enemies he's faced. Even if I quit being an adventurer, they wouldn't just leave me alone. Not that I was planning on running away or anything. Ikoma remembers Akira, his thoughts turning serious. Akira is the one who has to pay for what he's done. Even if he sacrificed his own life to protect me, that fact doesn't change. Conflicting thoughts swirl in his mind, but even if it was just some foolish whim of his, it's undeniable that he saved my life. Ikoma recalls the disguise he wore to hide beside him and the truth of his actions, making a decision. If I'm forced to face danger, then at the very least, I will avenge him, Akira. He sinks into his own inner world, his spirits dropping as negative thoughts creep in. This battle is going to be even more dangerous. Ho Shinan suddenly calls his name, grabbing his attention. "Hey, Ikoma, I was helpful in gathering intel from social media, right?" she asks, full of energy. "So, to recognize my contribution, let's shoot a date video inside a gate. Sasuke objects." "You still haven't given up on that, Ho Shinan?" Ikoma seriously considers the request. "You were a huge help in taking down Gao Kalena. If it's for a good cause, I can cooperate a little." Sasuke frantically calls his name, Ikoma. Ho Shinan just blushes and stays silent, so he asks, "Why are you so quiet?" Ho Shinan. She shyly covers her blushing face, stammering, "Sorry, I just..." Ho Shinan rushes her words out. "If you're willing then, that's okay. Right? Right?" Ikoma asks, completely lost, "What is going on?" Looking at the 3 girls arguing, he slips back into his thoughts. Next up is the Chimera's Fang, then the Demon Suppression Squad. It doesn't matter who the enemy is. I'll level up, and I'll defeat them. And while they're debating, let's cut to a much darker scene, where the real mastermind is making his move. Ikoma's gaze is fixed on the distance, determined to expose their identities and drag them into the light. The scene shifts to a gloomy-looking building. Hoju sits at his desk, musing. The Chimera's Fang was a failure. It was a good piece for manipulating the guild, but a useless weapon is just a burden. Seeing an incoming call from a hidden number, he states coldly, "Soon enough, I'll crush that mediocre little gang. Without my backing, they'll crumble instantly. I was prepared to discard them from the very beginning. No matter what they confess, no trace will ever lead back to me." Opening a drawer and looking at its contents, Hoju gets lost in a memory. An incomplete stigma only makes one stronger. My mistake was trying to minimize injuries. It seems I need to accept more risk, too. He strokes a photograph in his hand and says coldly, "The one who breaks the game's balance, the forgotten gate, the time labyrinth, the time dragon, Kronos." In the photo, a girl's face is burned away, leaving only a young boy standing beside her, expressionless. Hoju speaks grimly to the girl in the photo. "At least it wasn't a waste, Olivia." His eyes fill with a murderous rage as he questions her. "Your pathetic struggle was more irritating than I could have ever imagined." Back in his room, Ikoma stares at his computer screen. Akasha is next to him, dozing off tiredly. After some research, he says, "I suspected something was strange, and it looks like my suspicions were correct. Ikoma calmly pieces his thoughts together, reorganizing public records of demon exterminations and comparing the data. I've noticed the average level of gates in the country is rising faster than the rest of the world from the first cycle. Looking at the fluctuating chart on screen, he becomes more vigilant. The danger level of the gates is still increasing annually, just like before, but the threat index, which used to rise gradually, has suddenly spiked since last September. Ikoma recalls the past. Around that same time, I returned to the past. I don't want to believe this, but the more I follow the numbers, the more I feel someone is behind all of this. If so, who? And for what purpose? While he's lost in thought, Akasha groggily wakes up. She lets out a small sound, getting his attention. He quickly grabs his notebook, thinking, is something about to be revealed? But to his surprise, Akasha just says innocently, pudding, Ikoma. Pudding. Ikoma facepalms, resigned. I'll go get it for you. He gently notes down her progress with a sincere heart. Notes. Confirmed mirror self-recognition. Calls Suzuki by name. Mentions the weather. Requests pudding. As he's searching the fridge, Akasha suddenly speaks up. Game. Ikoma's eyes widen in shock. Akasha sits on the table and continues. Ikoma. Her body glows with a faint yellow light. I understand. Therefore. Game. And just like that, Akasha's prophecy drops, and you and I both know this changes everything for Ikoma. His focus sharpens once again. The scene shifts to a high-rise building, the Adventurers Association, Moroma District Branch. Inside, in the underground training area, Suzuki is trying to launch an attack. Darkness, envelop. Ikoma effortlessly leans away, dodging her attack. Beside him, Mio swings her sword fiercely. He just as easily evades her deadly strike. Ikoma quickly dashes away. Suzuki quietly gives chase, launching a sneak attack. Shadow weapon! He smirks, glancing back and assessing the situation. A volley of shots to guide my movement toward Mio, forcing her into a trap. And there's already a trap waiting up ahead. Ikoma spins the sword in his hand and without hesitation strikes down, knocking the weapon from Mio's grasp as she stares in shock. Suzuki's shadow weapon begins its assault. Ikoma pivots and, with a single slash, cuts the shadow down. Suzuki thinks frantically. If the front line collapses, the rear guard has to be wary of close combat. I have to buy time and strike when there's an opening. She uses her power to create a defense. Wall of shadows! Ikoma charges straight at her. With just one swing, he shatters the wall surrounding her. Suzuki screams in disbelief. What? Ikoma, a blur of motion, reaches out to attack. A gentle tap lands on her forehead. Suzuki squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for pain. Ikoma returns to his normal demeanor and says, "That's enough training for today." He then seriously evaluates each of their performances from the fight. Suzuki's getting quicker with her judgments, and Mio's getting used to coordinating by reading her teammates' movements. Exhausted, Suzuki just replies, "Yeah, thanks a lot." But she immediately slips into self-doubt, silently sizing herself up. I'm happy for the praise, but I still feel like I'm nowhere near their level. And you and I both know she's comparing herself to Ikoma, thinking, I'm not fast, and I can't land a hit. I need to read my opponents better and be more deliberate with my skills. Ikoma offers both praise and a warning. Mio, you're focusing too much on single heavy blows. It's understandable from your gate training, but in human combat, subtle tactics are far more important. As she watches him talking with Suzuki, she can't help but wonder, he's so used to fighting. Ikoma, who's learned a lot about Mio, calmly brushes his hair back. I'm grateful for the training, but you've been focusing more on fighting humans lately. Are you worried about those strange people targeting you? Her words hit him like a ton of bricks, shaking him to his core. Tense, Ikoma explains. It's also related to the Chimera Fang incident. He looks down, his voice low. But high-level gates rarely appear, and they're too unstable to be safe. Opportunities to rank up past B-class are scarce. To get strong fast, he recalls Akira's words, his thoughts tangled. I didn't realize it, but maybe I'm taking what Akira said too much to heart. Serizawa, the vice chief, breaks the heavy atmosphere. That was an amazing sparring session, everyone. This is my first time witnessing such a high-level training bout. He looks at Ikoma with admiration. You were especially outstanding, Ichinose. You're quite used to teaching. Is that right? Do you have past experience? Ikoma scratches his face awkwardly. Ah, something like that. He flinches, remembering his past life as an S-rank adventurer. I used to lead many demon suppression teams and supported regular adventurers. Serizawa gives him a brilliant smile. You really have a gift for mentoring. Ikoma can only turn away, avoiding his gaze while laughing it off. but Serizawa starts his sales pitch. By regulation, positions are assigned by rule. But in reality, all branches are short on adventurers. Sasuke nervously says, "Really?" Serizawa keeps his welcoming smile on full display. Ikoma clenches his fist, his thoughts racing. "Sorry, but I don't have time to be cautious. I'm leveling up way faster than in my previous loop, but something is definitely wrong. Now, pay attention here." Ikoma recalls the mysterious forces targeting him. Someone connected to the Chimera Fang, with ties to the Demon Suppression Squad. As long as they're after me, I have to get stronger, even if I have to force it. He stares down at the ring on his hand, telling himself, "Right now, the most important thing is to focus on improving my techniques and strengthening my foundation." The scene shifts to the bustling city of Tokyo in the Central District. A warning sign is up, cordoning off the area. A dungeon will appear ahead. Please cooperate. An impatient voice rings out. I thought it was something big, but it's just a gate. What a pain, right in the middle of the city. The person watches the rescue workers evacuate civilians and complains, I just hope an adventurer or a suppression squad member shows up to deal with this quickly. Inside the gate, the image of a dark forest looms, staring out into the human world. At a cafe, a group is deep in conversation. Sasuke looks at the documents before them. Is this the conquest strategy for the gate in the city center? Hearing her question, another person quickly replies, the Twisted Forest. If enough B rank or higher adventurers are available, we'll be authorized to proceed. This is the hardest gate we can enter. Ikoma pauses, then continues. This time, the goal is just to level up. Based on my estimates, defeating the boss is impossible. We'll hunt monsters near the entrance and then retreat. Mio looks confused. What makes you say the monster level is higher than the demon squad's prediction? As if waiting for this question, Ikoma immediately pulls out 2 measuring cubes. Excellent question. Let me explain the pros and cons of the squad's initial estimation method and the distribution of gate progression nationwide based on public data from the Magic Bureau. Mio, unable to stand the technobabble, cuts him off. Enough, I get it. Stopped in his tracks, Ikoma looks a bit sad, his voice tinged with disappointment. It wouldn't hurt to listen, though. Seeing his puppy dog eyes, she gives in. Fine, whatever. Mio sighs, completely exhausted. You're so meticulous in the weirdest ways. Sasuke, however, looks at him with pride. Ikoma is very organized, but what they don't know is that he's staring at his books, lost in thought. Actually, these are just conclusions I've drawn from the future. Since I confirmed the monster levels are higher than the last loop, this feels like a direct consequence. And let that sink in for a second. He shifts his gaze from the books, getting straight to the point. Efficient leveling means targeting slightly stronger enemies, but the risk increases with it. Ikoma looks at the two of them. Needing to level up urgently is my own personal issue. If you feel it's too difficult, you can refuse. The moment the words leave his mouth, someone responds, making him pause. The fact that we're being targeted by those weirdos is the real concern here. Mio offers a gentle smile. You saved my life. I owe you. Please don't speak so formally. Sasuke agrees, quickly reassuring him. I'm also deeply indebted to you, Ikoma. Of course I'll go with you. Seeing their determination, the tension leaves his face. He gives a small, genuine smile. Thanks, both of you. The scene quickly changes. Sasuke watches as Ikoma exchanges information with the guard manager. Then she looks ahead, overwhelmed. Right in the middle of the city like this? Mio replies matter-of-factly. With a location this bad, the demon squad will probably act fast. A moment later, the 3 of them approach the dungeon gate. Ikoma steps forward, reaching out a hand to feel its surface. Suddenly, he senses something. He frowns, crying out internally, What is this uncomfortable feeling? Unexpectedly, the light from the gate intensifies, enveloping them completely. The next thing they know, they've been thrown into a different, illusory dimension. Mio and Ikoma quickly reorient themselves in the air, landing perfectly on the ground below. But Sasuke isn't so lucky. She's still in freefall right above Ikoma. He raises his arms with perfect precision, catching her as she squeezes her eyes shut. When she opens them, she finds herself in his arms. Thanks. What just happened? Mio seems a little annoyed but stays focused, assessing the gate. We were suddenly thrown into the air. This is the first time I've ever encountered a gate like this. Suddenly, chains materialize from thin air, surrounding and blocking the gate's entrance. Sasuke gasps in shock. What? This is... Ikoma's voice is tense. A labyrinth seal. It's one of the anomalies that can occur in a gate. A phenomenon that leaves an entrance, but no exit. The only way out is to defeat the boss. Hearing this, Mio understands the grave reality of their situation. So that's it. We're trapped inside a high-level gate. Realizing it was his plan that led them here, Ikoma quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, it's my fault for miscalculating. But she immediately fires back. Don't be ridiculous. How could anyone have possibly predicted this? And you and I both know she's right. They've just walked into the perfect trap. And right on cue, a strange group steps forward. Looks like new arrivals. They're not just anyone, it's Zura Kurisin and his team. And you and I can already tell they know something about this Mikung blockade. We're trapped here too, he says, so we're scouting the area and looking for other adventurers. The girl beside him scoffs, clearly unimpressed. An adventure team? Not the demon-slaying squad? Zen gives her a sharp look, a silent warning. The Mikung blockade is invisible from the outside, so this was bound to happen. Then, he turns his attention to Ikoma. Are you the leader? Ikoma gives a slight nod. Yeah. Immediately, Zen steps forward, hand outstretched. I'm Zura Kurisin, leader of the adventurer group Jaw Market. I handle things. As they shake hands, he continues his introduction. I'm an A-rank adventurer. You can consider me a reliable asset. His class? A sage. A rare job that masters both black and white magic. An expert in both attack and healing. His only weak spot is a vulnerability to physical damage, but as he thought about it, Ikoma's face darkens slightly as he runs the calculations. Sages can't handle close-quarters combat, but even after 15 intense debates, it's still ranked as the strongest class. With introductions out of the way, Zen gets straight to the point. I want to discuss our plan of action. May I? But Ikoma is still centering himself and doesn't answer. Zen thinks. Calm. Just as I'd expect from an A-ranker, he's already got the trust of the other adventurers. I can tell just by looking in his eyes. After assessing the situation, Ikoma finally gives his answer. I'm counting on you, Zen. With the negotiations settled, Zen starts listing off their team's specs. Ikoma, the gravity controller. Sasuke, the mage. Mio, the death knight. Correct? Ikoma glances over at the other party, counting them. 6 people. With his team, that makes 9 in total. Zen flashes a handsome smile, trying to reassure them. I know everyone must be worried, but I'm truly glad to have your support. Seeing his attitude, Sasuke whispers to a silent Ikoma, the leader seems like a good person. Just then, Zen pulls out a device. The Mikung blockade happened about 5 hours ago. It'll probably take a while longer for this to become a problem on the outside. And we would need to call some high-ranking members of the demon-slaying squad. But our signal is gone, isn't it? And here's where the real panic starts to set in. The moment he says it, 3 people visibly tense up, their faces filled with dread. A man with a scraggly beard immediately shouts, What? You're saying we'll be here for days? What about our food? The young teen behind Sasuke also starts to panic. We don't know when we'll be attacked. This is way more dangerous than I thought. Hearing them, Sasuke starts freaking out too. We only have simple rations. What are we going to do? Ikoma quickly cuts them off. Can I ask you something? Zen calmly replies, What is it, gravity controller? With his permission, Ikoma lays out his question. Gate management always prioritizes detecting and handling anomalies as fast as possible. If adventurers don't return after half a day, the demon-slaying squad will definitely come to investigate. I can't deny we're lacking in combat power, but they wouldn't delay handling an anomaly in a high-level gate like this. He states his case, completely missing the fact that the smile has vanished from Zen's face. Just as he's about to finish his sentence, Zen's power absolutely explodes, and he slams his fist into a nearby tree. It's hard to imagine they'd let this situation drag on overnight. Zen's eyes are filled with pure rage as he spits out every word. Of course that's something we're also considering. Can you stop your childish, irresponsible speculation? Kid! Witnessing the sudden shift, Ikoma and Sasuke are stunned into silence, but just as quickly, he's smiling again as if nothing happened. My apologies. The worst thing that can happen is the group falling apart. With our lives on the line, I lost my cool for a moment. Anna, the girl beside him, just nods along, clearly used to this. I'm truly sorry for raising my voice. However, we don't know when monsters will appear, and we don't have time for long arguments. Witnessing this, Ikoma feels a pit in his stomach. He's got a bad feeling about this. He looks at the man's fake smile and thinks to himself, this is getting seriously complicated. Zen confidently addresses the group. I will take everyone's opinions into account as much as possible. However, in the end, I want you to follow my plan. It may sound arrogant, but as an A-rank adventurer, I'm the most experienced one here. It's my responsibility to ensure everyone survives. His words carry a clear, hidden warning. Don't act without thinking. This is about life and death. Hearing this, Ikoma says nothing, his face grim. But as Sasuke starts to argue back, he raises a hand, signaling her to stop. Ikoma has commanded an A-level boss raid before. The criminal we defeated before was also an A-rank adventurer, she starts, but he steps in front of her, cutting her off. It's better to stop here. He looks at the imposters before him and makes a decision. They're the ones holding all the cards right now. No matter how right I am, this isn't the time to speak up. Right after, Zen continues with his plan. Wasting time will only drain our energy. We can't afford to wait for a rescue team. He steps right up to Ikoma, the air thick with tension in their silent standoff. The best course of action is to cooperate and defeat the boss to break this blockade. Hearing this, Ikoma just sighs. So it's come to this, huh? Some of the other party members chime in. Defeat a high-level gate boss? I'm not exactly thrilled, but it's not like we have another choice. Then, they all look to him, full of trust. We'll believe in you, Zura-Kurisan. Pleased with their confidence, he declares, this won't be an easy fight. But with this many B-rank or higher adventurers, I will do my best to lead us. Anna, now hyped up, points to herself. We'll follow Zura-Kurisan. We're counting on you. Meanwhile, Ikoma is lost in thought, calculating the kind of monster they're up against. Based on the information he has, it's logical to assume a monster on the level of a Curse Queen, or even stronger, could appear. He glances at the other team, running the numbers. I don't have any specific intel on the boss here. If we charge in without a strategy, our chances of winning are only 50-50. The idea of saving everyone seems a bit naive. Even if they win, there will almost certainly be casualties. Zen's voice cuts through his thoughts. So, Gravity Controller, what's your call? He asks with a mocking tone. Should we split up and leave the three of you behind? Since you seem so confident, the Demon Slaying Squad will be here any second. Anyway, I'd be happy if his words just get crueler and crueler, pushing Sasuke to her limit. And honestly, you and I can't blame her. Thanks for the offer, but we'll decline. She stands her ground, firing back. We trust Ikoma more than you, someone we just met. Chaka. Ikoma cuts her off again. We'll join the expedition. Hearing him agree, Sasuke is shocked. Ikoma. He helplessly reminds the stubborn girl. Being in the group is definitely safer right now, but his next words only serve to annoy Anna. And once we face the monsters, she immediately snaps at him. Are you trying to pick a fight with Zura-Kurisan? But he just holds up a hand to stop her. Don't cause trouble, you little thief. Then, he turns to the boy with a fake smile, saying, I'd be happy to have you. If you're willing to fight with us, I'd be very grateful. But inside, Ikoma is thinking something completely different. It feels awful leaving someone to die. He and the others follow Zen's group, secretly planning to break away and skip the boss fight. They'll head back to the entrance, deal with the monsters there together, and wait for the elite demon hunter squad to open the gate. It's the best plan they've got right now. But you're not going to believe this. It looks like Zen saw right through him. I'm quite surprised, he says. Even after my kind warning, it seems you still plan to defy me. He shoots a deep, calculating look back at Ikoma. I could just abandon you all. Jian, watching quietly, notes that Ikoma is definitely the smartest one among them. The demon hunters will probably arrive before the day ends. Not guaranteed, but likely. The more Zen thinks, the more a cunning smile spreads across his face. A passive approach is the right call, no doubt, but there will be casualties in the boss fight. But what's the fun in an exciting event like this without a few sacrifices, right? Since I'm in the rear, I can always escape. You get to use these meat shields to take on a high-level gate. Like a chess master, he throws down a challenge. Let's play a game. Try and stop me if you can. Gravity Controller. After walking for a bit, the scruffy bearded man suddenly turns, alarmed. Hey, do you hear that? It sounds like the buzzing of cicadas. Ikoma quickly draws his sword, getting ready. They're here. From the flower bushes below, insects with thousands of eyes emerge. The system immediately displays their info. Unnamed entity, level 62. Anna is horrified. What kind of disgusting monster is that? The bearded man, Zhu Shi, adds 3 level 60 monsters. Meanwhile, Zen smirks from the back, enjoying the show. Well now, Gravity Controller. You've got some decent knowledge and courage. Let's see how long your skills can last. At that very moment, in the Demon Hunter Bureau's main control room, a tense meeting is underway. Thank you all for gathering on such short notice. The secretary to the bureau director begins her report. It seems no adventurers have returned from the A-rank gate, the distorted forest, for over 5 hours. No one has emerged. It's likely a labyrinth seal. The magic energy flowing from the gate is also showing suspicious values. The local hunter team is still investigating. Hearing this, a man in a vest speaks up. If we don't handle this right, we could lose valuable high-rank adventurers. Another man, around the same age, clicks his tongue gravely. Opening high-level gates for them was a mistake. A man with glasses beside him raises his hand. The threat increases every year, but our manpower keeps decreasing. What are we going to do about that? The secretary continues her presentation. The labyrinth seal isn't the only problem. Due to the one-way spatial nature of the gate, the magic energy inside will saturate and rise rapidly. Images appear, illustrating her words. Though labyrinth seals are rare, in 17% of cases, they lead to an existential evolution. The man in the vest jumps up. Existential evolution in an A-rank gate? The abnormal gate will destabilize. The entire central city could be wiped out. Hojo, who had been listening silently, thinks to himself, a sudden loss of control of a high-level gate. This is likely the result of excessive interference. The secretary then reveals more. The best time to handle the gate is right now, but whether we can make it in time is another story. Personnel in charge of the central city are urgently contacting all available forces, including those from overseas, to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The whole room falls silent, hanging on her every word. First, we must organize an emergency strike team from the demon hunters to see if we can resolve it. If so, it's just a false alarm, but it's extremely difficult to form a stable strategy with our current manpower. It's too dangerous. No one will want to take this mission. Just as she finishes, a man with a robotic smile stands up. I'll take on that role. And here's where it gets complicated. The man with the glasses looks at him hesitantly. With all due respect, you'll do it, Tokishima? The volunteer is the demon hunter's first-class mage, Tokishima Kiryu. He lowers his smile slightly and reveals, I have a crucial proposal. I have a surefire way to stop this. The main thing we need to avoid is a catastrophe caused by existential evolution. Hearing his suggestion, a man in a military uniform sighs. A convenient proposal, indeed. Tokishima continues, I request permission to use the sealing crystal stored at the Demon Hunter Bureau. The moment he says it, the man in the vest shouts, What? Do you really think that would get approved? Just then, Hojo finally speaks, a hint of admiration in his voice. Interesting. As a backup strategy, it's perfect. Seeing that the director is about to agree, the man in the vest tries to object, Director, but he's cut off. Tokishima, first-class mage, enter the distorted forest and activate the sealing crystal in secret. Once we've chosen this path, failure and information leaks are unacceptable. With approval granted, Tokishima gives a knowing, meaningful smile. Of course. I'm very good at playing dirty. The scene shifts. The crisp sound of wooden swords clashing echoes through the training grounds of the Sankui base headquarters. In a corner of the yard stands a member of the Demon Extermination Squad, second-class mage Mayumi Tsuya. He speaks coldly into his phone. I hear you don't like me. The person on the other end quickly denies it. Hey, don't be so blunt. It's Tokishima who gets straight to the point. This is an emergency. We're cleaning up after some adventurers, you know? By order of the chief, I'm commanding the field operation. We're dealing with an unstable A-rank spatial gate in the city center. No other high-level members are available, so find any suitable support and get here immediately. Tsuya mutters to himself, Tokishima. A man rumored to steal credit, use threats, and abuse his authority. A man with a deeply shady reputation. He's not the type to willingly take on dangerous missions like handling high-level gates. What's really going on here? Then, the voice on the phone remembers something. Ah, I forgot to mention, this is a top-secret mission. It won't be recorded. A moment later, seeing him hang up, Sumoji asks, Who was that? Tsuya replies wearily, Tokishima, the first-class mage. He quickly fills her in on the call. He's commanding a secret mission. This doesn't feel like anything good. Hearing this, Sumoji's eyes widen in agreement. I really don't want to get involved. He immediately cuts her off and turns to leave. Even if he proposed it, the final decision came from the chief. The Demon Extermination Squad operates on a system. We don't act on feelings. Accept it. Realizing her mistake, Sumoji quickly bows her head. I'm sorry. At the same time, inside an elevator, the man who just called Tsuya also hangs up his phone. Tokishima's assistant behind him speaks up. Mayumi Tsuya. Isn't he the type who's only valued for his combat ability? Won't someone like that just get in the way? Tokishima glances back with a slight smirk. No. He knows his place. Even if he relies on his ki, more power is never a bad thing. His eyes fill with cunning. He's the type who gets promoted through sheer luck. Let me show you a dungeon raid where the real monsters aren't the creatures, but your own teammates. Stuck with fieldwork and no political skill, perfect for taking the fall when things go south. It's supposed to be a secret mission with drastically reduced risk. The guild will see it as an easy, profitable job, a guaranteed win. We cut to the high-level gate where Ikoma's group is fighting for their lives. One of the monsters unleashes a magic circle, firing off black energy lances. The system tags the skill, Blood Lance. The attack slams into the adventurers below, dropping them in pain. Ikoma immediately shouts orders. "I've got this side. Sasuke, Mio, go find the others for support." But while he's directing the battle, Zen just stands in a corner, watching everything, silently judging. So, this is their true power, he thinks to himself, head tilted. You've got some nerve, gravity user. You can read the entire battlefield and still support your team. Looking at Ikoma's back, he smirks. Not bad. The next monster is mine. Just then, a man named Zuzia snaps him out of it. Zo Rakuri, what are you spacing out for? Zen instantly recovers, tapping his staff on the ground in apology. No, my fault. I was just waiting for the right moment. At the sound of the tap, a colossal spirit materializes behind him. A system notification pops up. Chisula. The giant spirit immediately levitates sharp rocks from the ground. In the next instant, it launches them straight through 3 different monsters. He took them all out in a single, devastating blow. Anna stares at the corpses on the ground, completely amazed. Incredible. As the spirit vanishes, Zen explains, "Sorry, my magic isn't very efficient, so I try not to overuse it." He says his next words with a heavy dose of fake regret. "I wanted to save that ability, but the situation was looking bad, so I had to step in." His act just leaves the others confused, making them feel like they're the ones at fault. "Sorry, I didn't realize. I don't want to be a burden to Zaorakuri. And you and I both know a classic power flex when we see one." Sasuke is equally stunned. 3 level 60 monsters in one hit. I knew he was strong, but this is insane. High on his own achievement, Zen smirks at Ikoma. "How about that, gravity user? You must have been pretty proud of your little skills. But you're young, low level, and inexperienced. Next to me, you're nothing. Do you finally realize who you're up against?" He arrogantly soaks in his own praise. This is the difference in our levels, the line between a common genius and someone truly blessed by the heavens. "Seriously?" Ikoma fires back, his face full of annoyance. "You held back just to put on a show and waste your MP?" Zen freezes, completely caught off guard. He can't even process a response as Ikoma's lecture continues. "You think waiting for the perfect moment to cast one big spell solves everything? You really believe that's an effective strategy?" As Ikoma lays into him, Sasuke watches, completely satisfied. He's so confident in his power, isn't he? But you're underestimating an A-class gate full of anomalies. Ikoma lands the final verbal blow. "If you keep treating this like a game, you're going to get yourself killed." After Ikoma finishes his little speech, Zen's face goes grim. "This bastard," he thinks, forcing himself to stay calm. "Hey, aren't you the one treating this like a game?" He immediately starts his counter-argument. "Just because our strategies don't align, you're going to hold a grudge? You're complaining about petty things and dividing the team. Do you understand how foolish that is? This isn't a power struggle. You're clearly underestimating this gate." Ikoma's reply is ice cold. "At this rate, you'll be the first to die." And that line officially pisses him off. But Ikoma isn't done yet, continuing his reprimand. "I don't know what your real intentions are, but I want every single person here, including you, to survive. We're supposed to be fighting together." Another member of Zen's group is seething, gritting his teeth. "This little brat, should I kill him?" Meanwhile, Mio whispers a question. "Is he making fun of him?" Sasuke just smiles. "I think he's just being honest." Zen's teammates start piling on Ikoma. "What are you saying to Jurakuri? Stop trying to cause trouble, you idiot." Ignoring their criticism, Ikoma just smirks. Zen watches him, thinking, "I usually enjoy any challenge that gets in my way. But this, I'm genuinely surprised." He stares at Ikoma, fascinated. This kid has. But while he's distracted, another monster appears the same type he just killed. But strangely, it doesn't attack. It just turns around and flies away. Sasuke, who's been quiet, notices its strange behavior. She wonders to herself, "That monster. It saw us, but it ran away. Why?" The monster flies for a bit before running into something else. Something huge and strange. It lets out a curious sound. Now, just when you think the drama is contained to the team, pay close attention to what happens next. And then, in the silence of the forest, Only chilling sounds remain. The massive figure is slowly revealed. It's a giant, human-faced statue wearing a large robe. A system screen materializes in front of it, showing a live feed of Ikoma and an angry Zen arguing. The statue's face slowly cracks into a terrifying smile, as if it's looking at its next meal. Night falls, covering the deep forest as the combined groups of Ikoma, Zen, and Sasuke venture deeper inside. Zen glances back at Ikoma, who is walking slowly behind the group. That gravity user. I thought putting him down was enough, but now he's really starting to get on my nerves. Anna, her face pale with fear and dotted with sweat, moves to Zen's side and tugs his sleeve. "How much longer are you going to keep him around?" she whispers. Zen thinks it over. Maybe getting rid of him from the start was the right call. Luckily, the other members already see him as an enemy. He continues his internal scheming. If I eliminate him myself, it might cause suspicion. It's better to create some bad blood first, then trick that stupid swordsman into taking him out for me. Zen then puts on a theatrical performance, taking out a handkerchief to wipe away fake tears while pointing toward Ikoma. Then, I'll pretend to reluctantly expel the gravity user and his group. That's the cleanest solution. Zen is incredibly satisfied with his plan. Meanwhile, Sasuke is still wondering, what was that about earlier? Lost in thought, she's startled when Ikoma suddenly appears beside her. What are you thinking about? Flustered, she thinks fast. If I speak up, Rakuri might notice. Aloud, she just says, "It's nothing." In the dark and gloomy forest, with lights like fireflies flickering all around, a voice suddenly cuts through the tension. In a gate, missing even one small detail can decide between life and death. You should share anything you notice. Ikoma says this to Sasuke, but his eyes drift toward Zen. If you're nervous, you can talk to him instead of me. And trust me, that's a warning that makes you wonder, what exactly did she see? Alright, stick with me, because this is where party politics get absolutely deadly. Suzuki looks away, insisting it's nothing, but Gen, walking ahead, chimes in. Hey, a while ago, a distant Ikoma seemed to be watching us. Strangely. Then it just ran off without getting closer. Hearing Gen, Ikoma quickly adds that in such a wide-open gate, it's rare for monsters to not approach. But Suzuki chimes in, well, it happens sometimes. Ikoma, glad someone agrees, presses on excitedly, right? It's weird that it observed us before retreating. Normally, monsters just attack if they're actually interested. Ikoma stops, hand on his chin, and continues theorizing. It could be an individual with unusual intelligence, or maybe it's following orders from an even smarter monster. Suddenly, Ikoma turns to Suzuki, flustering her completely. That's very useful information. Thanks for sharing. Suzuki just stammers back. Thanks, I guess. Gen, meanwhile, turns to the thin, brown-haired guy with a smirk. Hey, swordsman. I need to talk to you. But before Gen can say another word, Ikoma cuts in. Hey, Gen. He turns to Ikoma, who starts laying out his theory. An aberrant creature might be commanding these monsters. Even if our goal is the boss, we should temporarily retreat. This area is too dangerous. Gen is clearly annoyed by Ikoma's constant talking and questions. You again? And what makes you think that? Ikoma delivers a reply that makes Suzuki jump. She said she saw a scout monster watching us earlier. He keeps explaining his point of view while Suzuki is reeling from being put on the spot. There's a risk it's being controlled by a leader. The chances are low, but it's not a risk worth taking. Outwardly, Gen smiles pleasantly, but inside, he's screaming with frustration. He shoots a sharp glare at the brown-haired girl. Why did she tell him and not me? And here's where it gets nasty. A dark, murderous aura radiates from him, making Suzuki tremble in fear. Don't drag me into this mess. Gen strokes his chin, thinking, this is a risk to be avoided. However, if I agree with his proposal now, it'll hurt my position. His eyes turn cold and deep. He forces himself to calm down as thoughts rush through his mind. Relax now. A little tension is part of the game. Overcoming it will make victory feel even more meaningful. Ikoma turns to Gen, saying, focusing on scouting is one option, but the safest move right now is an immediate retreat. As Ikoma is speaking, Gen abruptly cuts him off, done listening. Listen here. He starts talking down to him. Don't make unnecessary suggestions just to criticize me. Then Gen looks Ikoma dead in the eye and warns him, I let you stay out of kindness, but you're constantly lying to make everyone panic in this situation. Ikoma stands there, silent. I'm acting for everyone's benefit, but you're desperate to seize control. After hearing Gen's tirade, Ikoma just sighs. Seeing him quiet, Gen smirks, thinking, you're the one like that. Think whatever you want. The others just stand around watching them argue. In this situation, you'll be at a disadvantage if we clash. As long as I have a reason to accuse him, the actual content of the debate doesn't matter. After a moment of silence, Ikoma finally speaks up to refute Gen. You should know better. Do you really want to risk everything over a pointless conflict? But Gen refuses to back down, raising his voice. You're really stubborn, you know that? Now, you and I both knew that argument couldn't last forever. As Gen gets closer to Ikoma, saying, I'm getting really pissed off at your selfishness, a hand with sharp claws suddenly slashes through the air right between their faces. Sasuke spins around, shouting a warning. Ikoma, monster. It's a level 64 butcher, and it closes in, growling. Gen turns with an annoyed scowl. What a pointless interruption. Just then, the monster lunges to attack him. Mio quickly dashes in, taking a fatal blow for him as Sasuke grows worried. She says in a low voice, There are several of them. They seem to be very good at hiding. Seeing the tense situation, Gen thinks to himself, 9 of us, surrounded by monsters. Clearly, there's a monster controlling them, a creature with a bizarre shape. He calms himself. It's just a coincidence. I took a gamble assuming that was unlikely to happen, and it completely backfired. Gen watches everyone fighting desperately against the monster. Anyway, this will just create some minor friction. Once the monsters are dealt with, I'll argue with him again later. He stares intently at the creature, and finally regain everyone's trust. If this battle helps me gain some credibility, I'll make it the final match with you, Gravity User. A moment later, he yells out orders for everyone to follow. There might still be hidden monsters. Split into 3 groups. Everyone falls silent to listen to Gen's commands. One group will shield the front, one group the rear, and the rest will guard the center. Stay alert for hidden threats. Ikoma thinks to himself, I guess I'll have to comply for now. Gen continues, Mio is excellent at handling monsters. I can trust her to protect my back. The rest of the front line is a bit weak. Hearing this, Ikoma steps up. I'll take the front. With that, he grabs his sword and rushes toward the beast. He strikes with a powerful slash, and the beast screams in agony. As a sphere of energy is launched, a dark blue light fills the space, followed by the creature's ferocious roar. It just stands there, letting out bone-chilling cries. Suzuki finally speaks up. So there really were monsters hiding here. That one is pretty strong. Hearing this, Gen ponders for a moment. It's good at both offense and defense. Using my ultimate skill too much will exhaust me. He glances at everyone, thinking, after one shot, I should save the rest for the boss. I'll provide support with some basic magic and wait for the melee fighters to take turns. While Gen is thinking, Sasuke quietly looks back at someone. That guy. He's just standing in the safest position possible. While Sasuke is staring daggers at Gen, he's completely oblivious, lost in his own plans like a true squad leader. Someone will get hurt if this continues. If they need healing magic, my MP will run out, and I want to save it. Then he remembers Ikoma and Mio. He thinks, if the Gravity Users group gets injured, I'll have a huge advantage. Not healing them and kicking them out could be fun. A wicked smile spreads across his face. I can steer the fight to make sure they get hurt. I can adjust the battle so they're the ones who take the hits. By then, they'll have to come begging me for help. But just as Gen is reveling in the supposed perfection of his plan, something emerges from behind him. A large figure with a yellow halo slowly and deliberately appears. Its face is as cold as ice, completely devoid of any expression. As for Gen, he's still completely unaware, eyes closed, savoring the brilliant plan he just concocted, but it seems he finally senses something ambushing him from behind. On high alert, Gen whips his head around to look at it, sweat beading on his forehead. The creature, knowing it's been exposed, launches a slashing attack, but luckily, he manages to dodge the fatal blow. Gen calms himself, focusing on the situation, the aberrant creature controlling the others. All of his concentration is now on it, but it's not over. The creature summons a swarm of minions to attack him. A loud summoning echoes out, and trust me, you're not ready for what happens next. Blue energy orbs materialize, surrounding him as he uses a flash step. All right, let's jump right in. Zen is completely stunned, gritting his teeth at the creatures that just materialized. An ambush, aimed directly at him, the party leader. Smart, he gets it, but an overwhelming number of enemies doesn't seem to faze him. He's already figured out a way to deal with them. His plan is simple, don't panic. Hit them with an attack spell to slow them down, divert their attention, create some distance, and then reset the fight. Just as the lead monster lunges with its razor-sharp claws, Zen counters. He plans to hit it with a powerful spell and take it down in one go. But his counterattack seems to have no effect. This rattles him. The creature closes the distance in an instant, stopping just short of a blue shield he conjured for temporary protection. The monster's attack power is immense. It relentlessly slams against his shield, forcing Zen to strain so hard sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth to hold on. He steadies himself, planning his next move. Sager's absolute defense spell. It's a massive drain, but he has no choice. He'll have to launch a huge attack from behind this wall. An image of his teammates flashes through Zen's mind. They've been with him this whole time, but now they're nowhere to be seen. He scoffs. They're useless anyway. No point in hoping for their help. Dealing with small fry is a pain, so he'll just let them handle the weaker mobs, fighting without a tank or a lure. Pathetic. Still, this is a high-level gate. Just cleaning up weaklings is getting old. After that brief internal struggle, Durakuri Zen's usual arrogant demeanor returns. A smirk plays on his lips as he speaks. All right, I'll entertain you for a bit. Let's see if you can amuse me. In response, the creature holds out its hand, summoning something. It holds up a small bottle. Golden Emperor's poison, a toxin that nullifies all magical effects. This confuses Zen. An item from a monster? And here's where it gets bad. A beam of light shoots from the bottle and slams into his shield. Zen watches in shock as his magical barrier begins to dissolve. Finally, the shield evaporates, leaving Zen standing there, exposed and stunned. He's starting to grasp the situation. This isn't just poison, it's a powerful acid. The monster is intelligent, insanely strong, and has a wide range of attacks. While Zen is lost in thought, his guard down for just a second, the creature strikes, swiping at him with its sharp claws. The direct hit tears into him, blood gushing from the wound as he cries out in agony. A stray thought cuts through the pain engulfing his body. You've got to be kidding me. This thing isn't a boss monster? I've never seen anything like it. He stares, trying to process it. Every gate I've entered felt like a theme park compared to my own genius and abilities. I'm supposed to be the chosen one, the genius selected by the gates. Zen clutches his bleeding wound in pain, thinking to himself that he'd even prepared a backup plan for emergencies. So why? The creature sees Zen writhing on the ground and lets out a mocking laugh, which only fuels his pain and rage. In this desperate moment, an image of Ikoma flashes in Zen's mind. He remembers what Ikoma once told him. If you treat this like a game, you'll lose your life sooner or later. It's like a wake-up call, snapping him out of his delusion. He asks himself, am I going to die? Right here? Like this? Then, out of nowhere, a figure rushes in, grabs Zen's wrist, and pulls him to his feet, leaving him completely bewildered. You are not going to believe who it is. When Zen sees his rescuer, he's in total disbelief. It's Ikoma. He actually appeared to save him. The lead creature is tangled in some kind of rope, struggling to break free. Zen glances over and sees Sasuke here too. He has no idea what's happening or how they knew he was here. Overcome with curiosity, he demands. Gravity user, why are you here? Ikoma simply replies, I told you, didn't I? Standing protectively in front of Zen, Ikoma says firmly, I'm determined to get all of us out of here alive. Hearing this, Zen falls silent, lost in thought, before letting out a long sigh. The creature attacks, stretching its long arm like a rope towards Ikoma, but he's quick, swinging his sword to intercept the blow, trying to sever the limb. But things don't go as planned. Ikoma thinks to himself, I tried to cut it, but it feels like hitting rubber or metal. It's strange. It has a special body with high resistance to cutting and piercing attacks, Zen explains, describing what he knows. It's a level 77 yellow-robed fiend, an extremely high level, and it's intelligent. Those are abnormal traits, so it's an irregular creature that grew stronger and mutated inside the gate. Hearing this, Sasuke panics. Ikoma, if you're over here, we have fewer people to deal with the other monsters. Seeing her worry, Ikoma quickly calms her down. Don't worry. He continues, Mio's team has top-tier melee attackers. They'll thin out the mobs as they advance. Ikoma pauses, then turns his gaze back to the fiend. Besides, this thing right here is our biggest problem. Ikoma immediately breaks down the strategy for everyone. Turning to Zen, he says, its body resists slashing attacks. To pierce it, your magic is essential. Then, he turns to Sasuke. Sasuke, protect Zen and help transfer MP to him. As for Ikoma himself, he grips his sword tightly and charges the monstrous creature, yelling, the three of us will take it down. After hearing Ikoma's orders, Sasuke is quiet for a moment. Her expression is strange as she finally speaks up. Just so you understand, Ikoma. She shoots a warning glare at Zen. If you try to betray us, I won't forgive you. Zen immediately snaps back. Humph, you don't have to worry about that. Ikoma clashes fiercely with the yellow-robed fiend, managing to knock the bottle from its hand. And trust me, Wherever that liquid spills, the grass withers and turns to ash. Zen grits his teeth, pushing through the pain to focus. They have absolutely no time to be fighting amongst themselves right now. Ikoma stands motionless, watching the yellow-robed fiend. In the quiet darkness, he's on the defensive, sword ready to strike at any moment. The yellow-robed fiend stands just as still, its next move a complete mystery. After a long, tense standoff, Ikoma finally makes his move and attacks. As the fiend swipes at Ikoma with its claws, he quickly counters, landing a flurry of slashes on its arm. The intense battle between Ikoma and the yellow-robed fiend rages on. The creature launches its claws at him, but Ikoma dodges with incredible speed, the long, sharp talons stabbing deep into the ground. The yellow-robed fiend's eyes darken as it lets out a quiet, wicked laugh. It leaps high into the air, extending its rubbery arm to attack again. But Ikoma is no pushover. He jumps, sliding along its outstretched arm like a skater, sword held tight. A moment later, he flips forward, pointing the tip of his blade right at the yellow-robed fiend. Before it can react, Ikoma launches off its arm, flying directly at its face. He puts all his strength into one powerful slash. A brilliant arc of light from his sword cuts a clean path through the air, right across the yellow-robed fiend's neck. Ikoma lands, his direct slash sending the fiend's hand flying, but that's when things get truly insane. The limb reattaches itself in mere seconds. The head is back to normal, and now it's laughing triumphantly at Ikoma's tickle-like attacks. It glares down at Ikoma, the smile vanishing, replaced by a dead silence as it plots something. Realizing his attacks are useless, Ikoma coolly assesses the situation. So, even its head is resistant to slashes. Not far away, Sasuke and Zen witness the entire exchange. Zen just smirks and says, "I see now. Impressive movements." He's a tough opponent, but that just proves his skill. Mastering such a difficult class is incredible. The fiend and Ikoma clash again in a brutal exchange. Jogura Kurizen observes, his body control and reaction speed are phenomenal, but what stands out most is his courage. He calmly makes these high-stakes gambles. And then, recalling Ikoma's serious and quiet demeanor, he concludes with one phrase, almost superhuman. Zen continues his non-stop analysis of Ikoma. A frontline warrior of his caliber is extremely rare. He truly deserves praise. Sasuke, however, thinks to herself, but why is he so arrogant even in a situation like this? Her thoughts are shattered by Zen's sharp voice. Mage, don't take your eyes off the enemy. Looking back at the fiend, he warns Sasuke. That thing is cunning. Seeing her confusion, Zen continues, if anything happens, sacrifice yourself to protect me and guarantee our victory. Hearing this, Sasuke is left completely speechless, muttering, this guy. And here's where you need to pay close attention. Sasuke thinks, he seemed dangerous from the start, but now he's not even hiding it. Meanwhile, Zen has a breakthrough. So that's it. It uses a skill to change its stats on the fly. This is the first time I've seen such precise control. No wonder even higher-level monsters can't keep up with it. He turns back to Ikoma's silhouette in the darkness. But to pull this off, is it using some kind of item to reduce the cost? A moment later, Zen's lips curl into a greedy smile. He mutters, but listen here, gravity user, just as you said. The fiend, with its powerful attacks and total damage immunity, is showing off that very power. Its arm whips at Ikoma again and again, but he dodges every single blow. He sees the vial of poison, stuck to the fiend like it's a part of its own body. In that instant, Ikoma has a revelation. That vial, that's the real poison. After a long, fruitless assault, he finally stops and takes a defensive stance. The yellow-clad fiend also pauses, facing him down. Ikoma calmly thinks, it corners its prey, then unleashes an unblockable wide-range attack. Dirty, but undeniably effective. Suddenly, the fiend lifts the vial of concentrated acid and shakes it violently. Right after, it breathes a thick cloud of smoke directly at Ikoma. The smoke quickly engulfs his entire body as the deep forest scene turns grim and dark, with an eerie mist creeping through the air. Zen watches in silence for a long moment, thinking, in the end, is this fight just too disadvantageous for him? Over on the other side, the fiend is emitting a repetitive, almost industrial-sounding noise. Its eyes are fixed, its face pale and blank like plaster. Zen has no idea where it's even looking. As for Ikoma, he's now standing upside down on a tree branch, gripping his sword tightly. A purple aura radiates from his body while the fiend waits below for his next move. This is gravity reversal. Ikoma dives down, swinging his blade in a powerful /meteor fall, After Ikoma's attack lands, the creature just tilts its head back, stunned for a moment, but shows no signs of serious injury. Ikoma silently thinks, just as I predicted. Still no effect, huh? From a distance, Sasuke and Zen have seen the entire battle unfold. Zen thinks, he's handling that poison mist without a hint of danger. He admits to himself, I have to acknowledge it. He's a formidable talent, on the same level as me. Suddenly, the fiend clasps its hands together and raises them high, clearly preparing a counterattack. And just when it feels like we're at a stalemate, yeah, you and I both know the real fight is just beginning. Ikoma's voice cuts through the tension. I'm quite surprised. Even a monster like you has a sense of pride. Another vial appears beside the fiend. It starts hurling them at Ikoma, but he expertly bats them all away with his sword. One of the vials suddenly flies towards Sasuke and Zen. Sasuke instantly steps forward, chanting a quick spell that forms a barrier, shattering the vial on impact. She then turns to Zen. Are you still unable to move? Zen ignores her and urges, Mage, continue channeling your mana into me. Sasuke's face darkens with frustration, but Zen presses on. If you act on your own, the enemy will get suspicious. Keep pretending you're still recovering. Then Zen shouts, when the spell is ready, move in quickly to finish it. I need to use a grand magic spell. He's found the next step in his plan. It's agitated now. This is our chance, but it's not enough. I have to guarantee this attack hits, or it's all over. Clenching his fist with determination, he psyches himself up. I'll gather my mana quietly and prepare in secret. Meanwhile, the fiend is still locked in combat with Ikoma. It unleashes a magic windblade technique, sending a barrage of green mana orbs flying at him. But Ikoma swiftly dodges every single one before launching himself high into the air. To the creature's absolute shock, Ikoma delivers a powerful kick that sends its precious vial flying. The liquid from inside splashes all over the fiend's face. Ikoma just smiles, completely satisfied. At that exact moment, Zen's strength returns. He stands up, his will to fight burning hotter than ever. This is my only chance. Urakuri Zen unleashes the technique Kisarak, flooding the area with a sea blue light as ice pillars embedded with pink crystals erupt from the ground. The fiend, though injured by its own poison, is still sharp enough to dodge Zen's attack. This completely stuns Sasuke, who exclaims, It dodged that? Seeing this only strengthens Zen's resolve. He declares, There's no way I'm letting it escape. The chisela acts like a trellis, sprouting from the earth and impaling the fiend, pinning it in place to endure the punishment. Once struck, the monster is completely unable to attack. Sasuke cheers. Thanks to Ikoma, the spell hit. Zen, however, proudly states, Well, it is my magic after all. It has extraordinary resistance, but it seems it can't handle Chisela's freezing effect. The monster focuses all its remaining power and lets out a massive roar. A moment later, the monster shatters the ice effect and charges straight for Ikoma, screaming in absolute rage. And trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. While Ikoma looks completely calm, Sasuke panics, yelling his name. He simply replies, If it charges straight at me, this just got a lot simpler, as a magic circle ignites beneath his feet. Just as the monster closes in, Ikoma launches himself high into the air. He then swoops down, striking from behind. Believing he has the creature pinned with magic, he drives his sword forward for the final blow. In the end, every last drop of the monster's power is sucked into the sword in his hands. A moment later, its body explodes right in front of Uraki Zen and Sasuke. On the ground, only a faint trace of the monster's aura remains. The system then chimes in with a notification. Received 18 items and received 22. 200 experience points. His level jumps from 61 to 64. Hearing footsteps, he glances over and sees Mio approaching, reporting, This side has been cleared out too. Sasuke immediately praises her, saying, As expected from Mio, reliable as always. After a moment, an exhausted Juhurakuri Zen slumps to the ground. A second later, he uses Matak X-Hue to heal himself. Once the spell finishes, he sees Anna leaning in to check on him, and he just smiles. I'm fine. I can stand on my own. If anyone is hurt, I can use my white magic, he offers, but gets cut off. There are no serious injuries to treat. Shouldn't we be discussing something more important right now? At that, Zurakuri Zen falls completely silent. Seeing his reaction, the man in the blue shirt explodes in anger. Zurakuri Zen, weren't you the one who said it? That we didn't need to worry about any suspicious monsters? That Ichinose was just spreading rumors to divide us? Then, the man with freckles adds sadly, I'd also like to hear it. Do you have any explanation? but the brown-haired man steps in to defend him. Are you guys seriously doubting Zurakuri? You're quick to shift the blame. You all rely on him, but the second one thing goes wrong, you point fingers at someone else. How selfish can you get? Things just backfired. What's the big deal? Anna chimes in, agreeing. Besides, wasn't it because of Zurakuri that we even made it this far? If you're so unhappy, why not just split off and go with Ichinos? Now pay attention, because as Ikoma watches the group fracture, he thinks, so we're splitting up now? While it might be better, I should probably avoid going solo. I can't imagine anyone suggesting we face the boss with just 3 people. But who knows what that guy will come up with. The brown-haired man then turns to her, asking, Suzuki, whose side are you actually on? His question makes her fall silent for a moment before she stammers, well, I guess I. She's clearly conflicted, unsure how to answer. Finally, she blurts out, I'll probably just go with whatever the bigger group decides. At her words, he just screams right in her face, Are you kidding me? Anna, annoyed, fires back, Don't yell at me. I was injured too, you know. And I was trapped when the Meikung was sealed. Ju Urakuri was the one who saved me. I don't care what anyone says. I'm sticking with him. Hearing this, the other guy looks stunned. Well, I'm following the gravity user, but he pins all the blame for the argument on Jura Kurizen. You. After all the damn lies you've told, he just replies casually, All right, I took a gamble and I lost. That's the end of it. I really thought a little more muscle would be enough to take down the boss, but that abnormal monster proved it's not that simple. I'm giving up. I'll just wait for the demon-slaying corps to come rescue us. They are coming, right? And just like that, the entire mood shifts. As he says this, the 2 who just defended him can only stand there in total, silent shame. Ikoma immediately warns him, You know, saying things like that is a good way to get yourself killed. But he just laughs, completely carefree, replying, This isn't the time for infighting. Save your complaints for after we get out of here. But as he's talking, Jurakuri Zen suddenly grabs Ikoma's hand, startling him. He clutches both of his hands tightly and praises him. You are truly amazing. I've never been able to stick with one party for this long. You know how it is. They're always useless people who only complain about rewards and wanting to go home. You're the first person who's ever made me feel like accepting defeat isn't so bad. Once we're out of here, forget those 2 girls. You should join my group instead. Working with me would be much better. But Ikoma's expression turns serious. Let's head back to the entrance area. All he gets is a sigh. So cold, gravity user. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man looks at Suzuki and Anna in total disappointment. Did we really just put all our faith in a guy like that? And even though she's just as let down, Suzuki simply says, Just forget it. Later, somewhere near a transfer gate in the auto ward, 3 people are arriving to greet Tuya. The moment he sees him, Toki Simakiryu shouts, Oh, so you've finally arrived, Mayumi, second-rank mage. We're heading out immediately to deal with the transfer gate disaster, but there's something important I couldn't say over communications. We're going to be using this for the mission. As he speaks, he pulls out a golden key. Sumoji seems to recognize it instantly. Wait a second, isn't that? But before she can even finish her sentence, Mayumi cuts her off. The celestial star key? No wonder this mission is classified as top secret. Sumoji then asks him, What does that mean? While he thinks to himself, the celestial star key, an item that can trigger a Meikung break phenomenon when it's used on a transfer gate. A second later, Tuya answers her question directly. If we use this, we can definitely break the Meikung seal. Hearing that, she panics and yells, Wait, doesn't that mean monsters will flood the entire city? What's the point of doing that? Toki Simakiryu then scoffs at him. Hey, I said to bring anyone you wanted, but I didn't mean a naive little kid. The 2 men with him start laughing at Sumoji, and she turns away, humiliated and annoyed. After a moment, Tuya quickly explains it to her. A Meikung seal accumulates magical energy inside, making it likely to cause other abnormal phenomena. If an evolving A-rank gate boss triggers a Meikung break at the same time, the casualties could easily reach the thousands. Hearing this, Sumoji quickly offers a solution. To stop that, we'll just defeat the boss ourselves, but he replies grimly, If we fail, the next line of defense won't have time to intervene before it finishes evolving. Using the Celestial Star Key lets us avoid fighting them entirely. There's no risk of failure. We can guarantee that only the Meikung break happens. He then glances over at Toki Simakiryu, thinking, This is a high-risk but extremely important mission. That's why Bujima himself showed up. It makes sense for the demon-slaying corps to be here in full force. They're prepared to handle the Meikung break. Suddenly, she blurts out, This is insane. The Legion exists to protect the city, so why would they? But Tuya cuts her off flatly. The Legion is just a system, nothing more. If you want to chase your own selfish brand of justice, then go be an adventurer and die a miserable death. After hearing his harsh words, she just looks worried. He then walks over, claps him on the shoulder, and praises him. Well said, Tuya. Then, Tokishima Kiryu's expression turns deadly serious. Shall we begin? Saving foolish adventurers, protecting the city. Sounds like the work of a hero, right? His men get fired up all except Tuya. And we cut back to Sasuke, using her magic to absorb power, making a monster scream in agony. As they watch this unfold, the blonde guy and Suzuki are sweating bullets in sheer terror. The system explains her ability as mana absorption, and you and I are left wondering what is she about to become. With the battle over, the beast collapses, completely spent. Meanwhile, she's all smiles, saying, "What a convenient monster. I've got more than enough MP now." Watching Sasuke, Ikoma thinks to himself, with this, getting back to the entrance will be a breeze. Even if the demon suppression squad is late and I have to run, a few monsters are no problem. I've got enough emergency rations to last. They're not great, but I won't starve. Even the creepiest guys have gone quiet. But just then, Yurakurizen shouts out, "Gravity user, have you given any thought to teaming up after we get out of here?" But seeing that guy's over-the-top excitement, Ikoma has other plans. When no one answers, the man shouts again, then falls silent for a moment, realizing his mistake and quickly apologizing. "Sorry, gravity user, can you tell me your name again?" "I totally spaced." Ikoma reluctantly replies, "It's Ikoma, right? You can't remember names because you only use weird nicknames, huh?" But this sets Anna off, who suddenly yells right in his face, "Don't say such strange things. That's not true at all." Anna immediately turns to the man. "Hey, Jurakuri," he cheerfully replies. He's a little rude, isn't he? Meanwhile, her real name is Anna. Fed up, she screams at him, "Yurakuri!" Seeing this, he quickly runs over to Ikoma, throwing an arm around him and laughing. "See? I won't forget next time." But Sasuke immediately yanks him off, scolding him. "Don't cling to Ikoma like that." Jurakuri quickly snaps back. "What do you take me for, huh?" But just as things get tense, the sound of approaching footsteps grabs their attention. Ikoma tells her not to worry. Looks like they're human. The newcomer is Tokishima Kiryu, and the very next second, he puts on a surprised face and says, "Oh my, are you adventurers?" The second Sasuke sees him, she lights up. A member of the demon suppression squad. But Ikoma isn't happy at all, thinking, "What is this?" They're way earlier than expected. I wanted to enjoy the survival vibe in this gate a little longer. I figured they wouldn't show up until the last minute, and they're all squad members. Now pay attention, because this is where our main character realizes something's not right. He estimates that clearing this dungeon for good would require multiple level 80 members, yet these guys are only level 64. He knows they should be short-staffed everywhere. He fully expected them to show up with a few hired A-rank adventurers to fill out their ranks, but they didn't. Meanwhile, Sumoji steps forward to reassure the group. "Adventurers. From now on, we will handle the situation and open a transfer gate. Please wait at the entrance area. The gate is currently unstable," she continues, "so please limit any unnecessary battles with monsters." Hearing this, Ikoma just stares at Sumoji in silence. Then the blonde-haired guy speaks up. "What? They really came this fast? So does that mean this whole problem is over?" But the brown-haired guy looks worried, asking Sumoji, "The transfer gate is unstable, right? Aren't you supposed to be protecting us?" At that moment, Ikoma turns to Tokishima Kiryu and asks, "I have a few questions. Are you the Vanguard team?" Kiryu looks surprised. "Huh?" Ikoma presses on. "Are there any other teams? Are you the advance party sent to investigate or to rescue adventurers?" A flash of annoyance crosses Tokishima Kiryu's face. "What's with this kid?" His two followers immediately jump in. "Who do you think you are, talking down to us like that? Adventurers, get back to the entrance now. You're in our way." Sasuke leans in and whispers to Ikoma, "This guy seems pretty scary. It's probably best if we just back off." Then, Jurakurizen chimes in. "What's the issue, Ikoma?" "The demon suppression squad showed up exactly like you said they would." Hearing this, Ikoma just scowls without saying a word. Yurakurizen then steps forward to explain things to the squad members on his behalf. "Sorry about that. He's just a little weird. We'll leave everything to you guys. We'll be waiting in the safe zone." He quickly turns and starts pushing Ikoma along. "Let's go, gravity user." "Okay, I know what you're thinking." He's being told to walk away, but that gut feeling, it's screaming that something is wrong. Meanwhile, Sumoji is still walking behind Kiryu. He notices her following him and glances back over his shoulder. Sumoji just keeps walking in silence. A second later, as if she just thought of something, she turns her head and calls out to Ikoma. Then, she warns him. Be careful. All right, let's dive in. This gate is unstable, and the moment it opens, the demon-slaying core looks more terrifying than usual. Seeing the look on her face, he couldn't help but feel the tension. She secretly thinks to herself that those people seem nice, but something is still off. Hearing this, he realizes the demon-slaying core is new to this gate, where anomalies happen constantly. A quick resolution should be the top priority here. A high-risk assessment is standard, especially when facing an abnormal gate. It should be the highest priority, period. But they didn't come in with numbers, just a small, elite group without a single temporary A-rank adventurer. They even delayed protecting the adventurers. It looks like there are no other teams. Then Ikoma remembers Sumoji's warning. If the gate opens, get out of there as fast as you can. And that's when a thought clicks in his head. Normally, the lock is only opened after a gate has been completely neutralized. There's absolutely no reason to give an extra warning like that, unless they know the gate won't be safe even after it's unlocked. At that thought, Ikoma suddenly whips back around. Mio asks him, "What's wrong, Ikoma?" But he ignores her, walking straight up to Tokishima Kiryu and saying one thing, "Celestial key." The man feigns surprise. Huh? What did you just say, kid? Ikoma knows instantly that Tokishima Kiryu is playing dumb. He stares daggers at the man and his followers, thinking, slow, looks like I was right on the money. And trust me, you are not ready for this reveal. He realizes, these people intend to open the gate with an artifact. They're planning to artificially trigger a Meikung overflow. Meanwhile, Tokishima Kiryu is internally panicking, wondering how he knows. How does this brat know about the celestial key? This mission is top secret. Should I just kill them all right here? Ikoma watches the man's expression for a moment, then presses his advantage. That reaction seems like you know the name Celestial Key, don't you? Beside him, Sasuke is getting nervous. What's happening? Ikoma recalls the key's true purpose. The Celestial Key forcibly activates floods within the Meikung. The goal? To shatter the Meikung's seals. He begins explaining the dire situation. The Meikung's seal is blocking the gate's magical energy, causing it to skyrocket, which leads to the next anomaly. He looks the squad dead in the eyes and says, their goal is to quickly control the risk by triggering maze floods to remove the seal. Sasuke can't believe it. So, the squad is intentionally activating the floods? No way! Kiryu is so furious a vein pops on his forehead as he thinks, how the hell do these brats know about this? He thinks about his squad's own issues, and the fact that the Celestial Key is a top-secret artifact, supplied by adventurers. But Kiryu has to suppress his rising anger. Even the demon-slaying corps is struggling to filter information accurately. He looks at Ikoma, completely stunned. This isn't the kind of information a normal adventurer could possibly grasp. If it's just a guess, it's way too accurate. One of the corps members panics, saying he's a scary and overwhelming kid. It's like planning for a volcanic eruption just to minimize damage. If they did that without telling anyone, it'd be a huge problem. Another member confronts Ikoma, demanding to know if he's joking, because a monster outbreak would be more than just a disaster. Suzuki stammers, I haven't heard anything about this. Kiryu furiously yells at his men to stop with the baseless accusations. Then he turns on Ikoma, asking what grounds he has for such a claim. Ikoma, completely calm, replies, that's right, I have no proof. This is just a baseless accusation. Ikoma's sharp gaze sweeps over them as he explains, until you all flinched and turned around the second I mentioned the name of that item. And this is the exact moment Kiryu knows he's walked right into a trap. He glares at his men, thinking, he played us all, and from their dumbfounded faces, every other adventurer knows it too. The adventurer's simmering resentment is ready to boil over at any moment. From a distance, Sumoji watches him, wondering, how does this person know everything? She suddenly recalls an earlier memory, nervously wondering if it was something she said. Tuya just stares at Ikoma, lost in thought. Mio walks over and taps his shoulder. Hey, Ikoma! She leans in close and whispers, questioning why he's provoking the demon-slaying corps, even if what he's saying is true. She glances at Kiryu's dark expression and the anxiety of his men behind him, gently reminding Ikoma, you know they won't just say, all right, we'll stop, right? Mio winces, remembering a horrifying past experience of her own. Meanwhile, Rakurai, seeing how things are unfolding, thinks to himself, hey, what are you thinking? Gravity user? He looks between them and continues his inner monologue. Okay, I get why you think this is a bad idea, but if they could have stopped just by talking, they never would have started in the first place. Jen silently analyzes the situation. If the demon-slaying core lacks the power, they won't fight even if forced. But we can't just say, we'll handle it ourselves. He glances at Ikoma. It was the gravity user who pointed out their lack of power to begin with. Just criticizing the core here without a backup plan won't solve anything. Jen continues his train of thought. If we just pretend not to notice and run away, what else can we do? Suddenly, Ikoma speaks up. I have a proposal. His thoughts cut off. Jen's eyes widen in surprise. Facing Kiryu's wary gaze, Ikoma declares, I don't intend to just thoughtlessly blame you. I understand this was a rushed compromise due to a lack of time and manpower. Ikoma calmly continues, stating that dragging adventurers into this mess will only endanger civilians. Tuya remains silent as Ikoma offers a solution. Using the celestial key to avoid the worst-case scenario was probably the best choice. Ikoma has already moved to stand beside Jen, who looks completely bewildered, and begins to introduce him. This man is a rank A adventurer, and while I may lack his experience and rank, I'm confident my skills are equivalent to rank A. Okay, get ready for this, because his next move is a total game changer. Here and now, the demon-slaying core and the adventurers will join forces as one team. Everyone present stares at him in absolute shock. Ikoma continues, this way, defeating the boss becomes a feasible goal. Sasuke is speechless, only managing to whisper his name in a worried tone. Ikoma. Jen is stunned by this move. What is he saying? Using himself as leverage? But after a moment, he gets it, and a grin spreads across his face. This guy is hilarious. Kiryu, on the other hand, starts getting stressed. His mind is racing. Is this kid insane? We came here because we thought it would be a safe mission with the key. His face contorts with anger, scrapping the whole plan to team up with civilians and take on that risk. No organization would ever accept that, right? He steps towards Ikoma, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How noble and passionate of you. Now shut up, you brain-dead adventurer. Kiryu gets right in his face, warning him. We fight while carrying the lives of thousands, even millions, on our shoulders. Ikoma coldly retorts, and you weigh those lives, actively creating acceptable losses. Tuya turns his head, listening to Ikoma's lecture. This isn't a world where ideals alone can win. Of course, such measures should only be taken after considering every possibility and fighting until the very end. Mio and Sasuke just stand by silently, watching him. Ikoma thinks of the past losses. I know this is an unnecessary proposal, but there's already a pile of corpses and monsters. The cityscape from the rooftop just makes his heart feel heavier. He remembers the regrets from his past life. If we had just arrived a little sooner, these people, his former captain, had screamed at him, what's done is done, you can't change it. In the past, his captain had turned on him, yelling, just because you're a little stronger than everyone else doesn't mean you can carry everything. You're too arrogant. Back in the present, Ikoma stands tall before Kiryu, his voice low and steady. I have witnessed the hell of dungeon floods countless times, and having the power to stop it, I believe that means having the responsibility to do so. Finally, he looks Kiryu straight in the eye, ignoring his rage, and declares, and I must have that power. I don't mean to brag. Kiryu explodes, grabbing Ikoma's collar and screaming, an adventurer dares to mock us? If you can talk that big, you must be confident. His men move into attack stances. Kiryu threatens loudly. Even I, who am normally calm, have my limits. Teach this brat a lesson. Make sure he never dares to speak so arrogantly again. Sasuke quickly tries to intervene. Wait, now is not the time for us to be fighting. But at that moment, Tuya walks right past her, stepping forward. Just when you think things can't get any crazier, they do. He calmly says the man's full name, Tokishima. Kiryu glares at him. Don't stop me, Tuya. Fools only learn the hard way. But Tuya just coldly replies, no, I'll do it. Sumoji shouts in alarm, Rank 2 mage, Tuya! Ikoma sizes him up, sensing the anger in him. Letting Tokishima handle it would have resolved things peacefully, but it looks like he's pissed. Tuya glares at Ikoma. I hate people like you. Acting all self-righteous without taking any responsibility, spouting ideals whenever it's convenient. His sharp eyes lock onto Ikoma's as he speaks with a tone that could erase him on the spot. Let me teach you the difference in skill and resolve between adventurers and us. If that's what will satisfy you, then so be it. Kiryu stands by, silently assessing the situation. This guy can definitely handle him with ease, I bet. He starts analyzing everything Tuya has been through, thinking with admiration, Mayumi has truly climbed the ranks within the demon-slaying corps. All right, let's dive into a world of schemes and manipulation, where Kiryu admits even he couldn't beat their opponent in a straight fight. No adventurer could even hope to defeat him. Sasuke desperately begs Ikoma to just apologize and walk away, but he calmly replies that this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He draws his sword from its bracelet, ready for battle, telling Sasuke, I know I'm asking for the impossible. Ikoma stares down Tuya, declaring that unless he proves his strength, they'll never be accepted. Sasuke and Mio just watch, their faces tight with worry. The tension is unbearable for Suzuki, who turns away, unable to watch. Tears stream down her face as she whispers, You said you wanted to defeat their leader. If you win, does that mean I have to join them? Kiryu and his men share a smug smirk. He thinks to himself, this is perfect. Once we crush this kid, dealing with that loudmouth will be easy. The rest of them will be no trouble at all. He just has to play dumb, act scared, and pretend he doesn't see the bigger picture. His thoughts turn even darker if they make too much noise. He'll just get permission to use the teleport gate and pull them all into a trap. Looking at Ikoma, he figures Tuya will go for a direct attack anyway, and if anything goes wrong, he can just pin all the blame on him. Tuya studies Ikoma, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. He remembers their first meeting, then sighs and asks, What's your level? Ikoma answers honestly, level 64. Tuya seems taken aback. And you still think you can beat our leader? Tuya stares him down. My level is 82, and our number 1 mage is even stronger than me. Kiryu, observing from the side, finally speaks up, mocking Ikoma. I thought you were a reasonable guy, but you're just an ignorant kid. Don't you realize you can't change a thing by interfering now? Hearing this, Suzuki freezes in absolute shock. A level 82 actually exists. Ikoma, however, stays perfectly calm. I have to admit that's higher than I thought. Tuya sighs again, trying to collect himself, while Ikoma looks him dead in the eye and says, Well, at least that's one less thing to worry about. Okay, watch closely. Tuya's brow furrows as he snarls, What a weird little brat. And with that, he lunges, yelling, I accept. I won't even use the weapon on my back. Sasuke gasps in confusion. An archer fighting up close? Tuya slashes with a dagger, but Ikoma dodges back just in time. Tuya's eyes are sharp and serious. I can't stand fighting weaklings. I might actually kill you. An observer watches, sweating nervously, a nearly 20-level gap. Normally, you can't overcome that with class advantages or powerful weapons. His gaze shifts to Kiryu, who's just smirking, enjoying the sight of Ikoma's impossible predicament. Besides, even if Ikoma proves himself in this battle, it will be hard to persuade them. It seems our gravity-wielding hero has a plan. The fight rages on, with Ikoma forced into a defensive battle against Tuya's relentless assault. He struggles to evade the flurry of dangerous blows, his mind racing. He's way too fast. If I try to block carelessly, I'll be overwhelmed. He thinks, this is the Demon Squad. Of course, they're experts in close combat, but I can handle this. He forces himself to stay calm, searching for an opening, a chance to counter, but a fist screaming toward his face shatters his focus. Ikoma ducks under the blow, stunned. The dagger was just a diversion. His real weapon is karate. I know what you're thinking. His martial arts are insane for someone who isn't a close combat specialist, and against all odds, he manages to escape the danger by a hair's breadth. Tuya pauses, reevaluating his opponent. Abnormally light, looks like he's using a skill to control his own weight to lessen the impact. He hurls the dagger with pinpoint accuracy, thinking confidently, So that's your game? Fine, I'll just slam you straight into the ground. But Ikoma swiftly blocks the blade with his sword. In a flash, Tuya has a firm grip on Ikoma's arm. And yet, the expression on Ikoma's face barely changes at all. The killing intent flares. Kiryu lets out a relaxed sigh, thinking the fight has finally reached its conclusion. He tried to hold on, but it's over now. He continues his analysis of Tuya. He doesn't just use karate. He combines his own supernatural power with judo techniques. It's a one-hit kill special move. The next attack is exactly what Kiryu predicted, a brutal takedown. But every rule has an exception, and so does this fight. Ikoma skillfully activates his own ability. Tuya subtly notices something is off. What is this? What is this strange feeling? He senses the trajectory is wrong. The answer to his question is a direct kick from Ikoma to the back of his neck. A wave of pure agony hits Tuya, making him grunt in pain. Ikoma has already landed on his feet, calmly providing the answer to the confusion in Tuya's mind. Both the dagger and your strikes had no killing intent, Ikoma explains. I knew you had another goal. I predicted the grapple. As Tuya recovers, he replays the last few seconds in his head, and then it hits him. He dodged to throw me off balance, forcing me to use a more powerful move. Remembering the moment, he can't help but feel a sense of awe. After being thrown, he reduced his body weight, then doubled it in midair. Ikoma's gaze is cold and steady as he asks, "Is this enough for a power test?" Sumoji's jaw drops. No way. He overpowered a Tier 2 magic swordsman? Kiryu just stares in tense silence. Tuya's expression hardens, as if Ikoma's words struck a nerve. He announces coldly, "I was only trying to scare you. But the games end here." His killing intent is now fully unleashed. He warns softly, "Don't you dare scream when you die." Ikoma remains calm on the outside, but his mind is already calculating. He knows the gravity trick won't work a second time. He readies himself to face Tuya head-on, saying, "I'm ready." Tuya narrows his eyes. By all means. The battle begins again. A whirlwind of techniques, sword flashes, and split-second dodges unfolds without pause. Tuya roars at him, "You people have no determination and no power. All you do is spout selfish ideals. Adventurers like you have no business meddling in this." Ikoma, his face an unreadable mask, simply replies, "How strange. Isn't that what the demon squad is supposed to be?" He calmly poses a question. Who is the one really relying on Tuya cuts him off with a furious scream, "Shut your mouth." Ikoma instinctively dodges the raw killing intent, leaping back into a nearby tree. Tuya's mind flashes back to his own past, to the constant fear that comes with being part of a squad. He glances at the panicked Sumoji, lost in thought. We were forced back onto this path because of the guild's carelessness, cleaning up the mess left by incompetent adventurers while his own comrades suffer from serious injuries. Then he looks at Kiryu, standing there indifferent. We're caught in internal political struggles with parasites who profit from the chaos. But the thing that disgusts me the most, and here it is, the final straw, he clenches his fist in pure rage, are people like you, people who don't understand the true weight of a life. He grits his teeth, barely containing the explosion of fury within him. Just look at Ichinose Ikoma, standing there all high and mighty. His killing intent is practically radiating off him as he spits out one arrogant, empty threat after another. Ichinose Ikoma and Tuya's swords clash. A total stalemate. Tuya immediately follows up with a powerful kick that rips through the air, but Ichinose Ikoma ducks just in time to dodge it. All right, let's break down this insane confrontation, where ideals are about to clash harder than fists. Tuya warns him that one wrong move could erase the entire district. But Ichinose Ikoma? He coldly replies the 20% evolution rate only applies when dungeons are dealt with quickly. His face turns dead serious as he explains that if the team sent through this advanced gate fails, they have absolutely no backup plan. Evolution becomes a certainty. The demon extermination squad is stretched way too thin. Maybe in 10 years things would be different. They're at a total impasse, each man stuck on his own beliefs. Tuya presses, asking if he understands that tens of thousands of lives are on the line because of his interference. Hearing the consequences doesn't faze Ichinose Ikoma in the slightest. He accepts full responsibility for his actions. "I will solve it," he says, "and right now, I'm showing you the power I have to do it." The two stand off, clearly never going to see eye to eye. Tuya grips his blade tightly, muttering, "I really don't like this." His gaze turns razor sharp as he glares at Ichinose Ikoma, disgusted by his calm attitude and his grand, absolute statements. The talk is over. Ichinose Ikoma charges in to settle this with force. With terrifying speed, he's already on top of Tuya, who can barely react. In a flash, his knife is sent flying, and Ichinose Ikoma, face like a mask of ice, advances without a shred of emotion. Thrown off balance, Tuya stumbles back, his mind racing. Why does this man get under my skin so much? Then, a single thought cuts through the chaos. Ah, I finally get it. You and I need to watch this part carefully. As they lock eyes, Tuya understands. It's because you still hold on to the things I threw away. This flashback explains everything. We see a younger Tuya in a sharp suit. "Yeah," he says, 5 years ago. This was Mayumi Tuya, age 25. He tells the person opposite him, "I've been thinking about what I can do. The Kanagawa Gate disaster last month was horrific." But the man just scoffs. "Oh, spare me the lecture. Leave the dangerous work to the adventurers." Tuya's eyes widen in disbelief. The man continues, "Our job is to support them." Got it? Still reeling, Tuya asks him to clarify. "They're just civilians," he argues. Most are forced into this. He points out that while the news shows them smiling, they're suffering from the aftermath without proper combat orders. He tries to defend them, unable to believe his job is to just stand by and watch as they're thrown into unknown dangers. He steps forward, arguing they don't have the strength or the will for this, and that the Demon Extermination Squad must take the lead. He believed the adventurer system needed a massive overhaul, but the reply he got was like a bucket of ice water to the face. "Hey, are you an idiot?" the man asks with a cynical look, shattering Tuya's idealism. Ever since the gate disasters started, every industry not related to the gates has been in a steep decline. Many smaller nations have completely collapsed from monster damage or financial ruin. "We don't have resources to spare," he explains. "Even disaster compensation for civilians is barely enough to keep us afloat." Faced with this reality, Tuya stammers out a suggestion. "What if we abolish the adventurer system and expand the Demon Extermination Squad?" The idea had, of course, already been considered, but it was completely unfeasible. The man's words leave Tuya speechless and helpless. Our gate clearing speed would plummet. We'd have to monitor and be responsible for every single adventurer. Seeing Tuya's dedication, he pats his shoulder. Basically, that's demon management. The original founders of the squad were all elite members temporarily transferred from other departments, myself included. But a second later, his tone turns mocking. And that's just how it is. Frankly, no one wants to take on more responsibility or risk. He smiles, leaving Tuya devastated. "Go ahead if you want, but don't disrupt the organization." His final words as he walked away stabbed right through him. "People like you are the last thing we need." 5 years have passed since then, and while some things improved, the squad's core nature hasn't changed. Every time I tried to push for my ideals, I remembered the crushing weight of reality, Tuya thinks, looking at the new recruit with complicated feelings. I became cynical to protect the organization. Back in the present, Ichinose Ikoma asks, "Is this enough of a power demonstration for you?" But he's met with silence. "Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it gets even crazier." After a long pause, Tuya answers, "No, still not enough. The future of this district is at stake." He raises his weapon, his face set like stone. "Convince me. This time, with your life." Sumoji realizes what's happening and panics. He's using his ranked weapon too. Kiryu also sees it and barks an order. "Tuya, that's enough. Kill him and end this. Don't make me any angrier, Mayumi Tuya." Instantly, the bow is drawn taut, crackling with red energy, ready to be unleashed. The moment he lets go, red energy arrows scream through the air at terrifying speeds. Ichinose Ikoma deftly dodges them, Tuya noting his incredible speed and power. Each attack hits with the force of a high-level magic skill. And yet, Ichinose Ikoma easily leaps into the air, avoiding the entire volley of shockwaves. Tuya analyzes the unexpected move, realizing he's lightening his body to jump. With that trajectory, he's definitely going to land. But then he sees it. No, wait! Realizing his opponent is coming straight for him, Tuya shows no fear, aiming his bow upward to face the attack head-on. The two fighters give it their all, their gazes clashing like steel, sparks flying. Everyone present holds their breath, too tense to even move as they watch the incredible showdown. The blade slashes past Tuya's face by a mere inch as Ichinose Ikoma feels the raw power of the arrow about to be fired. And in this life-or-death moment, Tuya just smiles. Sumoji is shocked, but it seems the fight is over. Tuya steps back and declares, "Considering the level difference between us, this is my complete and utter failure." A memory flashes in his mind, the hospital. "We did everything we could, but I'm sorry. Let him see his son one last time." His father lay on the bed, weakly whispering his regrets. "I'm sorry, Tuya. I was always so busy with work. I was barely home. I never taught you the things a father should." Two people behind him recounted the incident. When the hostage was in danger, he couldn't wait for backup and rushed in alone. Tuya felt the pain in his heart, his father's love and worry. "Dad, don't say that. You taught me so many important things. You've always been my role model. I want to live an upright life, just like you did." Tuya looks up at the quiet night sky, thinking, "Dad, the one who disappoints me isn't you, it's me." Beaten down by reality, I can't even speak of my ideals with pride anymore, only with bitterness in my heart, and that's where we leave it. He looks at the man before him and asks for his name, Ichinose Ikoma. In that moment, something inside Tuya shifts. "Ichinose," he declares, "I'm placing my bet on you." Watching from the sidelines, Sasuke shouts in joy. "I can't believe it. You actually convinced that terrifying guy. If the Demon Extermination Squad joins in, they might actually be able to take down this gate's boss." Sumoji can't believe what he's hearing, looking at Tuya in awe. Mayumi, the number 2 ranked officer. It's as if a massive weight has just been lifted from his shoulders. Even Kiryu quietly acknowledges him. Ichinose Ikoma. I'll have to remember that name. Tuya approaches his still stunned subordinates. Cooperate with adventurers to clear a gate? The same thought runs through everyone's mind. Has he lost his mind? They all remember Hoju's orders. Using the celestial key is the commander's decision, and it is a top-secret mission. All right, let's watch a team completely fall apart in real time. Kiryu draws his sword, glaring at the man. Mayumi, do you even realize your actions are a clear betrayal of the Demon Slayer Corps? A hand goes up with an opinion. All right. Closing his eyes after a tough battle, he speaks. I understand that Ikoma wants a joint team to defeat the final boss, and it's good that your members are willing to cooperate. But that's just what Ikoma is saying. We adventurers have no obligation to respond, do we? With the Demon Slayer team clearly divided, all eyes turn to him. Ikoma says, Of course, I don't intend to force anyone. He continues explaining his plan, attacking a high-level boss with sheer numbers. Without strong coordination, it's hard to call it effective. It's better than nothing, but if they're not careful, they could just end up as human shields. He won't agree to that, and the man being discussed turns pale, a chill running down his spine as he backs away. Knowing it's a long shot, Ikoma holds up 2 fingers. It's better to split into 2 teams, one for the assault and one for backup. Suzuki sighs in relief. I'm glad. If the assault team fails, the backup team will decide whether or not to use the Star Thread key. Of course, I shouldn't interfere with that. Sasuke and Mio watch as Kiryu slowly approaches. Don't say such ridiculous things. He rests his sword on his shoulder and says coldly, Don't act like you have this under control. His face becomes menacing. We are the Demon Slayer Corps, and we are here. You think we'd ignore some rogue adventurer making a mess? Ikoma doesn't flinch, facing Kiryu directly. If you're afraid of the teleportation disaster expanding, the Slayer team can use that item after you fail, despite the risks. Unable to stay calm, he screams, Don't you dare talk with such short-sighted thinking, kid. We are here on a critical mission. The Demon Slayer Corps will never say something as laughable as letting local adventurers handle things while we change our strategy. The 2 adventurers listening in break into a cold sweat. He remembers the orders he was given. This was a critical secret mission that couldn't be revealed after the adventurers saw through it. At this thought, Kiryu grits his teeth, his position weakening. One of his team members has been swayed, causing delays and a major strategy change. If that happens, even if they succeed, his own reputation will hit rock bottom. Kiryu looks towards Tuya, but his expression remains firm. Mayumi, if you plan to side with them, you have no place in the Demon Slayer Corps. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets, shouting, You don't get it, do you, you idiot? But Tuya just answers gently, Of course, I understand. Once this teleportation is over, Tuya has already made up his mind, ready to face any punishment. Success or failure, I will resign from the Demon Slayer Corps. The words leave Kiryu completely stunned. This guy, Sumoji stands beside him, so scared she can only think his name. Mayumi, the second-ranked Demon Slayer. Kiryu stubbornly approaches Tuya, trying to persuade him. Hey, calm down, Mayumi. You have your own way of doing things, right? If there's something you don't like, you don't just say, I'll quit. Unable to hold back his anger, he scolds Tuya. Is the Demon Slayer Corps just some short-term part-time job to you? But Tuya seems completely unmoved, perfectly calm. After a moment, Tuya asks him a question. Our values are completely incompatible, aren't they? Before he can calm down, he continues to speak his mind. This is about whether we compromise or not, knowing that people will die. His face set with determination. Tuya shoots back. What's so reckless about that? Realizing his words are meaningless, Kiryu just glares and sighs. This is exactly why I hate idiots and children. Frustrated, Kiryu turns around and waves them off. Fine then. I won't say anything else. You can quit and become an adventurer or whatever you want. But you just know it's not going to be that simple. Watch this. Suddenly, Kiryu turns back, charging with his sword aimed right at Tuya. You think I would actually say that? You idiot? While he isn't paying attention, Kiryu closes the distance to secure his manpower. Bringing this fool here was a mistake. As Sumoji senses the danger, Kiryu thinks to himself, I'll beat him half to death and stop the assault team. We can even handle using the Star Thread key with ease. Then I'll have him kicked out of the Demon Slayer Corps for disobeying orders. In reality, Mayumi has some skill, but my level is higher. He unleashes a sword strike, but thankfully Tuya jumps back to dodge it. If we're at this range, he won't be able to use his bow to its full potential. Seeing Tuya retreat to a safe distance, Kiryu analyzes the situation. He's trying to create distance and prepare for a fight, huh? But I won't let him escape. Rush charge. He lunges forward again, swinging his sword towards Tuya. It's a gladiator-class skill, a technique boosting speed and attack for a single ambush. Another slash is swung out. He's serious about taking Tuya's life. With this, I can match his skill level. The chaotic fight impacts everyone nearby. I'll knock his bow away and crush him. Kiryu smirks with delight. I've got his weapon. But unexpectedly, Tuya intentionally throws it away and slams a fist into his chin. By the time he realizes what happened, it's too late. He takes a punch that makes his eyes roll back. The bow was just bait to limit his movement. Seizing the opportunity, Tuya continues his attack. I hit his jaw to rattle his brain. Even if his level is higher and he's tougher, the weak points of the human body don't change. And just like that, it's over. You and I just saw the difference between brute force and pure skill. The bow is useless for controlling me. I wouldn't use it against someone as weak as you. Unconscious, his mouth foams. A man who leveled up using his own subordinates as bait. Don't think you can beat me. Someone who has fought on the front lines. Tuya finally lets out all the anger he's been holding in. Until now, I respected you as my superior, but now that I've left the Demon Slayer Corps, that doesn't matter anymore. Another team member witnesses it and blurts out, I can't believe it. He can't believe his own eyes. How could a gladiator be so overwhelmed? A higher-ranking first-class demon slayer in a one-on-one fight. Sensing their stares, Tuya turns back with a threatening look that makes their hair stand on end. Are you guys going to fight too? No. Seeing Kiryu motionless, Ikoma quietly assesses Tuya's power. He's a precious talent, but I doubt he'll cooperate with us. Sasuke finally speaks up. So, in the end, who's going to handle the extermination? She asks, crossing her arms to signal she's backing out. Sumoji quickly raises her hand to take on the role. Of course, it'll be me. Let's go. I'll go too. I became a demon slayer because I wanted to help people. Tuya, looking confused, says, If I join, I will. But she cuts him off, her expression strained. I understand. The peace of the city center is at stake. Then, calming herself, she faces him directly. When I said that personal or core issues aren't trivial, it was because of you, Mayumi, the second-ranked demon slayer. Hearing this makes Tuya turn around in complete surprise. Realizing the difficult situation, he speaks softly. I'm sorry for making you follow my selfish decision. I was against this mission from the start. Suzuki timidly speaks up. I'm sorry, but even if I go, I probably won't be much help. I'll just quietly withdraw. The girl next to her starts fake crying. I'm wondering what I should do. I'm getting scared. I don't really like this, which earns her a death glare from Sasuke. With that smug look, he just laughs and lays out his terms. Pay up? If Ikoma cries and begs, maybe I'll think about it. But I'm sure I won't. Before he can finish, Sasuke cuts him off with a chilling warning. If you don't show, no one will be convinced. Her face is pure killer intent, ready to take Jen down without a second's hesitation. Ai's sweet command nearly made us send a team to fight the final boss while shorthanded. Jen quickly tries to save himself. Just kidding, don't be so serious. And just like that, the team is ready for battle, a formation never seen before. Jen raises a finger, announcing the Gate Fiend Annihilation team. I'll lead the way. Ikoma watches from behind, sizing everyone up. Level 90, just like with the Turtle Queen. There are no detailed stats, but I'm going to do this. His expression turns serious. After all, I'm the one who proposed it. After defeating Kiryu, everyone gathers around, figuring out what to do with him. An arm radiates with accumulating core energy. Sasuke confidently declares, I got MP from Suzuki. Next, I should... Suddenly, a hand rises to stop her mid-sentence. I'll take it. Jen raises his hand with a look of pure confidence, ready for anything. But inside, a suspicious smile plays on his lips. If the first attack fails, I'll just escape to the reserve group. I have no obligation to help at all. Sensing something off, Sasuke eyes him with suspicion. That's probably what he's thinking, but his talent is a precious resource. So, Ikoma now speaks up to explain. The reserve group needs MP too, though. Sorry about that. Hearing this from him startles Suzuki a bit. No, this is all I can do. Tuya joins the huddle from behind. I have something I want to discuss about the group's formation. His eyes darken. The Gate Fiend is deforming. He thinks of that dark, hazy figure. You said you expect it to be at least level 90. Ikoma, knowing this all too well, provides the critical intel. The Gate Fiend's level, its evolution is extremely irregular. Unstable. It's very difficult to predict. You should all be prepared for that. Tuya analyzes the situation. If the level gap is too large, dodging attacks becomes incredibly difficult. He looks over the team. First, Jen, level 70. Our two girls, both level 60. And the highest is Tuya himself. I'll stand on the front line. Level 82. A marksman with plenty of close-range skills. Besides, I'm used to fighting with gate weapons other than my bow. He turns to Ikoma with a proposal. You should stand right behind me in the formation. The other four will focus on long-range attacks. Sumoji continues listening, struggling to speak. If I'm injured, you must immediately join the reserve group. Even Jen silently admits it's a logical formation. A marksman on the front line is unbalanced, but it's their only option. Plus, the guy himself is willing to take the front line despite the danger. No need to stop him. After a moment, Ikoma speaks one cold word. One thing. Tuya's opinion is quickly shot down, leaving Jen a bit confused. Sorry, but I can't accept that formation. As Ikoma explains, Tuya can only listen in silence. You're underestimating a gate fiend. Jen is in shock, screaming internally. What is this? There's no other way, right? Are you saying you don't want to be on the front line now? If so, honestly, I'm disappointed. But it seems Ikoma isn't just talking. He immediately lays out his reasoning. A high-level gate fiend's attack patterns are complex and varied. It's impossible to dodge them alone. It's unthinkable for the main force not to use their personal weapons. We clearly won't be able to defeat it due to a lack of firepower. Tuya explodes in anger. I know that. With our current members, we. Then comes another proposal. Ikoma points to himself. I'll take the front line. You focus on dealing damage as the rear guard. And I know what you're thinking because Sumoji is thinking the same thing. This is so strange. Did I mishear him? It's like you're saying you can do it, right after saying a level 85 like Mayumi couldn't. Jen is also blindsided, blurting out in shock. What the hell is this guy talking about? Is he insane? He looks at Ikoma, thinking to himself. The fierce attacks of a high-level gate fiend can't be dodged easily. It's not just a simple stat difference. The higher the fiend's level, the more skill it takes to handle it. Everything he's saying is the complete opposite of what a normal person would think to survive a high-level fiend's attacks. Combat experience against high-level fiends is essential. That kind of talent doesn't even exist in this era. Jen remembers his own class. For him, whose class is based on agility, he was at the forefront of the top adventurers of the future. He has 15 years of experience. In this country, no one is better at dodging their attacks than him. Tuya's face darkens, along with Sumojihar's unspoken thoughts. Impossible, that's. He then looks up to face Ikoma and asks, Hey, you sound pretty confident, don't you? In response, he doesn't hold back. I have no intention of dying a useless death. Knowing more words are useless, Tuya agrees. Understood. I'll let you take the front line. I'll keep my distance and focus on support. Shocked by this sudden agreement, Sumoji yells out, Mayumi! Tuya feels confused, yet he has faith in a stranger like Ikoma. And you can feel it too, right? This guy has a presence that just makes you want to believe him. Even though I know the win rate is slim with me on the front line, I hope that charisma isn't just arrogant boasting. Jen bites his lip, sweating, unable to shake his negative thoughts. Hey, this is reckless. This situation is even worse than I thought. Can I join the reserve group now? Ikoma turns to instruct him. This battle is all about how much powerful firepower we can throw at the gate fiend. I'm counting on you, General, unable to refuse. He crosses his arms and accepts. Yeah, but deep down, he still wants to give up. Well, it's not too late to hit it from a distance first. In that same forest, now silent in the dead of night, moonlight streams through the trees. Sasuke looks up at the sky in amazement. It's stopped. Ikoma is always ready for battle. It's here. Before their eyes, a spatial gate rips open. The ruler of the forest has appeared. A monster with a single, glowing red eye steps out and lets out a terrifying roar. Aberrant forest fiend. The laughing in the dark. Level 96, even higher than they predicted. The echoing scream creates a powerful shockwave. Jen struggles to shield himself against the wind, groaning, This is so reckless. Sumoji also struggles to stand her ground. Just its roar is already this terrifying. We need to fall back somehow without involving the reserve group. In stark contrast to everyone else losing their cool, Ikoma enhances himself and charges straight forward. Ignoring their desperate calls, he doesn't falter. Ichinose. The monster swings its leg to attack, but Ikoma leaps and dodges. An untraceable body. Another hand comes flying to grab him. But with his light movements, Ikoma twists and dodges once again. Seizing the chance, He stabs it hard with his sword. He then backs away to keep his distance. A skill to manipulate its body at will. How unusual. This is the most annoying type. Tuya watches, a bit surprised. He easily dodged those fast, unpredictable attacks. He wasn't just boasting, but you and I just witnessed Tuya's entire perception of Ikoma completely shatter. This guy, he's on a whole other level than any adventurer I have ever seen before.